Hey everybody, how you guys doing? Savage Recovery here. So I just wanted to jump on here and have a conversation with some people. I just came off of Tommy Sotomayor live not long ago, and I just wanted to say thank you to all the new subscribers that came. I appreciate it. Um, I'm gonna talk somewhat about what we talked about at Tommy Sotomayor's live. There was a woman on there that was completely and utterly illogical and emotional, and it didn't matter what you said. She was just trying to argue a fact and argue a point, and you really can't get ahead. Can't really get ahead in a conversation. You can't really get anywhere with anything if you're just going to be argumentative. And I feel like a lot of people don't want to listen. They just want to be hurt, or they want to perceive something to be hurt. And that's really not going to help anybody in any way. Yeah, I actually was up to 111 subs. And then within like an hour of me having 111 subs, it dropped down to 93. I was at 50, like 7 or 58 this morning. So like a bunch of people jumped in and then a bunch of people jumped off. Anyone that comes into the live stream, you guys can jump in and we can conversate if there's anything that you saw from Tommy Sotomayor's live stream that you guys want to talk about or whatnot. Mainly, I just wanted to get on here and put it out there that, like, at the end of the day, if you got, like, no one can beat hard work. Like, the harder you work, the better odds you have. If you guys listen to Ben Shapiro talks about, if you want to get out of poverty, there's 3 things that you can do to make sure that you don't stay in poverty. That is to finish high school, get a job and keep it, and wait to have kids after you're married. If you do those 3 things, those will help ensure that you aren't in poverty. And that isn't a race-based thing. That is just a fact. People that do those things get out of poverty. Now, I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with marriage. I personally don't really. I don't really agree with marriage myself. I see marriage as a trap, but if you're going to have kids, then obviously being married would be better than not being married if you're going to have kids. Not really. We had a good live stream. Yes and no. Today was about mixed breeds, like people being mixed and them being the heads of like Black Lives Matter and other movements in the Black community. Like, everything's been talked about under the sun, so there's not like there's going to be a whole lot of new stuff that you're going to be able to do. But it is what it is, man. It's just how it goes. If people want to tune in and talk about it or see it, then they're going to. Like, that's why there's so many red pill channels and so many dating channels and level up channels. Like, there's a certain type of entertainment that people want to watch and be a part of, and you can't really blame the creator for making content, because I can tell you as a content creator, like, you constantly are looking for a topic to make a video on. Like, there's only so many new things that you can say or do with a topic. So all I can say is I was on his stream today, and I can't say that I didn't have a good time. Like, it was enjoyable for me. I hope it was enjoyable for other people. So that's all we can hope for. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I've been just sitting at home under quarantine, waiting to get my results back from my test to find out that if I've got the COVID or not. And Yeah, I think I did a good job. Um, it like me being on there did help my channel. Like my point of view helped. I wish I could have kept the rest of the subscribers that joined my channel today, but you know it is what it is. Maybe they saw my channel and didn't like my videos or whatever. Who knows? Maybe they were just bots or trolls. I don't know. But anytime that I can get somewhat good exposure and articulate my points in a logical sense, that's all I can. That's all I can hope for. That's it. I can't be too mad at anything else. The fact that 3 people jumped in here actually was a surprise. I was on like 3 or 4 different channels today because he kept jumping from channel to channel because he's been streaming for like 14 hours straight or something ridiculous. Like I was on his channel from like 4 o'clock until like 8:30, I think it was. But you're always going to be able, like when you argue or you make a point or you articulate yourself in a debate or a conversation, it's always good to keep yourself calm and logical because you're not arguing with the person that you're having the conversation with. It's the people that's watching you. Like I'm not arguing with the person that I'm talking to. I'm I'm really trying to get the people that are watching to wake up or to see what I'm saying and maybe change their opinion. Usually, the people that you conversate with, like the chick that was on there, Minchie or whatever her name was, you're not going to change her. Like her mind's not going to change in any way. But the people watching us have a conversation, when they see her being very rational and emotional, they're more than likely, if they're any sort of logical being, they're going to see your point and your logic and follow it through and be more open to what you're saying than the other person. Did anyone end up seeing that video that I did on Lil Wayne? Anyone that wants to join the stream is more than welcome to jump on here. I'm not Tommy, so I don't have like people on deck that want to get on. So I'm not going to be kicking anyone off the stream if you come into the studio. But yeah, like just in like the last like 4 or 5, like pretty much since the riots and stuff have been going on, I've been called more racial slurs than I have ever in my life. Like it's like every day, all day, I'm being called racial slurs. Uh, I made a point to say the other day, if when I turn on any sort of game and the game has some feminist like placard or loading screen or message to me, I'm gonna quit playing those games if I see some feminist crap. So sometime this week, I'm going to be getting one of my buddies he actually was in he just got out of federal prison, and he's going to be doing an interview on his trips to prison. He's been to prison a couple times, and about his transformation and how he changed his life and his mindset and how he perceived not to go back to prison and what he's doing and how he used to be and what he's doing now that's different. And I'm going to end up getting more of my friends on here that have either struggled with drug addiction or criminal records and stuff like that, and show people that it's a mindset. It's more once you start taking accountability of your actions and start deciding what you're going to do with your future, then the world does open doors for you. Um, one of the one of the things that really clicked for me when I was in sobriety. So I was on the run when I was in the halfway house at first, and I wanted to get sober, but I figured that I was going to be going to prison because of me being on probation, me being on bond, me being on the run, me catching another felony while I was on probation. And it was like the first month that I was in treatment that I literally thought that I was going to be going to prison regardless. And I felt that I was on borrowed time. So like I wasn't really absorbing anything while I was there. Like I went into the rehab with the street mentality. Like I was in jail. Like I had a jail mentality when I was in there the first 30 days. And on my birthday, which is March 23rd, there was a guy that came to a lead and he told his story, and his story was about how he was facing life in prison with the feds, and that he did all the same stuff I did. He was on the run. He had multiple charges. He had a record. He was facing 25 years in prison, and because of him changing, because of him changing his life and getting sober, the things opened up to where he didn't end up. Thanks, London. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you for everyone that's given me any sort of support, even if it's watching, sharing, if it's liking a comment, even if it's a thumbs down, even if it's a you telling me that I'm a cracker, whatever type of support you give me, I appreciate it very much. But the guy was on stage telling me that he was in the exact same situation that I was that he was in that situation 5 years ago, and that I was currently in the same situation. And then he told his story about how he ended up not going to prison because he changed the way that he was conducting himself. And it was at that exact moment when I realized that sobriety, if I went to prison, his speech gave me hope. And that instead of it being like, well, I'm going to go to prison and be sober and that's going to suck, I should use my time to be doing what I want to do if I'm going to go to prison. I was facing 5 years. I started to change my outlook and my mindset and started to realize, well, I'm going to be sober and do what I got to do. And if I go to prison, then I'm going to go to prison sober. And if I can stay sober in prison, then I'll have even a better chance when I get out of prison. And luckily for me, I believe in God. I believe that that certain things in your life happen for a reason. I didn't go to prison. And now I'm able to say the exact same story that guy did on my birthday. On my birthday, he told me, because when I made the decision not to use anymore, that was the decision. I'm more likely to go commit a crime. Thank you very much, TC. I appreciate it. Anyone that wants to get up here is more than welcome. But when I made that decision, I decided that no matter what, I wasn't going to use or go to the way that I used to live. I wasn't going to do that. And I'm more likely to commit a crime and go to prison than I am to get high, because being locked up, I don't mind being locked up so much. But the pain, yeah, London, you're more than welcome to get on. All you have to do is click the link that I keep posting, and you can jump on here and you can conversate with me. But at the end of the day, I realized that getting sober was for me, and it was if I wanted something different, and the pain and the loneliness that I felt outweighed the fear of failing sober. So, like, I got my Um, so I'm in AA. So you sponsor people, you work them through their steps. You hold them accountable. So yes, I did all my 12 steps within my first 2 months. It was like 60 some days of being sober, and I was sponsoring guys at 6 months sober, and then at about 7 8 months, I was running a sober house, which was for guys that were getting out of treatment that were newly sober and helping them to acclimate to being sober. Now, I've only got one guy out of all the guys that I worked with that stayed sober, and I've had a bunch of guys that died or relapsed or stuff like that. But now I got kids, so like my kids have never seen me high. They've never seen me get arrested. And they'll never see that because it's important for me to keep my head. Because if I my drug of choice was heroin, but I've done every drug. There's not a drug that I haven't done or wouldn't do, but I just wasn't going to I wasn't going to spend money to get high on anything other than heroin. When I was in Cincinnati in 2013 or 12, I forget what year it was. Um, I had $1,000 heroin. I had $1,000 a day heroin habit. See, what I try to tell people is that I'm just a bad guy trying to be good. Like that's all I am. I'm just doing what normal people do. Like I shouldn't get any special treatment or any pats on the back for just being a decent human. But wow, 1K, what do you mean? But yeah, like I'm just a normal guy. No, I don't deserve it. If I deserved it, I'd be locked up in prison for life. Like that's the thing. Like I've had multiple run-ins with the law where I was facing super long time, and I just happened to be able to not get what I deserved. No, I wasn't playing. I was spending a lot of money every single day. And like I'm a pretty pleasant guy, but when I'm on drugs, I'm an asshole. Like I'm an asshole sober, but I'm a real asshole. I have no patience for anything when I'm on drugs. And like a lot of the things that we do and that we choose to do is what shapes us into the people that we are. And some, you know, some people can be born with a disability or a disadvantage and overcome that disadvantage. Like if you look online, there's a guy that is he's a one-armed basketball player. All right, can you tell me that if he becomes good, that he's not gonna be super good because he has a disadvantage? He had to work that much harder to be as good as someone with two arms. A lot of people look at disadvantages and look at them not having the exact same playing field that other people have. But that's only if you want to be weak minded. You're not going to gain anything without pain. Change in your life doesn't happen without pain. You can't succeed without failure. If you look at any business owner that started a business, they fail and fail and fail and fail before they take off. That's just the nature of life. It's just like when you're learning to ride a bike, you fall all the time, but you have to get back on the bike until you can ride a bike. And now after you learn, you cannot ride a bike for 10 or 12 years and then jump back on a bike. And it's just muscle memory. You just do it like a fish swims. A lot of people look at stuff negatively, and they let the negativity of that situation overwhelm them. If I was to ask you, is a glass half empty or half full, what would you say? There's a lag behind with your guys' comments if you guys are commenting. But the point that I'm going to make is if I tell you that if I show you a glass and you say it's half empty, or someone else says that glass is half full, the fact of the matter is that that glass doesn't change. It's your perspective of the glass that changes, because the glass is both half empty and half full. Like, the mindset that we have and the accountability that we take in our actions and the dedication we have to being accountable to those actions is really what helps propel people and helps get people out of the mindset of being left behind. There's nothing. At least you have a glass. But the point that I'm making is what it comes down to is you can do whatever you want to do. It's just if you're willing to do the work. And like, the reason that I started this channel was because I wanted people to see that, mainly men, like, this is a male improvement channel. But the idea is that we are the masters of our world. We create the problems and we create the solutions in our world. God is always, of course, the highest, but our free will, a lot of people forget about free will. A lot of people make the argument that, well, if there was a God, why would he let all this bad stuff happen to people? What people don't realize is that those bad things that happen to people, there's other people that have free will, that impose that free will on other people. A lot of people like to take out the fact that we're able to make our own choices. like like uh like my son being mixed, I'm never going to tell my son that there's someone out there to get him, because at the end of the day, there's always going to be someone that doesn't like you. There's always going to be someone that just, like, it doesn't matter if they don't like your hair, they don't like how tall you are, they don't like your smile, they think you're ugly. There's always going to be anybody out there that doesn't agree or think the same way that you do. And as soon as you start letting these outside factors determine who you are as a person, then those people have run space in your head, and you're going to be the reflection of what they think. And the best way to bypass that is to not care what other people think. Like, the best way to put this, if explorers from, we'll say, Spain or Europe or any country was like, I'm going to go find the West Indies, and someone was like, oh no, that's crazy, you shouldn't do that. And they were like, oh, you're right, you think I shouldn't go, I'm not going to go. Then whatever man or woman decides to do something to expand the culture or to explore something new, you're going to be the first people to do it. People aren't going to agree with you. Like, when I started this YouTube channel, I was told that YouTube was only for kids and it was a waste of my time and energy. But there's plenty of YouTubers on here that make a career out of this, and they are able to get a message out. And if I can help one person by telling them that, all you have to do is get discipline and you can change your life, then that's all that matters to me. Is if one person's life is for the better, that's all I care about. And like, a lot of my viewers are not white. A lot of the people I watch, when it comes to like male content. Like I watch Tommy Sotomayor, I watch mediocre tutorials and reviews. Most of the people that I'm with on YouTube they're not white content creators. And regardless of what platform I go on, I say exactly what I think and what I feel, backed by stats and logic. And I know that I'm going to ruffle feathers. But at the end of the day, if I can help one person or get one person to see something differently, then that doesn't matter how much slack I get. Like I'm not afraid to tell people that I was a drug addict. I've been called a drug addict multiple times or said that I'm still strung out and all sorts of stuff. But I'm sure there's someone out there that is on drugs that doesn't know what to do, and they hang out with all people that are strung out, and they don't see anybody that got sober. So since they don't see anyone that got sober, they don't think they can get sober. So just by being able to be on YouTube and talk about my experiences and my point of views, I can help someone get sober. And like that's really bettering yourself is really what this channel is about. Like that's pretty much why I like that's why I got on to Tommy's channel today, even though I know Minchie was going to go ham on me, and she ended up using racial slurs towards me. I knew it was going to ruffle her feathers. Like I didn't even have to be rude or any of those things for her to get mad at me. But any of you guys can jump in here on the stream. You guys are more than welcome to come up here. Like you don't have to be on camera or anything. You guys can tell me your thoughts and opinions, and we can have a conversation. If there was something that you saw on Tommy Sotomayor that you wanted to address now, or if there was something else that you guys wanted to bring up, you're more than welcome to come up here. I'd rather talk to you guys directly than to just be rambling into the camera. Any takers? Anybody? You guys gonna be shy? Okay. Well, I'm gonna light another cigarette. But yeah, like even like there was a point in time when I was mad about the court system, like with my son's mom and my daughter's mom and CPS. And at the end of the day, like I just have to accept that it is what it is. Like I caused that, and now I have to deal with it. And as soon as I had acceptance over the situation, like it doesn't bother me as much anymore. Just like as you can tell by all my tattoos, I really like it doesn't really bother me if people make comments about my tattoos or tell me I look like a criminal or any of these things, because I do look like a criminal. Like I never graduated high school. I've never gone to college. I've been locked up many times. I got a criminal record, but I'm middle class. And I went from being a drug addict and not being employed to being consistently employed for 5 years to being middle class by going into the trades and learning and wanting to absorb everything that I possibly could learn while doing that. And when I say I'm middle class, like I'm middle class on paper, but because of child support and taxes and stuff like that, like most of my income goes to taxes and child support. So like they take about 16, 17, $20,000 every year in those things. So like I am on paper middle class, but I did cause myself a lot of problems by making poor decisions. And like that's my fault. It like I've also come to the realization that like if I want my son to get out of the hood, E from DC, I totally appreciate your support. If you want to get on here, you're more than welcome. I'm going to put the StreamYard down in the section. You can jump in here. Anyone can jump in here. But like, I've realized that if I want my son out the hood, then I'm gonna have to make sure that that happens. Um, like here's the other thing. So my son's mom has a daughter who's older than my son, and her dad's been in prison since before she was born, and he got 12 years. And whenever she has like a father daughter dance or father daughter walk or any of those things, I go and I'm there for her because she doesn't have a dad. I'm the only male that she's had consistently in her life. I've been in her life since she was 18 months old, and now she'll be 6 this year. Like, if we want change in this world, we got to start with the kids. The only way to change the future is by changing the generations that are coming after us. We really can't expect grown adults or people to change who they are abruptly, because like my generation, I'm a millennial. I'm 31. My generation is already grown. Like, trying to change people that are grown is hard. But my son, I can totally change my son. My son's 3. He's still developing. If I want him to do better than I did, then I have to start with him. The reason that I was able to change my mindset was because when you get sober, the thing that they work on you with is they ask you. So like, so there's a thing called a 4-step. Your 4-step is you put down people you have resentments for. And the way that it works is like, say I have a resentment towards my dad. So then they tell me to put down, yeah, I try to get custody of my son and I try to get custody of my daughter, and I'm not able to because Ohio is a mother state. So pretty much, I live in Cuyahoga County, which is super feminist, super left leaning, super women's rights leaning, and it's hard. And unless you're willing to spend thousands and thousands, and when I say thousands, I mean I spent like 7 or 8 grand on my lawyer, my son's lawyer, and court costs and everything, and still couldn't get custody of my son. And CPS had a case with my daughter, and they wouldn't give me my daughter. They decided to put her mom in treatment and keep her with her. So in order for you to get your child from the mother, you have to prove as a man that they're unfit. And if a woman is not considered to be unfit on drugs or using drugs, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do to prove that they're unfit. So you're just going to have to deal with it. But what ended up changing my my mindset was, is you have to put down, like, if you have a resentment towards your father, you have to put his name down, and then you have to put down what he did or why you have a resentment, and then you have to put down what your part was. So a lot of getting sober is they beat down your ego, because drug addicts have an ego. People have an ego in general. So when I first was getting sober, I was a drug dealer. So I looked down on the other people that I was in treatment with, because I used to give you money to wash my dishes. I used to give you money to wash my car. Like, I had this idea that I was better than them. But as I got sober and I started to realize that I was nothing, I was the same. I was the exact same as them, if not worse. I was addicted to drugs and money, and addicted to using those things to gain off of other people that were in a similar situation as me, but still thought that I was better than them. So through the course of getting sober, I started to realize that, like, I was at fault for 99% of my problems. Like, in order for me to change, I had to take accountability for my own actions. And that's what started changing my mind. And when it comes down to my criminal background stuff, like, I've had a criminal background since I was 23. My first arrest was at 16. Was my first arrest. My first felony charge was at 23. I got sober right a month before I turned 26. So it's real simple. If you're going to, knowing that I have a criminal history, I'm going to go look for a career or a job that I can have a criminal history and go do. So I was given the opportunity to work non-union for an electrical company, and I went and did it. And because I had a kid on the way, like I got my son's mom pregnant when I was 15 months sober. As soon as I had a kid on the way, I literally I absorbed everything I could. I wanted to learn more. I wanted to do more. I wanted to make more money. I wanted to progress because I knew that I had a responsibility to take care of. And because of that, like my drive is from having kids. And like if you're 30 years old and you're not a drug addict, you're potentially farther than I am in life. I'm playing catch up. So if I want to get to where you are at 30 and I'm 31, that means I have to do what you're doing, but times it by two to even get close to where you're at. That's just what it is. Like when I was doing drugs and committing crimes, I was doing what I wanted to do. I was having fun for me. I was living it up. I was having excitement. So now that I'm sober, I don't look at life with the same ideas. Like I had my fun. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm gonna do it to 100%. Like as you guys can see, I have this YouTube channel. I also do photography, and I have photography on my Instagram, which is savage_red_recovery. And the reason I started doing photography was because I bought a camera. I bought this 77D. I bought this camera right here for YouTube. Currently, I'm waiting for the lockdown and everything to stop because I need to buy a cam link to be able to live stream and to use my Canon camera as a normal camera, as a webcam. I have a webcam in front of me that you guys are seeing me on. But right now that cam link is usually $129, but because of the lockdown and shipping and stuff being off, people are price gouging cam links for $400, and I refuse to pay 3 times more for the same product. So I figured since I spent the money on the camera, I'm going to start taking photography, and maybe I'm good at that. Try something out. And so if you guys go to Savage Red Recovery, Savage_Red_recovery, you can go on my Instagram and look at all the photos that I've taken and uploaded, because that's pretty much what my Instagram is for. My Instagram is to showcase my journey in photography. Because when I got sober, I didn't have any hobbies. When I was using, I didn't have any hobbies. Now that I'm grown and I'm working and have kids, like when I can, I'm going to try something new, because you never know what you're good at until you try. Who knows? Maybe in 3 years, maybe I'll be good enough at photography to be able to not have to work and just be a photographer. Maybe in 3 years, I'll be good enough to where I don't have to work if I don't want to, and I can make money off YouTube. Who knows? Like the potential for anything is unlimited. You just have to be willing to try something and put the work in. Like if you guys go through my channel and notice, on Friday I dropped 4 videos. Yesterday I dropped 3 videos. Like I'm just trying to better myself, and however that is, that's what I'm going to do, because I know that if I want my son to be a better man, I got to show him how to be a better man. I have to be a better man myself. Do any of you guys want to get on here and talk about anything? Or do you guys just want to hear me keep rambling on? You guys are more than welcome to come jump on the stream. Pretty much, I'm waiting to get my test results back from COVID, and I'm hoping to get them back tomorrow, because as soon as the test comes back that I don't have it, then I can go back to work. Myself personally, I don't like not working. I don't, but I figured since I'm under lockdown and I can't really do anything, that I might as well make more content. And it just so happens that I saw Tommy today, and I saw him live streaming, and I saw he had a panel going. So I jumped in it because I heard what was being said and was like, well, there's a lot of white man this and white man that. I should probably jump on here and give my point of view. And like I said, I very much appreciate everyone that saw me and decided to come subscribe. Like I really much appreciate all the support that I've been getting. Like I'm just trying to I really just want to have other people not make the same mistakes that I made and learn from my mistakes. That's really what this whole channel is about. Yeah, I was on Tommy's channel before. I was on Tommy's channel a couple years ago. It was like 2007. I was on there talking about my son and child support and the court system. It was like 2017 when I was on there. I was on there previously, but I haven't really been on there since then. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm not gonna like listen. The reason that I know so many statistics when it comes to the Black community is because when I got my son's mom pregnant, I knew in the future, my son being mixed and me being white, I know how kids are. I know for a fact that kids are going to make fun of my son because his daddy's white. I also know that my son's going to come to me and ask me questions like, why is this or why is that? And even though I've grown up in the Black community and been around the Black community my whole life, I'm not Black. There's only so much that I can tell him. So I did as much research as I could about the Black community, about like being a father, like what's good to have for children. Like I went and did the research and looked up what was the best things for me to do and to know for my kid. Because at the end of the day, as a father, you should always want your kids to have and be more than you ever were. And that's the only way that I'm going to be able to change that for my son, is to be a better man and to be able to have the knowledge to tell him and show him how to be. And I think, like, legitimately, I think that's the best thing that anyone can do for their kid. But, some people don't. I don't know. Like, if it wasn't for my stepdad, I wouldn't have the work ethic that I have. I seen my stepdad work until his legs gave out and he couldn't walk. Like, I like Tommy. Like, I like Tommy. I like Tommy very much. That's just my opinion. Like, I think we need to start making the barriers between races like knocked down, because we're not ever going to better anything if we don't at least have a conversation. And we have to have logical conversations, and we have to be able to look at facts and stats and statistics and be able to agree. And like, I have the same problem with my son's mom. Like, she's asked me before, like, what do you think, like, when all that stuff was going down with in 2016 when Black Lives Matter started. She asked me what my opinion was, and I gave her my opinion. And my opinion is that Black lives don't matter to Black Lives Matter. I don't think they do. I do think that Black lives matter, but I also think that police brutality isn't a Black issue. And like I don't believe that police brutality is a I don't believe that I don't believe it's a race issue. I believe it's a you're not a cop issue. And like I'm gonna give you guys I'm gonna let you in some knowledge. All right. So in Portage County, which is where I'm originally from, my uncle, he's not my blood uncle, but the way like my family are all from West Virginia, we're all a bunch of hillbillies. So whoever my parents' friends were is my family. So one of my dad's best friends is a sheriff. He's been a sheriff in Portage County my whole life. All right. I have multiple arrests in Portage County. Like most of all my arrests are in Portage County. I've been arrested in a few other places, but mainly it's been Portage County. When I went to jail, I never got special privileges, even though my uncle was a sheriff. And if you've ever been to county jail, you'll know that the sheriffs run the county jail. They're the deputies are your COs in Portage County. So the week that I got arrested with 3 driving under suspensions, when I got my license suspended on Monday and I got a driving under suspension on Wednesday and 2 on Friday, I went to jail on Friday. And my uncle, I told them to let my uncle know that I was in here because anytime I went to jail, I would tell them to tell my uncle, and then my uncle would tell my dad, so my dad knew where I was at. Not because my parents bailed me out. I've never had anyone put money on my books. I've never had anyone bail me out of jail. Never had any of that. I never got let go because my uncle was a cop. Nothing. My uncle came down to Holding, opened the door, and said, "What the hell is wrong with you? Can you not drive?" He slammed the door shut and locked it and walked away. Like, there's an idea. There's an idea that white people are just plugged in with everybody, and we're not. We're your average normal person is just an average normal person. I never got any special treatment because of my uncle being a sheriff who ran the county jail. Like, on my driving under suspensions, they literally put me in jail on one charge, took me out of jail, let me go on the first charge, rearrested me on another charge, took me out of jail. I was in for like 3 weeks the first time, then I was out for a week, and then I was back in for a month, and then I was let go, and then back in for another month, and they said, "Okay, well, if you plead guilty to these charges, we'll let you go today." Like, I didn't get any special treatment. Like, so I don't want my son to live like that. Like, honestly, like I don't even know what I'm really going to do about my daughter because my daughter's mom hates me and she's literally making my life miserable. And I kind of have resentment towards her and her mom. So like I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do with that situation. But like my son's daddy's boy. Like my son wants to be around me all the time. All the time. And he just wants to be up under me. He wants to sit on my lap. He wants to watch TV with me. He wants to kick it. But his mom doesn't want him living with me because she wants to keep control of him. So like all I can do is just keep doing what I'm supposed to be doing and hopefully things will change for me because once you have a child with a woman, you're at her mercy. That's pretty much how it is here in Cuyahoga County. Like listen, I've been sober for 5 years. February 23rd of 2015 is the day I got sober. I was in I was in January of this year. I was at CPS because there was a CPS case against my daughter's mom, and when I went to get visitations of my daughter on February 14th, they wanted to give me supervised visits at the treatment center. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that there aren't whites that have it fucking awesome. I'm sure there are whites that have it awesome, but most of us don't. Like, most of us live our lives just like normal people. Like, I get up, I go to work, if I screw up at work, I have a boss that chews me out. He yells at me. He gets mad at me just like everybody else. I've been fired from a job before. Like, I didn't get to keep a job just because my eyes are blue and my skin's light white. Like, look, I have a fucked up hairline. You see how fucked up my hairline is? You would like if I had any sort of white privilege, I really hope if I had it, I could turn it into a good hairline, but that's not the case. Like, I'm just an average dude. Like, I don't have I don't have I don't have a kick that's 6 feet long and I wear as a scarf. Like, like, I'm over 6 foot tall and I got, blue eyes, but the sun obliterates me. Like, the sun has no mercy on me. Like my ass is so pale that in a pitch black room with no light, you can still see my white ass. It catches whatever light is there, like the moon. Like, you just like everyone has advantages and disadvantages. Just like if I go like living in the black neighborhood, I've literally people assumed I'm soft just because I'm white. I've also been pulled over by the police when I was getting high because I was white in a black neighborhood. So clearly I was getting drugs. Like, that was their perception of why I was there. Were they wrong? No, they weren't. They were right. But like, this idea of privilege is not true because it's a perception. Just like how black people get harassed by the police. I get harassed by the police when I'm in that same neighborhood. Like, they don't care that I'm white. They don't pull me over and go, "There's a lot of blacks in here, guy. You gotta go." I would get out of here if I was you. Like, no, they pull me over, search my car. If they find something, they fucking arrest me and they take me to jail. Like, they take me to jail just like everyone else. like, like it's not like there isn't some super secret white meeting every Tuesday at 7 o'clock that we plan out what we're going to do for the next 6 months. Like, normal white people are not on that. Like, we're not on that level. Like, we're just not. We just go to work and come home and, like, we complain about our days, or we have women problems and child support payments, and we have all the same problems that other people do. The only difference is other people think that we have it like we have no worries. Like, when I wake up and I want eggs and bacon and I go to my fridge and I open up my carton of eggs, if I ate them all, they're gone. Like, I don't wake up every day and just go, boom, oh my God, a brand new thing of eggs. Yeah, like I don't wake up and my refrigerator just keeps replenishing itself every day. It doesn't. Like like when I went to CP, like, here's a great fact. When I went to CPS, they told me they were going to give me temporary custody of my daughter. They told me that if I was going to get temporary custody, I had to have daycare for my daughter. So I asked them, I said, "Hey, as of like yesterday, I was living my life without my daughter, and tomorrow you're telling me I need to get my daughter. Do you guys have any sort of like resources, or is there any way that you can help me with this transition? Because obviously this is like emergency situation." And the lady looked at me and goes, "No, you're the dad." Point blank, just laughed at me. She's like, "You can go down to welfare and you can apply for vouchers." Well, on paper, I make too much money, so I don't get it. And then If they would have given me my daughter, I can't get child support from the mother because it's a temporary custody order, and they don't do child support on temporary custody orders. And because I pay child support for my son, they won't change my child support payments for my son because it's a temporary order for my daughter. So get this straight. I'm the dad. I pay child support for one kid. They were going to have me take care of my kid every single day, but the government wasn't going to help me with the mom messing up or the mom making bad decisions. They told me, we're going to give you your kid, and then you're going to have to pay for your daughter and pay child support for your son and pay for daycare, and you got to figure it out. And I don't know if you guys know this, but up here in Cleveland, for me to pay for my daughter to be in daycare every day for a week, it was going to be $200 a week. It was going to be $800 a month. Yeah, it didn't matter that I was white. Being white didn't give me the 80% discount. Like, it wasn't like being white had absolutely nothing to do with it. The fact that I was a male, they were like, yeah, we really don't care. Not really. We don't care. It's okay. Go cry in your pillow. We don't want to hear it. So, like, it just, like, at the end of the day, I just want to help break down the idea that white people have it so much better, because not every white person does. Sure, there's some white people that do. There's some black people that have it good. Like, not everyone has it good or bad. But at the end of the day, we're all human, and we all need to quit being mad at each other. Like, the government the government is afraid of us being united. And when I say the government, I really mean like the deep state. I don't mean like Trump or anything like that. I'm a Trump supporter. I like Trump, but like at the end of the day, we just need to come together. Like, myself personally, like, I see a lot of YouTubers that are talking about how black women and black men should be together and stuff. Personally, I don't care who marries who or who dates who or who has kids together. Like, that stuff doesn't matter to me. The mixing of races isn't an issue. The issue is if you're going to take care of your kids and you're going to raise your kids to be a decent human being. Because if you're not going to be raising your kids, or if you're going to have kids and not raise them to be decent human beings, then you're going to be raising the same people in the future that are going to be robbing us. The people that get robbed are going to be robbed by the kids that parents don't care about them now. That's all I care about. And this whole thing that's going on with Black Lives Matter and the riots and all that stuff, the problem I have with it is the rioters are burning down black businesses. They're killing black people. How can Black Lives matter if you're killing and hurting black people? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That, to me, that's epitome of like talking about Planned Parenthood. Anyone that knows that Planned Parenthood, if you read it, if you didn't know better, you'd be like, oh, okay, I'm pregnant. I'm gonna go there and plan on being a parent. I'm gonna plan my parenthood. You're not planning your parenthood. You're getting rid of your baby. You're no longer gonna be a parent. Like, if you listen to any Democratic sort of thing, they always make it sound opposite of what it is. That's why they don't call it abortion. They call it women's rights. They always want to soften it, just make it sound good. Like I don't agree with abortion. I don't agree with like I don't agree with, like, the other thing that you're not going to do is you're not going to be able to legislate or donate money to make people care. If people don't care and people don't want to take the responsibility to make sure that their children have better lives, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. And that goes for black, white, yellow, purple. there's plenty of white kids that grow up poor that parents don't care and they become degenerates just like every other race that doesn't care about their kids. It's not a race issue. But whenever the problem is when we say, well, it's a race issue, you're not fixing the problem. So at the end of the day, like if I say the court system is geared away from men, it's geared towards women. That's true, but if I didn't put myself in that system, then I wouldn't be affected by that system. And I can't fix the system if I don't acknowledge the problem with it. So, like a blanket statement like white people are holding us down or it's the racist white man, it's not the case. Like I'm sure there's some racism and I'm sure there's some problems that you're not going to be able to fix. But when you say the reason I'm this is because of that, and you're not taking into account what you can do differently and the things that you control, you're going to be in the exact same position that you're in. Like I grew up in the projects. Like if you go and Google Windham, Ohio right now, you can on Google Maps look at the projects. The projects have been torn down, most of them, but back during World War II, they built like 144 units and they were put in as temporary housing for the soldiers that were building bombs in the arsenal for the war effort in World War II. After the war, people didn't tear down the temporary buildings. They kept them and they made them into Section 8. So I was born in 89. So in 89 and 90 and 91, those projects that were built in the 40s were still there. They were dilapidated and they were falling down. My parents, hey, what's up? Mimi Jesus. Um, so my parents were on welfare. When I was born, my mom and my dad were not married. I'm a bastard child. My mom was able to get welfare because they were not married. My family did not like being on welfare, so my dad worked, and I don't remember if my mom worked or not, but they did what they could do, and they got us off Section 8 housing, and they got us off of welfare. We moved into a trailer, and then they had my sister. I don't remember if they were still on welfare or not. Then we moved from there to another trailer, and then from that trailer, we moved to a trailer that was on a farm. And we raised cows and goats and horses and stuff. And then my parents got divorced, and my mom moved to PA, and I stayed with my dad, and my dad remarried. And then we moved from there to a double wide in Ravenna. And then from the double wide, we moved into a house, and we lived in that house for 1 year. And then I moved in with my mom into a trailer. I have literally, as a white person, only lived in a full house for 1 year out of the 31 years of my life. I've never lived in a house, or my family, like my grandparents own a house. My dad owned a house, but my stepdad never did. I've grown up in apartments and trailer parks and projects the rest of my life. Now, my sister is younger than me. She's 21 months younger than me. And the difference between me and my sister, lived with my dad. I lived with my mom. My dad's wife did not like her and treat her like crap, so she ended up moving back in with my mom. And when I tell you that me and my sister were poor when we lived with my mom, I mean that we had winters without heat and we had summers without electricity. Like I literally know what it's like to wake up on Christmas morning and be able to see my breath in the house and not have anything for Christmas. That was quite common. My sister and me grew up in the same situation. My sister does not have a criminal record. My sister was working for the bank. She went to school to be a pharmacist. She decided that she didn't want to do that, and she started working at a bank, and she changed her major and started to take things for the bank that she was working for. And then she became assistant vice president of fraud and security in the northeastern part of America for Huntington Bank. She no longer works there, but my sister and her husband just built a $500,000 house. So the reason that I bring that up is because I'm not bragging about my sister, but the fact of it is my sister is younger than me and she lives far better than I do. And do you know the two differences between me and my sister? The difference of it is I made different choices. I wanted to hang out with the bad kids. I was intrigued to do bad things. My sister wasn't intrigued by dudes and guns and drugs and any of those things. My sister was, she didn't like that stuff. She didn't associate with that stuff. She was always doing stuff that was bettering her, and I was doing stuff that was not good for me. So when I tell you that I'm 31 years old with two baby moms, a criminal history, and face tats, you can clearly see that all these things came from my decisions. It wasn't my mom, it wasn't my dad, it wasn't the principal, it wasn't a cop. These are all things that I chose to do and put my energy in. And that's how I ended up being 20, 25 years old, walking into a halfway house with just a t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, a pair of underwear, a pair of socks, pants, and some shoes. That's it. Everything else I had in my life, I either lost from running from the police, moving around, throwing out. Like I gave everything I ever had up to drugs and crime. So the fact of the matter is if me and my sister can grow up in the exact same household with the same parents. Now, my family, I got 14 brothers and sisters. Me and my sister are the only two that are 100% blood. Everyone else is either step or half. So if me and my sister can grow up with the same two parents and we spent most of our lives in the exact same house, and she decided to go her way and she made it way better than I have, and I went my way and I screwed it up, the only thing that you can take from that is 100% it was my responsibilities and my actions and what I chose to be valuable in my downfall. There's 5 of you guys watching. Yeah, I quit all those things. There's 5 of you guys watching. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you guys being in here and talking in the chat, and you guys watching me. I'm very, very thankful. Okay, as soon as I said 5, there's now 4. So thank you 4 guys for watching, and ladies. Yeah, I don't commit crimes anymore. I don't speed. I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I don't do any mind altering substances. I don't commit crimes. I don't do any of that stuff. I literally go to work. I wake up. I go to work. I come home. I take care of my 2 dogs. If you guys want to see my dogs, here they are. That's Ash. There's Katana. um, since I'm an electrician, I help her and I do. One's a boxer pit mix and one's American Bulldog pit mix. I do work for my sister. She just built a chicken. Her husband just built a chicken coop, so they want me to run power to it. Like I do stuff like that, but I don't ask anyone for money. Like I don't do stuff like that. That's not really a thing. But But yeah, like that's once you realize that you're the problem, just like a lot of people say, you know, this relationship didn't work out, this relationship didn't work out. Well, the only common denominator in those relationships are you. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with where I'm at right now, but my life could always improve. If you're not improving, if you're not improving, you're dying. There's either moving forward or moving back. Standing still is the same as not moving forward. Okay, so I started drinking when I was 16 years old. I was a weekend warrior. I would drink till I blacked out anytime I drank. When I sold weed, I sold pounds and I'd smoked an ounce of weed a day. When I when I did heroin, I did as much heroin as I possibly could. When I did acid, if you did 2 hits of acid, I was doing 10 hits of acid. If you were doing 10 hits of acid, I was doing 20 hits of acid. Like I do everything. I do everything in excess. Like I everything. So like there's no there's no there's no question about it in any way. There's no question if I'm a drug addict. I know for a fact I'm a drug addict. If I like doing something, I do it too much. I've been on camera since pretty much 4 o'clock today, 3 o'clock today, and I'm not being paid. Like I'm not. People aren't donating to me. I'm not monetized. I'm doing this all because I'm bored and I enjoy doing it. So even this, like I was just talking on the phone with someone and they were like, "You're always on your computer." But yeah, I like mainly I don't want to keep just rambling on, but like I was saying, like if you guys look, you can see like under my eyes how they're dark and yellow. That's because I have hepatitis C from shooting heroin, from using dirty needles and sharing needles. So my liver is fucked up, and I'm dying faster than your normal 31-year-old. I'm constantly tired, but I don't let it affect me. Like I still got to get up and go to work. I still got to work and be a dad. Like if you have an issue, you just have to accept that you have an issue and you have to figure out how to work around that issue. If I spent all my time talking about how I can't do something because I have hepatitis C and I'm tired, then I would spend more time just complaining and sitting at home, not doing anything, than bettering my children's lives. Because I know that if I want to get my kids out of the hood or get my kids out of poverty, it's going to have to be from me. Like that's just the facts. If I want my kids to go to better schools, it's going to be because I get them to go to better schools. It's not going to be because the system. No, I've been sober long enough to where that stuff doesn't even like it doesn't affect me. Like I don't have dreams about it. I don't have urges. I don't have cravings. Like a lot of people that tell you that there's triggers and shit. That's just people that are want a reason to relapse all the time. Like that's the only reason that people say that shit. Like, at the end of the day, like, you just, we're all people just trying to live and trying to do better for our kids. And if you're not trying to do better for your kids, then that's a you problem. The government isn't going to fix that. No one else's responsibility is to help your kids or take care of your kids. So if you want more for them, then you have to do more. I've been sober for 5 years. I haven't had a drink or a drug since I got sober on February 23rd, 2015. I haven't committed a crime since 2015. The last time I was in jail was January 1st of 2015, and I got out January 3rd. Haven't been in jail since. Like, once I changed my mindset and changed the people I had around me. Not really, because I wanted to do it. It's what I wanted out of life. Like, I would rather die sober than die all strung out. A lot of the problem with people is they just get used to, and they consistently want to be okay with mediocrity. They just want, they just want to sit in the same place and complain about their shit. Like, if in a few years, if I'm able to make it to where I don't have to go be an electrician, I can just make enough money to live with for me and my kids off of YouTube or photography, then you're gonna see me go to, like, whenever there's police riots or stuff like that, you're gonna see me go do journalism. Like, I would have been downtown during the Cleveland riots, but I had to go to work. I would have been recording it. Like, we just all have to if you want better, then we have to do better. And the first step to that is knowing better. You have to know better to do better. At the end of the day, we're all humans, and race really isn't an issue. It's not. Like, no one's holding you back except for yourself. Arnold Schwarzenegger said had a great line about him doing his workout, and his workout was, I imagined my calves getting bigger as I worked them out, and they got bigger. The brain is a very powerful thing. It projects your reality. That's true, but at the end of the day, if I get hit by a straight bullet, I could get hit by a straight bullet walking out my house. I live in the hood. Like, all life has risks. You can fall in the shower and die. You can get in a car accident and die. Just the facts. My opinion on Black Lives Matter is that it's it's for power, and it's for to oppress. It's for power and oppression of people out of fear. I don't think that it's for the black community. I don't think it's for Floyd. I think it's for just political power. I don't agree with Black Lives Matter because they don't care. They don't care. Like Dave David Dorm, he was a police officer that was trying to stop people from looting a pawn shop, and he got shot in the back of the head. Like, you don't see that in the news. Like, the people that are talking about it are all right wing people. You don't see the left talking about it. I've seen people say he was a pig and he deserved it. If if Black Lives mattered, they would be rioting over that. They would be like, they don't. They just want to use the anger of people to gain power. Like, that's what it is. Are there some people that care about Black lives and don't want people looting and stuff? Yeah, I'm sure there's some activists or protesters that feel that way. But the people that are on the news, the people that are orchestrating stuff, they don't think that way. Black Lives Matter came out a few years ago and said that all white people need to give up their wealth, their houses, they had to give up everything to black people. How are we going to have a conversation when it's literally, hey, you can't exist, white people? We're the majority of the country. PG, thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback and I appreciate the support. If you want to get on here, you're more than welcome to jump on the stream. I keep offering people to come jump on the stream, but no one's taking me up on it. If there's anything that you want to talk about from Tommy Sotomayor, or anything you want to ask me, or if there's anything that you want to talk about, if you've seen any of the things on any of the videos that I made, you can ask me about it. Or you don't. I'm not going to kick you off. If there's not anyone that's backstage waiting to get on, I don't got a bunch of callers. So if you guys want to sit down here and chat, we can totally talk about whatever you like. I just appreciate you guys coming in. Anyone that subscribed, anyone that comments, anyone that likes, I just appreciate the support very much. Is Tommy still live? Yep, he is. He's still live. Man, he's been on for hours and hours and hours. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's a lot of conversations about the white man and this and that, and I just think that more white people need to come out and have a logical and unemotional argument in order for us to be able to meet in a middle ground. There's too many white people out here that cower to the fears. Like, they just, they bow down and they're unwilling to. Yeah, like, there's a lot of people that are just, they'll bow down, or they don't want to be looked at in a certain way, or if they want to be called a racist, or, and I really don't care. I don't care what people think. If people are going to have such thin skin, things aren't going to change. Someone has to be willing to stand up to the bullshit. Does anyone want to get on the stream? Well, the thing that I think about other races joining in the protest is the fact that a lot of people, a lot of whites, get bombarded by being told that they're evil for being white and that they're the oppressor and all this other stuff. So a lot of white folks don't want to be called racist. They don't want the mob to come after them. They're doing it to placate, to as in like, oh well, I'm with you, so don't hurt me. But I don't really think that. I just don't think that that's going to do anything, because I think it was DC that they burnt a building. They caught a building on fire that had kids in it, and the protesters stood in front of the fire trucks trying to stop the fire trucks from getting there. Like, so I at this point, I think that Trump needs to bring in the army or the National Guard and crack these riots down. He just needs to come through and crush them, because the longer these protests go, the more people are going to be emboldened by it, and the more damage. Like right now, Minnesota says that there's like 55 million or 150 million dollars worth of property damage that's happened, and they want the federal government to bail them out. And I'm going to be honest with you, in no way in hell do I want my tax dollars that go to the federal government to go rebuild all the destruction in that city, because they told the police to stand down and they allowed that destruction to happen. At the end of the day, what black people don't understand, or the rioters or whoever it is, people are not going to invest money into those into those neighborhoods. So if you really don't want those neighborhoods to be impoverished and you want them to be better, burning them down is not going to make sure that there's more wealth. Because if I'm a business owner and in an inner city, as much as this racial narrative is being pushed lately, why would I put a business in a town that easily could be burnt down? Why wouldn't I move 30 or 40 miles away from there to where it's not going to get burnt down? Yeah, but at the end of the day, even if they're called racist, yeah, I don't think Trump is going to give federal funds to these cities. I don't think he's going to. And if he does, I'll be pissed, because I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm tired of paying crazy high taxes, and I'm tired of giving money to people that don't deserve it. I'm tired of it. Not only do I pay taxes to the state, not only do I pay taxes to the state, but then I pay my son's mom child support. So not only do my taxes go to give her welfare, but then I turn around and pay her for having my kid. So I'm paying 2 times for the same thing. If Section 8 and welfare wasn't given out, women would change the way that. No, because this is the thing. When you make an insurance claim, one, insurance companies do every single thing that they can do not to pay you. Two, the insurance claim might not be as much money as they lost. Two, three, the other thing of it is if so if businesses have been locked down for, let's say, 3 months, and then you burn my business down, by the time that I'm able to get to it, and by the time I'm able to get it rebuilt, get stuff in it, reopen it, I could be like, to build a building is usually about a year. It takes about a year and a half, depending on the size of the building and what's going on in it. So if they've already been down for 3 months and it's going to take 14 months to rebuild that location, they just lost revenue for 18 months. So even if they get insurance money, that insurance money is not going to be as much money as they lost in revenue. Yeah, like any business that gets burnt down is going to lose. They're losing the all the stuff that they had inside it would depreciate. The amount of time, like time is money. So if a business is not open for a year, they're losing the money that they would have made in that whole year. Plus, on top of that, they're going to be losing on the money that they lose from the insurance company. So it's just a loss all the way through. At the end of the day, like big companies, they'll be able to eat it and write it off, and it isn't going to affect them really. But any small business, yeah, any small business is they're not going to be able to rebuild. They're not. Yep. Do you really think that the insurance companies are going to want to pay out 100% because these places that are insured, how many cities are being caught on fire? So if I'm progressive and I do insurance in every state, and I have customers in every one of these cities, and I'm getting 1,000 claims because of all this shit that's getting burnt down. Not only are they burning cars, they're burning houses, they're burning low income apartments, they're burning restaurants. I'm gonna have, let's say, 300. Say I'm progressive and I have 300 to 500 insurance claims all at the same time. Like, that's millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. Even if they only paid out 20%, if every person has a, let's say, a $2 million claim, and I have 500 people that are making claims, and I only pay out 20%, that's still $20 million. That's still $30 million, $40 million. Like, I'm still paying out millions and millions of dollars all at once. No, like, the insurance companies aren't going to want to insure these buildings and these places in the inner city. Yeah, if if the government said we're not going to subsidize single moms would change their behavior. They would not be willing to have babies with anybody, and they would not be willing to just be screwing whoever and popping out kids by whoever. They would pick who they had sex with and who they had relationships with, and if they were going to get pregnant or not. The fact that women don't have to take responsibility because the government steps in and will pay them means that they don't have to make smart decisions. They should get rid of abortions too. Abortion should be legal. I don't agree with it. No. You have to understand that, so that money the insurance companies are going to pay out, that money has to come from somewhere. If the federal government is going to pay that money out, if the federal government is going to pay that money out, then that money has to come from somewhere. Like, the government doesn't make money. The government takes money from us and then gives it to other people. Money is just a medium to trade labor. So let's say all these insurance companies end up having to pay out, let's say all together, after everything's said and done, all together, each one of these together, pay out $200 million. Okay. Do you know how the insurance companies are going to recoup their money? They're going to increase the rates of insurance. Everyone's going to have to pay more money because the insurance company needs to wage their bet and get their money back. And then because the cost of insurance, agreed. I totally agree. Now, when it comes down to the government, so if the government's going to give them more money, say the government decides to bail out all these cities, I think it's like 55 million or 60 million so far in Minnesota. There's riots going on in like 25 or 30 countries, 25 or 30 cities. If each city, all right, if each city is $50 million times 30, the government is going to have to raise taxes, or they're going to have to figure out a way to get that money back. No matter what happens, whoever pays for this money, if the insurance companies do it, the insurance companies are going to want people to pay higher prices. So if I own a business and now my insurance payment is double every month, that means that I'm going to have to increase my prices in the store to offset that cost. Like, that's what people don't understand. A lot of these people that talk about rich people have too much money or stuff like that, and they like people should get a living wage. If you make minimum wage $15 an hour, all you're going to do is make everything more expensive. It doesn't matter if you pay everyone $1 million an hour. Money doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. If everyone gets $1 million an hour, that just means that you're gonna go to Taco Bell and you're still gonna pay $10 million for your number six. Everything is like if you make $15 an hour, like right now in Ohio, I think minimum wage is like 9 something an hour. If you double it, then you're going to effectively double the cost of everything, because now that a company has to pay $19 an hour per person, they have to be able to cover that. Hey, if any of you guys want to come on in here, just go ahead and click this link and you guys can come on to the stream and we can have a conversation. So I don't have to look at your comments. I can just talk to you. And if any of you guys aren't subscribed, do me a favor and subscribe and hit the bell. And if you guys haven't hit the like button, do me the favor, hit the like button. Yeah, like destroying the stores doesn't fuck up the white man's money. It fucks up everyone's money. Like going in and stealing stuff fucks up everybody's money. Like even no, I get it. It's totally fine. Like at the end of the day, it's alright, PG. You don't have to be on camera. You're able to not show your face if you want to. But like at the end of the day, like you can't destroy stuff and expect people to want to come invest there. Like a part of the reason that people really don't invest money in the inner city is because of the crime. Why would I go drop like say Giant Eagle, okay? Say Giant Eagle wanted to go build a new building, all right? They're going to spend millions of dollars in the inner city for land. So say it costs them $9 million to get the land and develop it, okay? Then they spend another $5 million between the construction of the building and the building, the electrical, all that stuff, okay? So they're in for, we'll say, $14 million in the inner city, okay? What's going to happen to their store? People are going to steal from it, It's going to get like people are going to steal food. People are going to probably try to rob it. They're going to have security because of people breaking into cars or trying to steal stuff. And why would they go and take an investment in the inner city and spend millions of dollars and possibly have all these problems when they can go to the suburbs or to a country like a more rural area and they can buy the property for way less and they don't have to worry about the crime? Like, yeah, at, like at the end of the day, like at the end of the day, crime affects people's money. So people don't invest money into stuff that they're going to lose on. Like if you're putting millions and millions of dollars into a business, you're going to want the least headaches. Like what's the point of putting money into the hood, into a business when you walk into the hood and there's trash everywhere? People don't care. They just throw shit out their window. They go and buy chicken wings or pizza or whatever it is from the store, and then they throw the empty box on the ground and walk away from it. Like I've seen 10-year-old kids in front of their parents eat a bag of chips and just throw it on the ground, and their parents don't say or do anything about it. When you go to the suburbs, people care. People like when you go to non-hood communities, people care about that stuff. People go out and pick up the trash. So if the people don't care about trash being in their own neighborhood, they're not going to care about your business. They're not going to care about stealing from you. They're not going to care about trying to rob it. They're not going to care. So why would you put yourself into that? Like like if you look at any rapper that becomes famous, they move out of their hometown because it becomes too dangerous for them to be there. Straight up. Waka Flocka has a song about his friends setting him up and him getting him like he got shot because his friends set him up to get robbed. You're never gonna see in the news, oh shit, the white boys came through and shot up the block and robbed everybody. Like that doesn't happen. Yeah, like if you come down to the hood, it's filthy. Like there's just trash everywhere. Like people don't care. Do you know how often I walk around and I see like half-eaten food just on like in parking lots and dirty diapers and dude, I've literally went to there's a Walmart here in Cleveland. There's a Walmart in Cleveland called Steelyard. It's a Steelyard Commons. It's like it used to be like a dump or a steel yard or like it was some sort of area and they dug it up and like they put in a shopping center. I've literally went out the front door. I've seen people fighting in outside the front doors and inside the store at the same time walking in. I've walked out into the parking lot and there's literally a, a bag, just like a big trash bag packed full of dirty diapers, and someone just let it out, like dumped it out their car and left it in the parking lot. Like like this is just the facts. Like you can't make people care about stuff, and no one's going to care about your community if you don't. That's how it is. Simply put. If you come to my house and see that I have cat shit and dog shit and I piss and shit on the floor myself, you're gonna assume that I don't care. Like, so when I walk out my door and you see shit everywhere outside, you're gonna assume the people here don't care. Just the facts. Like, you can never legislate or give more money to a situation to fix it if people don't care. If you go to like a white school or like a suburb school, the reason that suburbs have better schools is mainly because the people that live in that community, they vote to raise the taxes. They vote, they donate, they do more than your average person to give money back to the schools so that the schools are better for their kids. In the hood, people don't care. People aren't voting to pay more money. Most people aren't paying anything to go to school. So, like, before we can fix anything, we have to fix our mind. Because if you don't care and I don't care, then nothing's going to happen. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And like, if you care, like if you really care, then you'll strive as hard as you can to get your kid in private school, or you'll move from the inner city to a suburb, or you'll move out of, like you'll move. Like as a parent, you'll do whatever you have to do. Now, I'm gonna bring something up, and I want everyone to listen to this, and you tell me what you think. Can you guys hear it? When it was playing, could you guys hear it? No?
About these protests over the death of George Floyd, look, everybody has agreed that the man should not have died under those circumstances. It's not like there's some sort of controversy over it. I'm a child of the 50s and the 60s. And during the 50s and the 60s, there were protests over civil rights deprivations of blacks. There were protests over the Vietnam War. Much of the country felt it was an unwise war, an immoral war. A lot of the country felt differently. My point is, these were legitimate bases for street protests. What's the basis right now? the narrative that the police are mowing down black people, it's a false narrative. It's not true. Hey, if it were true, a lot of us would be out in the streets protesting. It is not true. And isn't that good news? According to the Washington Post, there were 9 unarmed black men who were shot and killed by the police in 2019. That's how many white men who were unarmed and were killed by the police, shot and killed by the police. 19. When did the street protests occur? And according to the CDC, over the last half century or so, the rate of police shootings against blacks have declined 75%. Not a typo, 75%. While the rate of police shooting of whites has flatlined. So one can even argue that whites are more at jeopardy of the police than blacks. Why do I say that? A young black man is around 8 times more likely to be a victim of a homicide than a young white man. In fact, the number one cause of preventable death for young white men is homicides. The number one cause of death, preventable or otherwise, for young black men, homicide. And almost always killed by another young black man. What are we talking about here? Last year, there were roughly 7,000 black homicide victims. Almost all of them were killed by other blacks. And when it comes to interracial homicide, which is rare, last year, in recent years, it averaged about 750 interracial black-white instances of homicide. 500 whites were killed by blacks, 250 blacks killed by whites. So blacks at 13% of the population are killing twice as many whites at 61% of the population. And LeBron James put out a tweet after the death of Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia, and said that we're literally being tracked and terrorized and followed every time we leave our homes. Really? And if so, by whom? Look at a city like Chicago. Chicago's around a third black, a third white, a third Hispanic. However, 70% of the homicides are black on black. And about 75% of those cases are unsolved. Honestly. And when it comes to non-homicide, interracial, violent black-white acts, in any given year, recently, they're around 600,000. In 85 to 90% of the cases, it involves a black perpetrator and a white victim. Only 15% or so the other way around. So what are we talking about here? The only question we ought to be asking ourselves is, why is the crime rate so high in the black community that causes the police to cause there to be so many interactions with black people? And the answer, in my opinion, is the absence of fathers. Forget about Larry Elder. Barack Obama said a kid raised without a father is 5 times more likely to be poor, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. It is the number one social problem in this country in general and in the black community in particular. And the question is why? In 1965, 25% of black kids were born outside of wedlock. Now that number is 70%. Now you could argue that 25% had something to do with race and slavery and Jim Crow. But how do you explain the out-of-wedlock birth rate in the black community going from 25% in 1965 to almost 70% now? You cannot pin that on slavery and on Jim Crow. It is the welfare state. And what we've done with the welfare state is we've incentivized women to marry the government, and we've incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. And we're not having had a discussion about that. Dean Baquet is the executive editor of the New York Times. He happened to be black. And he hired a conservative writer as a columnist named Bret Stephens. And Bret Stephens' first column was a column in which he wrote about his skepticism about climate change. And Dean Baquet said a bunch of people contacted the New York Times and canceled their subscriptions. And Baquet admitted that as a general rule, the left does not want to hear thoughtful disagreement. He said that publicly. Well, as a general rule, the black left doesn't believe there's such thing as thoughtful disagreement. We need to have thoughtful disagreement within the black community and cut out this nonsense that's causing people to get hurt and destroying property values. And many of these cities' property values will never, ever recover. And so a small minority of looters that both Obama once referred to as thugs and Joe Biden once referred to as thugs. When Trump does, he's, of course, a racist. So a small minority of protesters / rioters will destroy the property values for the overwhelming majority of hardworking, law-abiding, tax-abstaining black people who are now at risk because of this. It is simply absurd. The facts do not warrant these wide protests. And regarding the police reforms, one more thing. I live in L.A., and in LA from 1992 to 2002, we had back-to-back black police chiefs, including one during the O.J. Simpson case. His name was Willie Williams. He did a full study during the trial to find out whether anybody had done anything wrong with the evidence. And he came out with a report and said, nobody did anything wrong. It didn't matter. And regarding the LAPD, you can't get a more diverse police force. What does the left always say? We want a police force that looks like the community. Well, you got one. Around half of the cops here in LA are Hispanic. Around 30% are white. A little under 10% are black. The rest are Asian Pacific Islander. And we still have protests on the grounds of, wait for it, institutional racism. Come on. 2015, Freddie Gray died in Baltimore. Look at the lineup. The mayor, black. The number one and number two department heads in the police department, black. City council, 100% Democrat. Majority black. The state attorney who brought the charges against the 6 officers, black. 3 of the 6 officers, black. The judge before whom 2 of the cases were tried, black. The U.S. attorney at the time, black. The president of the United States at the time, black. And we're still talking about institutional racism? Remember what comedian Wanda Sykes said shortly after Obama got elected? How are you going to complain about the man when you are the man? So can we stop complaining about the man when all too often we are the man? Many of these cities are run by Democrats, some run by blacks. All of them are the ones appointing the police department chiefs, and we're still talking about institutional racism. Let's knock it off, and let's realize we live in the greatest country in earth. Let's pick up our cards, and let's deal them to the best of our ability. I'm Larry Elder. Peace out.
No, he's not. He's not racist. Nope. Trump's done more for black people than any other president in our lifetime. But if you watch the news, you wouldn't see that because the news doesn't report on it. Anything that Trump says or does, they always paint it in a negative light. And if it puts him in a good light, they don't report on it. Just like Trump has busted a bunch of cartel members. He's busted a bunch of predators. Yeah, people disagree with me in my chat. But usually not. Like, I'm not big enough to where there's a lot of people that disagree with me. Most of the people that watch me is because they agree with what I'm saying or they like me on the internet. So I don't have a bunch of people that disagree with me. But as you can see, when I went on the Tommy Sotomayor's arena, there were people that don't agree with me. It happens. Yeah, Trump has busted a lot of sex traffickers. Like, he's cracking down on trafficking. And if you look up the numbers, the most trafficked people are Asians and blacks. 800,000 children go missing every year in America. The news doesn't report on that. Nope. Yep. Like, that's just the facts. Like, I do get people that disagree with me on some points. Like, a lot of people comment, like, if you go look at my other live streams, the people that get on the panel, they usually disagree with me when it comes to race, or they disagree with me on certain things, but some of them agree with me on other things. Like, it just depends. Like, at the end of the day, a lot of, like, look at Chicago. Chicago has been Democrat for like 100 years. Has anything gotten any better in Chicago? No. Yeah, the reason that they hate him is because the Democrats have been, like, this is what you have to understand. In order for the Democrats to stay in power, They have to make blacks believe that everyone's racist because if the blacks don't vote for the Democrats if the Democrats lose 10% or 15% of the black vote, they can't get elected. Two, the Democrats can only win if people are miserable because their whole platform is we're going to make your life better because of poverty or racism or women are being oppressed. Their whole platform is legitimately just life's not fair for you. We'll help you through it. That's their platform. That's it. And I used to I supported Obama when Obama became president. I was a bleeding heart liberal. I always thought that the cops were unjust and unfair, and I believe that all this stupid shit and it's just not true. It wasn't until it wasn't until I got sober and I had to start taking accountability of myself and my actions for me to realize that I was the problem. And the victimhood mentality is what the Democrats that's what they push. Exactly. That's why Trump mail-in voting is so that they can ballot harvest and they can cheat. And I don't think they should lower. I think you should be able to be 18 and vote, and I think that you should also be able to buy a gun at 18. I think you should be able to smoke cigarettes at 18. I think you should be able to drink at 18. I think that if you're going to be an adult and you're able to go fight for your country, then you should be able to vote and you should be able to smoke and drink and own a gun. like like a fun fact, if you talk to any person that had insurance when Obama came out with Obamacare, it actually it raised the price of health insurance for everybody. It didn't help anybody. It didn't. Yeah, they are. Trump is going to win in 2020 because of all these riots and people trying to defund and abolish the police. Like in Minnesota or Minneapolis, they are trying to like the city council voted to abolish the police department. No, I will not smoke weed if they legalize it. Right now in Ohio, you can legally get medical marijuana. We have weed dispensaries here. And one of the diseases that you have to have in order to be able to get a card is hepatitis C, which I have. And I could go get a card and I could smoke weed, and I don't. I don't see a benefit to it. I don't see a benefit because it could like once I started putting drugs in my system and I wake up that beast, I might want to go get heroin. So there's that risk. And also it's not productive. What am I going to do? Go spend money to smoke weed and then be lazy? Like I don't know about you, but my brain doesn't do anything positive when I'm high. Yeah, like if you guys want to smoke weed, cool. I don't care either way. I'm more about the like less government in my daily life. Like I don't think the government should be telling people. if they can or can't smoke weed. But myself personally, I don't think it's beneficial. So I'm not going to do it. Like, I don't want to be high. Like, I don't want to be high around my kids. I don't want weed to be around and my kids get into it. I don't it this is what it comes down to. Do things bring a positive to my life or a negative to my life? If it brings a positive, I'll do it. If it brings a negative, I don't. Like, I don't have my like I don't like as you can see by yeah, but can you clean, draw, and take walks without smoking weed? Like I can do all those things without weed. Like, I just feel that substances are a crutch. Like, a lot of the poor people, they drink and smoke weed. Granted, there are rich people that do the same thing, but I see a lot more poor people that do that. So, like if you look at Trump, Trump doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. He never smoked weed. He's never drank. He's never done drugs. He raised his kids not to drink, not to smoke. And also, if I smoke weed and my kids get older and I tell them that they shouldn't smoke weed and they see me smoking weeds, then I'm being a hypocrite. And if I'm going to be a hypocrite about something, that just paints a negative image for my children. Which, one of the things that my parents always told me to do was not to smoke. And then when I started smoking, my mom told me I shouldn't smoke, and I said, "Will you smoke?" So, like, I've already gone through that with my family. So I don't want my son or my daughter to look at me and be like, "Will you do it?" Just better not to do it, in my opinion. You know, each their own. You all can do whatever you want, but like 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 me personally, if I only want to do stuff that brings potential to my life, like this YouTube. It could be it could at some point in life it could be profitable. If it's never profitable, that's completely okay. I enjoy doing it. If I get to help one person or two people, then that was worth the amount of effort that I've put into it, or the amount of effort I will have put into it at that point. If I do photography, yeah, he doesn't drink or do anything. Like, at the end of the day, like, if I can get my photography to where it's just a hobby, then cool. It's something that I enjoy doing. I'm not hurting nobody, and I'm creating something. I feel like we need to create more stuff than consume stuff. And a lot of people are just consumers. They're not producers. And I want to be a producer because, as a man, my my value is estimated by what I can produce, what I bring to the table. If I can end up making a living off being a wedding photographer or an urban photographer, or doing photos of products, or if I can be productive as a YouTuber, like, that's like any way that I can end up making money where I don't have to necessarily be there is always like passive income is always a good idea. Like, like at some point I want to invest in properties. Like, I want more than what I have. I live in a 2 bedroom apartment in the hood. I would love to have a 4 bedroom house in the suburbs and put my kids through a good school. So, like, I'm working on figuring out how to get from point A to point B. Who's a foodie? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate I appreciate that. Those photos on Instagram, legitly, that's the first time I ever picked up a camera. Now, I'm not going to say that those aren't edited. Like, I ran them through uh, Lightroom, so that, like, I did touch those photos up, but like, you can't take a crappy photo and make it look that like crazy good unless you're making a whole new photo. So that's just a yeah, that's the first time I ever picked up a camera, like besides taking selfies with my phone. Like I took that I took those on this camera right here, and I never tried it in my life, but I used to draw and do art. I'm actually pretty artistic. I just gave up drawing and painting and stuff like that when I was doing drugs and stuff. So yeah, those photos were just me, my first time just playing with it, and hopefully I can get better. Yeah, food's a great thing. Like I can cook. Like once I started getting felony charges, I started working in kitchens. Like you just have to learn what you just have to figure out what it is that you can't do, and then figure out what you want to do and work accordingly to that. Like if I literally could go and make the exact same amount of money that I make as an electrician on YouTube, I would stop being an electrician. If I could make the exact same amount of money I make doing photography, I stop being an electrician. The only reason I'm an electrician is because I know how to do it and it makes me a living. Like I'm not like is it useful? Am I able to can I help people with it? Yes. Like but like it's not what it's not like it's not passionate. Like I don't have super crazy passion about it. It's a career. It's something I do to make a living. If I can take like photography or drawing or if I could take anything that I actually enjoy doing and make it into an income, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Like I want more out of life than just the bare minimum. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about making a second YouTube channel and doing that. I'm just trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna go through doing that. Like it would be pretty much like a vlog is what I'd have to do. Like I'd have to film myself talking and vlogging, and then take pictures and then interject them into the channel, which I could easily do. It's not something I couldn't do. I'm just I'm just you know I've only had this YouTube channel for about 6 weeks. I'd say maybe maybe seven. It's between 5 and 7 weeks. Um, so yeah, it was like at the end of April is when I started this. So this is pretty much new. Like I've been figuring out editing, and I'd never edited anything before, and I never really had a channel or anything like this. So like this is all new to me. I'm just trying to move accordingly. Yeah, like I definitely enjoy taking photos, and I enjoy doing something creative instead of being destructive. Yes, very early in my YouTube journey. Very early. Like, you know, in order to become monetized, you need 1,000 subscribers and you need 4,000 watched hours to be able to monetize your stuff. So like that probably won't be anywhere from a year to 2 or 3 years before I hit that. So this is really just figuring out what I want to talk about, what my channel is going to be about. Just feeling it out. That's really That's really what this is about. Getting on here and having fun conversations with people, you know? Try to change people's minds about stuff, or maybe let people think that crazy white looking dudes with face tats isn't so bad. They're not so bad. God, my hairline is horrible. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it, but like I got bad acne. I get bad acne, so like as you can tell, no white privilege in that sense. As you can see with my facial hair, it doesn't grow in all. It doesn't grow in. Super not privileged in that sense. Yeah, I don't have feelings, my dude. Like I have pretty thick skin. You have to understand. I have two baby moms, so like at any given time, I could piss them off for absolutely no reason. So plus I date women, so like at any given time, I can piss off my girlfriend, or I can piss off a woman. Plus I can piss off my baby moms. So like I'm pretty used to just getting berated. So mint oil. Well, thank you. That is a fun fact. Papa Cap, what is up? How you doing, Papa Cap? Good, good seeing you in here. Thank you for coming into my live stream. If you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. If you are, I appreciate your guys' support. Any of you guys that want to get up here in the live stream are more than welcome to jump up here. And if you see me on Tommy Sotomayor, if there's anything that you want, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I was thinking about ending the stream and going over there, but I couldn't see him being on for that much longer. I appreciate it. I appreciate anyone that liked what I had to say on Tommy Sotomayor's uh, live stream. I love anyone that felt that I had something of value to say, and you guys, if thank you guys for subscribing. My channel just started like 5 to 7 weeks ago, something like that, month and a half, something like that. So this is a new channel. I actually had only 58 subscribers this morning. I shot up to 111 after I got off of Tommy's stream, and at some point it dropped down to 90 some. So like I got a big boost from being on Tommy's channel, and like I appreciate anything that yeah, like I appreciate that anything that anyone that subscribed or is showing their support by coming in and witnessing and viewing my videos or liking my stuff or commenting any of that stuff, sharing anything that you guys do. I appreciate very much. Like I very much appreciate it. I'm gonna post the StreamYard. I'm gonna post a StreamYard if anyone wants to get on here with me. Uh, if anyone wants to get on here and pressure test any of the stuff I had to say on Tommy's channel, or if there's anything that you guys want to talk about that's going on in your life or the news, or if you have any questions, anyone's more than welcome to come up here. I don't have like we only have 7 people in the live stream. So like if you come on here, you're not gonna have to get off or anything like that. The main reason, like, I saw that Tommy was live, so I jumped in. Yeah, I'm gonna end up doing that. I'm definitely gonna end up having a backup, and I don't know if I really want my photography to be mixed in with like my male improvement, because my male improvement is like feminist stuff and race stuff and whatnot, which are don't really go that well with photography as a white dude. So I don't like, some people that tune in to hear my point of views on stuff might not really want to listen to my journey of photography. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do it separately or put it together. I'm not sure yet. But anyone that's coming in here, I appreciate you guys very much for jumping in. Anyone that wants to get on the live stream and ask if they have any questions. Yeah, I know. I, I I totally get it. Like, I'm not too worried about the subs. Like the subs, like I appreciate the subs, and I don't want to sound ungrateful, but like I need 1,000 subscribers to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to be able to even monetize. So like it's going to be a good long time before I even get there. So it just the fact that people want to hear what I have to say, I appreciate very, very much. The main reason that I got on Tommy's, I saw Tommy was live, and I saw it was about being mixed and whatnot. So I jumped in because I knew whenever you talk about being mixed, I know as soon as someone's talking about. Thanks, Trevor. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. I knew as soon as they were talking about mixed races or mixed people or biracial people, there was going to be some white man stuff in there. So I figured I just like, you know, get on there and give my point of view, because a lot of times there's not a pale face like me to jump in and be like, whoa, 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 not all of us, not all of us white folks. Yeah, she was. She definitely was saying some dumb shit, and you just have to let them talk. Like like she said I was being disrespectful to her, but I think the main reason she felt that way was because I was white. I don't think I didn't say anything rude to her, and I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Like, I don't have to yell and scream and raise my voice. The only time I'm going to raise my voice is if like if I'm going to fight somebody. Like if I'm not going to raise my voice. I don't even raise my voice to my kids. Thanks everyone for jumping down in here. We have 9 people right now that are watching the live stream. I appreciate you guys very much. I appreciate the support. Yes, I do read a lot. So I don't watch TV. I don't have cable. I just have the internet. And the 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 last book that I the last 2 books that I bought, one was Rich Dad Poor Dad, and the other book that I wrote, the other book that I bought was DeSish D'Souza's Hillary's America, and the third book I bought was um, Milo Annapolis's the last book that he just released. I forget the title of it, but yeah, not only do I read, but I like not only do I read, but I read the Bible. I research on religions. Like I research on I research on the black community because my son is mixed and I'm white and I've lived in the black community. Like I live in the black community. I live with around mostly black folks, but I can't, if my son has certain questions, I can't really give him an answer. The best thing I can do is to be well informed on the situation and give him my perspective on it. So that's like that's why I know the statistics when it comes down to the black community and stuff like that, because I wanted to be able to shape my son to be a better man than I am. And in order to do that, I have to A, become a better man, and I have to be informed on the subject. Yes, I have read the Quran. I've not read the Quran as much as I've read the Bible, but I have read the Quran. Yeah, like so I'm gonna here. I will pull up here. I'll show you guys what my kids look like. So if you guys have gone onto my Instagram, which I'll give me a second, I'll go onto my Instagram real quick. And I'll pull up a picture. I don't have a picture of my daughter actually on my. The only picture I have is on my desktop, and I can't show you my desktop from this, but I have a picture on Instagram of my son. So I will pull up a picture of my son. It's fine. So I don't care if people are going to use it against me, because this is what you have to understand. When I was in, there's another streamer that I'm friends with that I'm a big supporter of. His name is Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. It's on my Instagram. It's not a big deal. If you find me on the internet, my pictures are out there with my kids. Okay, I won't. But if you end up going to my Instagram, a picture of my son is there. But this is what people need to realize. A lot of these people that are on the internet that run their mouth, that's all they are. Is they're just keyboard tough guys. I dropped my personal address in a live stream like last week or the week before, because there were some dudes that were in the chat running their mouth. And don't listen, my kids don't live with me. My kids don't live with me. So if anyone rolls up on my crib, my kids are not here. And I just want everyone to know that if I have to pick between my life or my kid's life and someone else's life, I will always choose me and mine. Always. I don't have these face tats and look the way I do because I'm a nice guy. So no, it's cool. You guys are fine. But at the end of the day, like the best thing for us to do is to be able to get through the ideas of race and to be able to build our communities. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Papa Cap, or Papa Cap, or Pop Cap, however you want me to pronounce it. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a man. I live on my feet, not on my knees, and I'm not going to let other people dictate what I do. Like I'm just not. Any person that wants to, I'm going to drop the stream. Any of the 10 people that want to get on here and talk are more than welcome to do that. if if there's anything that you guys want to talk about from Tommy Sotomayor's show, if there's anything that you guys want to ask me, I'll answer any of your questions honestly. Like there's no issue with that. But I like to read and I like to know stuff. When I was in school, my favorite class was history. I was the only sophomore that had taken every history class in high school, even though I don't have a diploma because I dropped out of school. But knowledge is power, and you need to know better before you can do better. And like I was my biggest struggle. My biggest struggle was me, the decisions and things that I like to do. Like I've been the bane of all my struggles in life. Well, as you can tell, I'm a little bit reckless, man. I'm pretty reckless. Uh, a sophomore is so here in our high school we have freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. I'm not sure if you guys have the same structure in Toronto, but it's my second year of high school. When I finished my second year of high school, uh, I when I finished my second year of high school, I had every history class that you could take done because I loved history. Because if you don't know about the past, you'll relive it. And at the end of the day, the problem that a lot of people have with the past is they can't understand it and let go of it. Because the one argument the one argument that I have a lot when people disagree with me when it comes to racism not being a big issue, yeah, we call it a sophomore. Like it's 10th grade, but we call it a sophomore. But one of the issues that people have with me when I speak about race is the fact that they tell me that blacks have in slavery had never no other culture has had it as bad as blacks have. And like one of the points that I end up making is that every culture has been slaves. Every culture, every group in the world has enslaved their own kind or other people. And the problem is only black people have not overcome that. And in like when I told people on the stream earlier, I think I might have mentioned it on Tommy's stream, but I'm Irish. I'm an Irishman. If you look at my nose, you can see that I have this ball on my nose. That's an Irish trait. But my last name is English. Like my last name is an Englishman's last name. And that is because when England ruled over Ireland, whenever you got married to your wife, the lord of your town and the lord of your area got to have sex with your wife before you did. And the reason they did that is because they told the Irishmen that they wanted to breed them out. So there's plenty of cultures that have been oppressed by another culture, but they do not hold on to that hundreds and hundreds of years ago or even 100 years ago. Like when the Irish came to America, they were treated like crap. They were either servants or they weren't allowed to get jobs. So what did the Irish do? They started to become cops. They started to do things that they could do. Like that's the thing. Like either you're going to be a winner or you're going to be a victim. And as long as you live in as a victim, no matter what it is, if it's race, if it's your car not working, if it's anything, you're never going to succeed. Like you're just not. Like and the reason that I have this channel for the people that are just joining us because we got a big jump of people here recently. The reason that I have this channel is because I want to express my story and what I did so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I made and people can learn from my mistakes. You don't have to touch the hot stove. You don't. When I tell you that I touched the hot stove in my hand, I burnt my hand. You can look at my hand and see that you shouldn't do it. So like that's the main reason that I made the channel because I want to show people that you can have a better life. You just have to get out of your own way. And so what a brief synopsis of my story is that my family were hillbillies. My family's from West Virginia. Um, my family's from West Virginia. They moved out of West Virginia to Warren, Ohio, Windham, Ohio, because there was no work in West Virginia. My family moved up here because there was work in the in like the Ford dealerships and the car plants. That's what my grandparents did. Both of my grandparents served. They served in the armed forces during Vietnam, and my mom and my dad got together. They had me. I was not. I was born out of wedlock. We lived in a project. We lived in a project. My parents did what they could to get us out of the projects. My parents felt shame being on welfare, so they did what they had to get off of welfare. And I'm gonna paint this picture for you. The amount of shame that was that my parents let me know it was to receive something from the government and not to work hard. To this day, even when I was a drug addict, I would not go into a store and buy anything. I would not buy anything with change. Nothing. Yeah, let me go get something to drink real quick. I'm gonna drop this stream link again if anyone wants to jump up here. Yeah, my grandparents are from Webster Springs and Strange Creek in West Virginia. And I was born in Wyndham, and I spent a lot of my childhood in Ravenna, and but I've lived in Cincinnati, I've lived in Chicago, I've lived in Pittsburgh, I've lived in Youngstown, I live in Cleveland now. I don't time show. What do you mean? What do you mean the pups when you leave? Yes, I was born in Wyndham. No, I was on Tommy's show in 2017. Me and him did a live stream about child support and stuff to do with the court system back in like 2017, beginning to into 2017, beginning 2018. Tana, you see the people? The people want to see you. Hey Ash, what are you doing? Calm down. Calm down. No, yeah, but that's not the first time I've been on there, but that's the first time that I've been on there and I had I don't really remember if it was a big show or it wasn't even that long. The first time I was on there, I don't even remember if I was the only guest or whatnot. Like I don't really remember, but yeah, they're big. My female's 125 pounds and my male's 100 pounds. My female, the one that you see that's on the couch, uh, she killed a groundhog today. But yeah, so pretty much my story of it is like me and like I have 14 brothers and sisters. Um, my dad had his first kid at 16. He had me at 30. He had my sister at 32. Like me and my sister are the only ones. They definitely are. Yes, Tony, I am a Christian. I'm a follower of Christ. I don't go to church because church is the church is it's infiltrated. Yeah, my parents had 14 kids, and so I'm 31, and my oldest brother is in his he's 45, 46. Yeah, but my mom and my dad only had me and my sister. The rest of those kids are my dad's kids. My dad's kids are most of them are older than me. I have two younger than me, and then my dad remarried two times, and my mom remarried, and three of my brothers are dead, and my one brother just got out of prison. But yeah, so me and my sister grew up in the same house with the same parents, and she became a banker. I became a criminal. Um, yeah, I forgave my parents because my parents did the best that they could do. I was a hellion, like like I was a hellion, like I was gonna be who I was gonna be. Like I'm really strong willed and very stubborn, so like you're not gonna. Yeah, like that's part of the reason why I got sober. My dad died in December 2014, and I had a brother die at 26, one died at 27, and one died at 28. And I had a price on my head. I had a price on my head for some shit that I was doing, and I was having night terrors. Like I still have night terrors to this day from the life that I had lived previously. But I was having night terrors about someone trying to kill me, which people were trying to kill me at the time. So I kept having this dream that I was going to either die at 25 or I was going to die at 29, and I was going to be the next kid in my parents' life that was going to die, and I was going to die in sequence of the other three. Yeah, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep watching Tommy more. I stopped watching Tommy for a while. I started changing the stuff that I listen to, and I'm still subscribed, but I haven't been watching it like that. I've been making videos and doing a lot, listen to a lot of political things and a lot of improving myself and knowledge and photography. Yeah, my one brother died of cancer. My one brother died of drugs from a heart attack, and then my other brother died as drinking and driving. He just got out of prison, and he died on like the weekend of Thanksgiving. But yeah, like all the males in my family are criminals. All the girls in my family are not. I have a sister that was assistant vice president of Huntington Bank. She doesn't. She no longer works there, but she she's successful. I have a sister that's a real estate agent that's successful. I have another sister that's a nurse. Yeah, I'm like I when I was getting sober, I seen a lot of God working in my life. The main reason, like, I I seen God working in my life. The main reason that I'm not dead. There's plenty of times that I've been in situations where I shouldn't have made it, and like the only reason that I never ended up going to prison when I deserved it was because of God. Like that's what it comes down to. A lot of the reasons I didn't die was because of God. Because if if I was to get what I deserved, I wouldn't. I'd either be doing life in prison right now, or I would be dead. Those are the only two options I really had. So I just dropped the StreamYard in the chat. If anyone wants to jump in and join, you guys can talk to me as much as you want. You can ask me anything. We can conversate about anything. Um, I don't got to be at work tomorrow. I'm currently under quarantine because my son's mom came in contact with coronavirus and she has it. And no, Jordan, I haven't got my test results yet. I'm still waiting on them. I'm waiting to get my test results. I'm hoping to get them tomorrow. The virus that they've been locking people down for. My girlfriend came in. I smoke Mavericks. I paid $7.11 for them today. The advice that I would give young men is, depending how the link will bring you into the StreamYard. If you click that, you'll come backstage and you'll be able to be on the stream on up here with me, and we'll be able to talk to each other, just like on Tommy's show. But yeah, that. Sorry to hear that, PG. But the advice I would give young men is always save 20% of your money. Don't have kids out of wedlock. Like, take your money and save it up and invest in yourself. If that means getting a certification, that means getting an education, that means starting a business. If every week you should put 20, 40, 60, however much money you can, put it into a stock account, like start buying stocks. Like even if you put $10 a week into a stock account and you just buy stocks and you let the money stack up, like, always invest in yourself, because nobody else is going to invest in you. Nobody is going to help you. As a man, you got to make sure that you take care of you. That's the only way to build wealth, is to save and to invest in yourself. Get out of there, bro. Get out of there. At the end of the day, if you want more out of life, you have to sacrifice to get it. It's that simple. And if you get it, if you don't have kids and you don't have like any responsibilities, work 2 jobs, save that money. Like, I don't watch TV. I, like, when I'm at work, I listen to political podcasts, or I listen to lectures, or like when I'm at home and I'm laying down to go to bed, I listen to lectures. Like, I'm always trying to put more information into my head, just like this photography stuff. Like when it came to YouTube, I've been watching YouTube tutorials. I've been watching, when it comes to photography, I've been watching tutorials on how to become a better photographer, how to start a bit, like how to make money with photography. Like, you always have to find something. And like, this is the thing, you might not have anything that you like to do right now, but just try stuff. Like, the only hobbies that I have are really, if you're going to take out work and my kids, the only hobbies I really have is YouTube, photography, and women. That's really it. Like, that's it. Like, my girlfriend, like, I spend time with her and her son. Like, I really don't have a whole lot of hobbies. Like, I'm just, um, not really. I really don't golf, to be honest with you. Like, when I used to play golf in high school, I was kind of good, but not really something like, I don't really play sports. Like, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. The only reason that I watch the news is because I watch the news to either, like, I watch YouTubers like Black Conservative Patriot. I watch. Oh, trust me, bro. I know. Trust me, I know. My my girlfriend, she's a single mom, but she takes care of her son on her own. She don't need me for nothing. Like, actually, yes, I have started. I started reading the Art of War, and I also started reading the the Art of the Deal. Like, I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal, was modeled after the Art of War. Good night, Tony X, and I appreciate it. I do appreciate, like I said, for all the people that are in here, I appreciate this. If anyone that's supporting, any sort of support that someone's given me, I appreciate it. Because at the end of the day, I can't get my message out to people if people aren't putting their eyes on it. Yeah, I very much appreciate anyone that's come and support me, because at the end of the day, I'm just a guy with a webcam and a microphone and some good lighting, talking into a camera and a mic. So anyone that finds value in that, I appreciate it. I really do. Um, but like, I'm just your normal white dude. Like, that's all I am. But because of the mistakes that I've made, I've learned a lot of life experience. Well, I appreciate that, Cap. Like, I have, like, I have face tats. I have criminal record. Like, I don't have a high school education, but I got in the trades, and I started doing something. Like, hard, you can never beat hard work. Hard work is the best thing. No one's gonna stop you as long as you bust your hump. They're just not. Like, either you're a doer or you're not. Yeah, my son's black. My son's mixed. He's not black, he's mixed, but yeah. Yeah, you can't help people that don't want to help themselves. Yeah, you can't help people that don't want to help themselves. And yeah, my son is mixed. His mom is black. My son's first name is Liam, Liam. See, now I want everyone to know something. When it comes to both of my children, I named both of my children. All right? And the reason my son's name is Liam is because my first name is Kyle. All right, and Kyle is Gaelic. It's Irish. It's an Irish name. The name Kyle means strong, or it means straight or narrowing. All right. Thank you, DC. I appreciate that. Um, the reason that I named my son's name is Liam Elijah. No, my son's name is Liam Elijah. And the reason that I named him Liam was because the name Liam means warrior of will. Okay. Elijah means Yahweh is my God. All right. And my last name means to proclaim. So my son's name means he's a warrior of will for Yahweh, he proclaims. So I specifically picked my son's name because it had a specific meaning. And people don't realize that your name.
Hey Kyle, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey Kyle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, John.
All right, hey, what's going on?
What's going on, bro?
Um, yeah, I want to like kind of ask you something. So, with it just kind of came to me with your kids being mixed. Like how is that for you? With you being white and them being like black. Like, is it something that's on your mind, or you just like it doesn't matter? Like when it comes to
Well,
raising them.
so so my son is mixed, but my daughter, her mom is she looks white. She's Bohemian. She's a so my daughter's half white and half gypsy. She's like Eastern European or quarter Eastern European or something like that. But see, the only thing that my son being mixed has to do with is like when we had a baby shower, I told his mom nobody is to buy him any monkey clothes. Like anyone I don't want anyone to buy I don't want anyone to buy like he's not going to wear monkey clothes at all. Like I don't want him to have toy bananas. I don't want him to be wearing monkeys. I don't want any of that because I didn't want to give people the idea that they could be funny. But when it comes to him being my son, he's my son. I don't care what color he is. Like at the end of the day, like I was dating a girl and a girl ended up calling me the N-word when she was in an argument with me. And she did it because my son was black and he was mixed and she didn't say it to him, but she said it to me and I broke up with her. Like
She called you the N-word or your son?
no, she called me the N-word, but she called me that word because my son is mixed. So she knew that it was going to get a response out of me. So regardless if I'm white or black or purple, my son is mixed. So I take any sort of racial slur, white or black, directed towards me around my kid as you making a comment to my kid. So like that's the only way that like race really plays an issue in my life with my kid. Like I don't care. Like I don't in any way think any way. Like the only difference between the only difference is like I obviously have no hair and I have no hair, but my son has like he has soft hair. Like his hair is not that coarse, but his mom like wants his hair to be long. So I told her if you want his hair to be long, then it's your job to maintain his hair because I don't have any idea what I'm doing. So like that's like the only thing. And like I have to ask his mom when it comes to uh because he's got mixed skin, like what lotion should I use? Like whatever stuff I don't know, I ask his mom about. But like the way that I see my son, that's my son. I don't it doesn't matter what color he is to me. Like he's my boy. Like he knows who his daddy is. Like he cries if he doesn't get to see his daddy. Like here's a fun fact actually. Do you guys want to hear a fun fact? Do you want to know how I know that God is real?
Sure.
So my dad's birthday is February 23rd or February 28th. My son's birthday is February 28th.
Mm.
So when his mom was pregnant, I had a like I could tell that that was my kid. Like there was no doubt in my mind that that was my kid. I knew that she was having a boy before we even had our first ultrasound, and she was given a due date of March 3rd, and I told her like when she was like 3 or 4 or 5 months pregnant that he was going to be born on the 28th. So like me and my father didn't have a great relationship, but me and my son have an amazing relationship. So the reason I say that is because like I didn't get to do or say the things I wanted to my father, but now I get to vicariously live that with my son. I get to be my father for my kid. So that's how I know that God is real. But when your kids are mixed, you don't see them in any different light. They're your children. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you know he calls me daddy. So he knows like when his mom makes him mad and he cries and he wants to see his daddy. Yeah, like my kid's race has nothing to do with even how my family don't treat him in any certain way. Like nobody change it. No one in my family looks at him any different because he's my kid.
That's good. You know, you brought up like the hair. I didn't even think about it, but that's like a big thing too. Like she wants his hair to grow out. So if it becomes like coarse, she's probably gonna have to braid it and twist it and all this kind of stuff.
So
Like,
so his hair is not coarse in any way. His hair is like down to his butt. Like he has super long hair, but his hair is not coarse. Like she actually, when she braids it, she has trouble with it staying in because it's actually not that coarse. It's not coarse enough to hold.
is
So
it
she has to
straight?
like it's like curly. It's like wavy. Like
Oh, okay,
it's
okay.
not yeah, it's not straight, but it's not like coarse.
Hmm.
Uh, the worst thing that my baby mom has done to me, Cap, is she gets mad at me and hasn't let me see my son. The worst thing that she's done to me is uh, like she's like pretty much when it comes to my kid is not let me see my kid. Like that's the worst thing. Like she's done other stuff, but that stuff doesn't really matter. As long as I can see my kid, I don't really care.
Yeah.
But
So how does she
yeah,
do
but
the hair, man?
what's it?
How does she style the hair?
She puts it in braids. She puts it in ponytail. She like most of the time like she puts it in cornrows. Like she changes it all the time. Um, it really depends on what your definition of baby mama or mother to your child is because she technically is a baby mom, but at the same time like she works at a daycare, so he's with her all the time, and like she does let him get away with some bad behavior, like things that like I think it's bad behavior. I don't think I personally don't think that like I think it's bad. You might not think it's bad. She might not think it's bad, but I do. But like she takes care of my kid. Like she doesn't neglect him or anything like that. So like I just call her my baby mom because like when she was pregnant, I asked her to marry me, and she told me that marrying me was too big of a step, even though she was carrying my kid. So because of that, like you're my baby mom. Like that's all I ever see you as is because I wanted to make you I wanted to make you a woman, an honest woman, because you were burying my kid, because it was the right thing to do. And she told me no. So, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about? Like, were you over in Thomas Sotomayor's stream?
Thomas Show? Who's that?
I was on Tommy Sotomayor's show today for like 3 or 4 hours and did part of a stream. And that's a lot of the people that you see right now came over from his stream. So I didn't know if you caught it or not.
Okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, I wanted to wife her up, PG, because at that point in time, I was only 15 months sober, and I was still trying to figure out who I was as a man, and I was not yet red pilled. I was still a blue pill at that time.
You know, it's
Yeah.
actually mine. Did you catch MTR's last stream?
No.
So, like, basically, the point of the stream, we talked about what is your end goal, your end game. You know, and a lot of people in the chat, like, he did a survey. Most people, like about 75%, they dreamed about one day, you know, having the ideal marriage. Or he didn't say marriage, the ideal having that one person and being with them and only them, and you know, having that TV type relationship.
So
What's your
what?
end game?
So this is my end game. So uh, the girl that I'm with now, we have our problems. If it came down to marriage, she's the only woman that I would marry. But if it doesn't work out with her, no marriage for me. None. Absolutely none.
So you would consider marriage.
With this one chick. That's it. Because this is what you need to understand. Marriage is only good for children, and I have 2 kids. So my children seeing me with a consistent woman is good. Okay, and she also has a son who is 11, and his father died a few years ago, and his father was really never into his life. So if I was going to stay with her, which we've been together for over a year on and off, I would marry her because it's what's best for her son and my 2 children. But if it doesn't work for her, if it doesn't work with her, then I would not entertain the thought because at some point I have to think about my children and having a good female role model and seeing that my children see that their dad is married and has a stable life will help benefit them farther in life because at this point I've already made my decisions and made my mistakes. So it would be it'd be I'd be just as bad as a woman that chooses to be a single mom as to be a guy that chooses to be a single dad and have different women in my life. So if I could get this woman to if I me and this woman can marry and it would work out, even if when the kids got older she divorced me and took half my stuff, that would be more beneficial to my children than my children never seeing me married and them having 2 broken homes.
Yeah. You know, that really surprised me with you saying that. Because I remember when I used to look in the comments, you know, you like look you always look like one of those extreme people with the red pill rage. And then when you got on the stream, you start talking, you know, you look really relaxed and logical. So I never imagined that you would actually want to get married. But yeah, what you said makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like I honestly believe that marriage is only beneficial to have children. That's the only benefit for men, and it's really not for men. It's for children, and I already have children. So at this point in life, I have to maneuver my life around my kids. Now, would it be beneficial? Like, could I live with her and not have and not marry her? I could do that. But at the end of the day, the example that I'd be setting to my son and to her son would not be beneficial, because in order for me to make my son and her son, which her son calls me dad, her son's attached to me. So in order for me to be with his mom, and he's older, he's 11. So for me to be with him and to see his mom mothering my kids and being there for me, and me not showing him that his mom is worth something, would also impact the way that he goes into life. So I'm not like, it's not that I'm extreme. It's just that I understand what mistakes that I've made, and I also understand what I have to do to, like, I accept my mistakes, and I understand what I have to do from that point. A lot of the problems is people don't like people don't want to take accountability of what they did. And like, if you have kids and you never settle down with anybody, you don't have anyone consistent in their life, you are going to make them unconsistent in theirs. And in order to make my children be better than I was, I also have to become a better man to show them to like how to be. So like, the reason that my comments and stuff are they seem so extreme is because a lot of the people in the comments are on bullshit, and they say a lot of bullshit. And two, you can only get so much into a message, and it's hard to have a conversation when you have multiple people chiming in into your conversation and you're responding to multiple people. And also, I'm dyslexic, so like, when it comes down to like typing, I suck at typing. Like, I'm horrible at typing. I sound like a retard when I type. So if I can get on to something and I can speak, I'm very much more. I'm able to articulate my point way better than typing, because I'm pretty much a knuckle dragger when it comes to grammar and language and reading. I I'm not like, I can read at a decent level, but I'm not like amazing at it.
PG asked a question. He was saying, why not wife her up before the kid?
The reason that I didn't wife her up before I had a kid with her was because she got pregnant the first time that we had sex.
Oh wow.
So literally, my sister can't have kids. I thought I couldn't have kids. I was being reckless, as you can tell by my appearance, that I like to live fast and loose. And I found out with my son's mom that my shooters work. So we met the first night. We didn't have sex that night. She showed up the next day like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And we all know what that meant. She came over. She got it. Within like 7 or 8 days, she was having morning sickness. And then, so like, that was June, June 7th or something, or June 6th. And then on like we took a pregnancy test on the 22nd, and she had already been having morning sickness for like 5 or 6 days straight. And she didn't even think she was pregnant. Like, I was the one that made her go get a pregnancy test. So like, me and her we just met up on the dating website, and we were just trying to get it in, and we ended up having a kid. So now we live accordingly. Like, that's the whole reason for my channel, is so that there are other people that don't make the same mistakes as me. Like, the like I like unlike yes, I had a DNA test. Even though I knew that that was my son, there was no doubt in my mind. You couldn't have told me differently. I still got a DNA test because that's my kid. Yeah, I have that super semen. Like I have super semen. When it doesn't always hit, but when it does hit, whew,
That's crazy.
yeah, I have super semen. So at the end of the day, like the one thing about MTR's channel is like he makes 100 grand a year. He's successful. Not everyone can relate to that. Like not everyone has gone down that path. There are more people that have messed up their life, and there's a lot of people that can relate, like me. And like there's like there's those YouTube channels where people get out of prison and like they do videos about prison life and stuff like that. I want to bring substance. There's much more people that have been to prison and been drug addicts and screwed up their life, and they're trying to put their life back together that can relate with me. And like that's the reason for the channel, is because if I can do it, then someone else can do it for sure. Because I guarantee there's people that have made mistakes that have a high school education. There are people that have went to college. There might be people that don't have kids, but they don't make 100 grand. Like I'm middle class. Like I make good money, but like I definitely am not 100% success story. Like
Speaking of, with your past, with you're like right leaning, right?
yes,
So how does it feel to like be on that position? But I don't believe like most people, most Republicans really support like what's it called? Like I'm drawing a blank. When after you leave prison, like you can vote on like prison rehabilitation, something like that.
I I don't believe in prison. Like the amount of prison, the amount of like prison doesn't prison doesn't reform you. That's not what prison's for. And I don't think that people should get lesser sentences. I think people should get hard sentences.
Now, I'm
I
definitely
have
not saying that. I
what's
feel
that?
like prison. I said I'm not saying they should get more lenient sentences. I feel like prison should be it should be a punishment, but it
It
should
is.
be more towards re-educating you to enter society. Like if like these people, like if you don't have a high school diploma, so because of that you feel like you have less options, so you go to steal or whatever. They should have GED programs in prison, or maybe
Ash,
a program
move,
about finding
move.
jobs. You got into a trade, a program about finding jobs without a diploma, like stuff like that.
So okay, so quick things. Um, Nate, no, criminals should be able to vote because once you've done your time, you've paid your debt to society. Simply put. Two, there are GED programs in prison. There are also college education in prison. Like you can get a degree in prison. But the thing of it is that it doesn't matter how much education you give somebody, because if someone does 10 years and they're able to get 5 degrees while they're in prison and they get out and they commit crimes, that degree doesn't do anything. The people need You need to change your mindset before there's going to be change. It doesn't matter how fancy or nice or things that the person accumulates in prison. If their mind state doesn't change, then it doesn't matter. And the problem of it is a lot of people don't realize that when you get a job, if you get out of prison and you take a minimum wage job, granted you're not going to be able to live off that, but it's a job. It gives you a job history. It gives you the ability to be accountable. And from there, you can build more opportunities. A lot of people don't want to take shitty jobs, but I know plenty of people in sobriety that took a minimum wage job, and because they were at that job, they met someone that offered them a job that made more. Like taking a shitty job is your first step into networking. Yeah, Nate, I'm gonna put you like this. So the reason that criminals are allowed to vote after they get out of prison is because that voting is a God given right. You cannot take that from somebody. You don't have you don't have a you can't say that people voting is going to harm another person. A person voting is not going to a person voting is going to take someone else's rights away from them. Now, I can like I honestly don't think that I think once you've been out of prison or you've not committed a crime in a certain amount of time, I think that a criminal should be able to petition the state and be able to get the right to own a firearm in their house. I don't think that because you commit a crime that you shouldn't be able to protect yourself or vote. That's just me. Like right now, legally I'm not allowed to own a firearm. There's protests going off in Cleveland. So are you telling me that a mob of people are rioting and I don't have the right to defend myself because I committed a drug charge 5 years ago, 7 years ago? That makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. And if you're telling me that my vote doesn't matter because I committed a crime 7 years ago, that's stupid. Yeah, the only time that you lose your right to vote is while you're in prison. That's the only time. Some states, it's while you're on probation, stuff like that. Each state's different, but prison doesn't reform people. People reform people.
I mean, I don't know. It's just why is prison the way it is? Because I mean, prison is like basically slavery. With when you're in
Well,
jail, you have to do labor and you get paid like pennies.
the reason, okay, so prison nowadays is actually fucking camp compared to the way it used to be. It used to be when
Oh,
you were
I
when
did. I saw videos.
what's that?
I was like, yeah, yeah. Actually, you're kind of right. I saw some of these new videos with how it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, prison used to be like okay, so if you go to like a military prison, like Levitt what's it called? I forget the name of the prison, but it's pretty much like you literally break big ass rocks into little rocks all day long, every day. You don't do that in prison. And the slave labor that you guys are talking about, you don't have to have a job. Like you don't have to go have a job in prison. But if you want to get state pay, you want to get like money put on your books to buy stuff, then you do a job. And what you don't realize is I don't think you've ever done prison time, but if you do like have you ever gone to your job and the job isn't you're not busy? Like there's nothing going on?
Oh, I never had a job. Like I'm pretty young. I'm in college, so
Okay.
my parents always wanted me to focus on school.
Okay, so I'll put you like this. So if you go to your say you go to your desk job, all right, you have a desk job, and you do invoices, okay? Well, say it's a Friday, and the businesses that it's a holiday, and the businesses that normally you do contracts and bidding for, say they're closed because it's a holiday, so you have nothing to do. Your day drags. It seems like the days take so much longer because you don't have anything that's occupying your mind. So when you're in prison, it's real boring to just sit all day. At least when you go and work, it keeps your mind occupied. It's beneficial to your mind. It makes time move faster. So there's a benefit even if the people don't make crazy amounts of money doing the work. Like they're in prison. Like the government is already paying for them to eat. It's already paying for them to be housed. Like like the idea that you should make a livable wage as a prisoner. Like in reality, they don't need a livable wage because even if they don't work, everything's taken care of for them. So if you want to get a license to carry a gun, you're gonna have to, depending on your crime, you have to go and get your your felonies expunged, and then after you get them expunged, you're able to purchase a gun, and then you're depending on your state. Some states will have you let you have a concealed carry. It just depends on where you live. But the first thing you have to do is you have to either yeah. So if it's been over 10 years, you literally can go and pay. It's I think $150 or $200 or something to file the paperwork. To it depends on the state you're in to get your felony expunged off your record. And once you have no felonies on your record, you're legally allowed to carry a firearm. Now, getting a concealed carry, there's more work to do that. Like you can possess a gun if you have no record, but depending on what state you in, you have to follow whatever the laws are to get your concealed carry. Like some states have constitutional carry to where you don't need a permit or anything like that. But since you live in Chicago, Chicago is super strict on guns. So like I couldn't tell you specifically. Nate, I don't understand what you mean by expunged isn't a birth control. If you're able to get uh, a certain amount of felonies expunged over after a certain amount of time, and you're allowed to own a gun after the fact. I don't know what you mean.
So Kyle, you've been to prison before, right?
No, I did not end up going to prison. I've done years. I've done years in county. I've done a lot of time bouncing in and out of county. I never ended up having to go to prison.
Okay, so what? I don't really know as much about the process. So what's the difference between like county and prison?
Okay, any time that you're gonna do over a year, you go to county. If you any time that you're gonna do under a year, you go to county jail. If you're going to do over a year, you go to prison. The difference between prison and county is prison is much more relaxed and county is way more strict. So, if when you go to a prison, you have different types of prisons. So, like you might have a camp, you might be like a high risk inmate. So, like people that are going to prison for murder and like violent crimes, they're going to be considered to be a higher class than a person that's in there for drug possession or dealing drugs. But the problem is when you're in county jail, everybody gets arrested and goes to county. So yeah, I was never be able to become a trustee Kappa. But so okay, I'll give you a great example. I got arrested. I got arrested in Trumbull County, or yeah, in Trumbull County. I was in there. I was in their jail. I was in a pod, so it's a bunch of dorms. It's just a bunch of bunks on top, like in a room, and like everyone's in the same room. Think of it like is no, even hardcore criminal. Like a lot of criminals these days are pussies. They're not real criminals. Go like prison in the '70s. You had hardcore criminals in there. You don't have hardcore criminals in there now. It's a bunch of snitches and drug addicts and baby touchers. But um, when I was in Trumbull County, one of the kids that was in my pond, when he ended up getting out of, he got out of jail like a month or two after me. He went and killed a 16-year-old girl. So when when you like, did you guys ever hear about the guy that was in Kent, Ohio? That he ordered a hooker off Craigslist and he killed her and he put her in a closet.
Jesus,
This
no.
was this was like 5 6 years ago. Okay, so the guy ordered a female hooker. Okay, female. The hooker shows up. It's a dude. Okay, he kills the guy, puts the dude in his closet, puts like carpet powder and kitty litter in the closet to absorb the smell. The cops ended up finding him, like they ended up catching him. I was jailed with that guy. So the way that it works is he would be considered to be a high, like he would be a high risk uh, prisoner. So because he was waiting for trial, he was in county jail. So whenever whenever we had court, me and him, like all of us would go to court together. So like they put us all in the same like intake cell. So like when you're in prison with people that have the same amount of risk as you do. When you're in county jail, you're mixed in with everybody. Like you can have a murderer, you can have a guy that's there for like failing to pay a court fine. You could have a person that didn't pay parking tickets. Like any sort of crime goes to the county jail. So like that's what's different. It's way more strict because you have low criminals and high criminals all together.
It's crazy.
And like prison also, like you can have your own TV. Like you can pay $200 and get a TV. You can
In
like
your cell?
the yeah. So like you and your cellmate, like if you buy a TV, you and your cellmate would have a TV in your cell. But in county jail, you can't buy a TV. You just have the TV that's in the center of the pod. Or like when you go to prison, so like in prison, you pay 25 cents for a thing of ramen noodles on commissary. Well, that same thing of ramen noodles in county is 75 cents or $1. So like the cost of commissary in county jail is way more expensive, but the stuff in prison is way more cheaper.
So is this because prison is like privately owned and county is like governmentally owned?
No, the reason that it is because when you have a prison population, so like if you have a big compound, your prison can have 2,000 inmates or it can have 5,000 inmates. So when they go, they can there are people in the prisons that are able to you can pay to communicate with them with their like I forget what it's called, but you can send emails and texts and stuff like that. But the reason that stuff is more expensive in county is because a county jail only can hold 200 people, 300 people. So when they go and the county jail buys commissary, like they are not buying in the same quantity as a prison is, because prison is they're buying commissary for 4,000 people a week or a month, or there's so much more people that they're buying so much. And also multiple like prisons are owned, like one company or one group will own multiple prisons. So when they go and they buy like ramen noodles for all their prisons, they're buying a crazy amount of they're just buying a crazy amount. The county jail can't buy as much quantity as the prisons can. So anytime you buy anything in bulk, you obviously get a cheaper price because you're buying so much of it.
Mm. This really make me think. It's like, my college roommate. Like this happened my first semester, my second year. I found out during the summer. he went to jail. He spent like the night in jail because his ex girlfriend said that he hit her, but he said she was lying. I'm really thinking about it. Like if it was like this rough, and he had to spend the night there in that situation because somebody lied, that's crazy.
Listen, bro, county jail ain't that bad. If you're spending the night, it's not that bad. Like,
So
like
you said you're like with anybody, like you don't know who could be in there.
yeah, but like if you're a high risk inmate, you're gonna be in like 23-1. You're gonna be in isolation and lockdown. You're gonna be in max. So like, but the fact of it is they've got different types of people that they have to watch. So they're going to do a blanket type of patrol or a blanket type of rules for everybody because they're not going to it's just how it is. It's just like if you're in school and someone steals something from the teacher and she punishes the whole class. Like they've got so many different people with so many different crimes that they just have a stricter format. But a prison, pretty much all the people that are together are all they're all the same. So like you're gonna have like a maximum security high risk prison, so everyone is under the same thing because those are the most violent people. And then as you go down with your classification, it gets more lax and more lax and more lax. And prison is like if you go to like a normal non-max prison, it's way more lax than a county jail is because, like I was saying, you have people coming and going for court. You've got attorneys coming in to talk to people for trial. You've got people that are leaving because they got a some sort of bullshit charge where they have to do 10 days in jail. Like there's just a lot more stuff that's moving, so they just keep a tighter lid on it.
So you said you were what in county for like 6 months?
I've been in county multiple times. Like I've gone to county
Oh,
for 6 months and then got out for two, and then been back for three, and then got out for four, and then went back for 3 months. Like I just been in and out constantly. Like I have over 30 arrests in Kent, Ohio.
wow. It's like those arrests like may have set you back. But I mean, the only good thing is like you are like the book when it comes to your son. If you know what I mean, it's like you can tell your son what not to do because you're like, man, I've been there. Like you got so much knowledge about it. Like you know how to see it coming.
Yeah, like that's why like when it comes to my parenting style with my son, his mom is way more laxer than I am. Like I don't put up with any of that shit because I know exactly how that shit's gonna go. Like 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 I'll give you a good example. So like part of the reason that I listen to Kevin Gates, like that's pretty much the only rapper I really listen to lately. But even Kevin Gates pisses me off because a lot of these dudes that rap about selling crack, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. If you ever hear a rapper talk about their crack being wet, they're cooking it wrong. So like I shouldn't know that, but I do know this because I did stupid stuff. So like I make sure that I don't bring ratchet shit around my kid. I don't act ratchet. Whenever he starts acting a fool, I nip that shit in the bud because I know when I was a kid, my parents couldn't control me. Like it got to the point where like my parents literally gave up on trying to control me because I was that kid that if you told me that I was 5 minutes late, I was getting my ass whipped. Well, guess what happened? I knew that if I was 5 minutes late, I was going to get my ass whipped. But I also knew if I was 6 hours late, I was going to get my ass whipped just the same. So I started to weigh. I started to weigh my options on my punishments, and my son already does that at 3 years old. My son already calculates if the punishment is going to be worth it. He's just like me. Like literally, he has the same temperament as me. He has the same attitude as me. He acts just like me. He literally acts just like me. And I already know. I know where that goes. I'm not letting that happen. Anyone else that wants to jump on here and jump and join us on this stream, I'm gonna put the StreamYard link down there so you guys can also jump in and be part of the conversation. Is there anything else that you had in mind, Jordan? Did you see how many subs I got today?
How many subs you got? You got 95.
Yeah, I had 58 this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was like last time I saw it was like 57.
Yeah, I had 58, and then after I got off of off Tommy Sotomayor's live stream, it went up to 111, and then it dropped down to 95. Yeah, like I'm pretty happy. Like I literally just went on there to give my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's like your channel could go far. You just gotta kind of find out how to brand it. And you gotta kind of act in accordance with the YouTube algorithm, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out that algorithm. Yeah, anyone that hasn't liked this, if you guys could do me a favor and hit the like button, show that algorithm who's boss. If you're not subscribed, if you could just go and pelvis thrust the subscribe button, make sure you hit the bell at the top. I would appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, I definitely need to find my niche. But like, see, my problem is a lot of the times, like my issue was a lot of the people I follow have a black audience, and there's a lot of people in the comment section that's always talking about race this and race that, and
Mhm.
I think I really tried. I really wanted to make a channel that wasn't so much about a channel that wasn't so much about race, but with the riots going on and everything that's happening, like I just had to talk about race these last few days.
Yeah, but yeah, what I was saying, with your channel, I feel like you could go far because, like I said before, your comments, I was kind of like, man, this guy is like extreme. Like, it's like when you watch the conservative videos and then you look at the comments, you get those people who are like really extreme. But then when you talk, you're really grounded and logical. So I'm just saying, is like if you can find a way to brand it well, you'll get subscribers because what you say makes sense. You're not talking out of emotion, you're talking out of logic.
Yeah, man, being emotional doesn't ever being emotional never really gets you anywhere, and like to be honest, like when it comes to like red pill knowledge, like I wholeheartedly believe that like anything that you hear me say about anything, I completely like I completely believe. Like I don't say stuff that I don't think or feel. But like there's a lot of times like when I'm on MTR's channel that you have women that are just wilding out, and like I have no problem like hitting someone with the facts if they like it or they don't like it. But like I do troll. Like I'm not gonna say that I don't troll because I definitely troll real hard. Like if I could get my troll life up like Trump does, then I would be a very happy man because he
Oh
is
man,
like
Trump's such a
the
good troll.
he's the ultimate troll.
Oh,
But
did you see the one tweet he did when the stimulus checks is coming out? I think he said, I'm not sure. I think it was him. He said, anybody that tweeted, "You're not my president," you're not getting a check. Like that thing had me rolling.
that's funny. Like, yeah, man. Like honestly, like I'm a pretty reasonable dude. Like a lot of the times people actually don't like I have a lot more knowledge when it comes to religion and agendas and like a lot of the agendas that are playing out and a lot of the information that people don't know. I just don't talk about it because like when I'm on MTR's channel, I can't really bring it up because it just sounds like conspiracy theories and it sounds crazy and it's not really on topic. And like, you know, there's just like I'm not a big YouTuber, so I can't really a whole lot of other YouTubers like I'm not at that stage to get on people's channels yet like that. But yeah, like I know all about religion. I know all about like the CIA and the government, like
Are you
government.
religious?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. Are you just a Christian or are you like religious? Like, church, heavy on it?
No, so I don't believe in organized religion. I believe organized religion is a way to get away from God. But I am very in the Bible. Like I believe in the Bible, and I don't believe in going to another man to get to God.
You know what? That's exactly how I feel. Like I'm Catholic and we're supposed to believe in the Pope and everything. But it's like I was sitting in church one day and I'm just kind of thinking like, this does not feel right. And I'm thinking to myself that I lose a connection to God. But then it's like I see this one guy talk and he's saying how he believes in God, but he just believes that some of these priests and popes, they're corrupt. And then when he said that, I'm just like, I always believed in God, but I just don't trust man.
So I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you right now. All right. So I was baptized Catholic when I got sober. When I got sober, the Absolute House stands on a church grounds that's called Holy Name in Cleveland, Ohio. The building that I got sober in was where the nuns used to live. It got redone into a halfway house for men. I left the church and walked away from, even though I'm baptized, I walked away from the Catholic Church. Now I want you to understand, when I was getting sober and I had to do my 4 step, I had to go talk to uh, the, the the father there, which his name was Monsignor, and Monsignor, he I told him during my 4 step that when I was 19, I made a pact with the devil. I did a I did a blood letting ritual and made a I sold my soul. I made a blood bind to the devil, and his first question to me was, well, "What did you sell your soul for?" And I said, "I didn't really sell it for anything. I just was doing his work, so I figured by selling my soul, like it helped me out in the long run." So he immediately took me out of that meeting and took me straight to the church and baptized me. But as time went on, I started to do more research on the black community and more research on religion because I was trying to find myself because I didn't know who I was when I got sober and there was a lot of things I needed to figure out. So the Catholic Church that comes from Babylon. So the Catholic Church is the same practices as the Babylonian religion, except for it has a veneer of Christianity on top of it. So if you look at the Pope's hat, that hat is a fish hat, and that is the god of Dogon, which is the half goat, half fish, and that comes from Samaria. All right. If you if you ever heard that the Pope and the Catholic fathers have a propensity for small people, that's true. If you go and look into Satanism, If you look up Aleister Crowley did sex magic, and part of his sex magic was with children because children have the most energy. You get the most energy from them when you do sex magic. And Aleister Crowley was ran out of England because he had molested and raped and killed a lot of male boys and was ran out of England. So if you go and if you there's only two religions in the world. There is the religion of the serpent, and then there's the religion of God. So if you're not for God, you are for the serpent. And the Catholics, a lot of their practices is the Catholics are like they call the Pope the Holy Seed, correct?
Uh, I'm not too knowledgeable about the stuff.
Okay, so they call the Pope the Holy Seed. Okay, the term the Holy Seed comes from Babylon. The priests of Babylon were called the Holy Seed, and when you look at porn and you look at glory holes, that is
So
what
Janus saying it's the Holy See.
it's seed. The Pope is the Holy Seed. I'm telling you, I know for a fact. The the priests of Babylon, the glory hole came from the practice of their religion because their religion was it was a sexual cult. That's what the obelisk stands for. Like Egypt was a sex cult. All of these all of these religions come from the same place. So that's the reason that I don't follow I don't follow anything but the Bible because the Bible clearly states to not make oaths behind closed doors, not to get caught up in tradition, like all the stuff that the churches do, that's all tradition. So like that's personally my beliefs. Like I read the Bible, I follow what the Bible says, I pray. I don't go to another man for God. It even says in the Bible not to call another man father.
Really?
Yes.
So why are the churches telling us to call him Father?
Because the churches don't follow they don't follow what the Bible teaches. Like they're not that's not their that's not what they're doing.
Hmm. So with you, so you're Catholic, right?
I was baptized Catholic, but I walked away from the Catholic Church and I'm just a Christian. I follow Christ.
Okay. So you don't really believe in the Pope.
No.
So what about like the Pope? Like he's the line straight from the first Pope, who I don't remember his name, but he was the first Pope was with Jesus. Like he was in Jesus' group.
Yeah, so this is what happened. So Jesus had a brother named James. James was killed. They made Peter the first pope of Rome. So the reason that they did that was because they wanted to solidify power. That's why they made the pope Paul. Jesus Jesus did not ordain any popes. Like that wasn't a thing.
Hmm. Okay.
It was either Peter or it was Paul. It was one of them. But
No, I think it was Peter.
yeah, like if you go and read the New Testament of all the things that Jesus said, everything that the church does, like the Catholic Church, like the Pope and whatnot, what they do is completely opposite. It's completely opposite. It says not to worship false idols, but worshiping the Pope to get to God, it clearly states not to do that. It says the only way through to the Father is through the Son.
Mm.
It says that those that deny me will not will not enter my kingdom. So how if I pray to Mary or I pray to the Pope, how's that to Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
If you go in the Catholic Church and you look at like the picture of Mary and her son, those are representations of Semiramis and Tomas from the Bible. It also is representation of Isis and Horus. Like if you go and look through all religions, they have that same thing: the son, the father, and the son, the daughter, or the mom, the dad, and the son. You have those three gods in all religions, and those come from Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tomas. The reason the Catholics do the Catholics don't do the like Lent isn't for the days that Jesus that wasn't for Jesus. That's not the 40 days and 40 nights of fasting. That's for the Tomas died when he was 40 years old, and that you weep one day for every year of Tomas's life, and that's why you eat pork, because a boar is what killed Tomas. You eat pork as revenge on the boar for killing Tomas.
Mm. I thought you were not supposed to eat pork. Like I thought some are
It
like.
Yeah. So in the Bible it says not to eat pork, but God lifted all of the he lifted the restrictions on the diet as time went on, like in the New Testament and whatnot. If you remember, like even on the Sabbath, Jesus told the disciples that they worked all day for the Lord, and even though it was Sabbath, they could make food for themselves. Like Jesus fulfilled the law, so we are no longer under the law. That's why he said treat others as you want to be treated and love thy neighbor. If you follow those two commandments, you'll follow all 10 commandments.
Mm-hmm.
Like so Jesus 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 was like Jesus, what ended up happening is once sin was entered into the world through Eve and Adam, sin only gets worse. It only propels. That's why in the beginning God had you sacrifice a lamb. The spilling of the blood was enough to ward off the sin. But as time went on, he had to bring Jesus into the world because the animal sacrifice was not enough. So he had to bring his own son in to wash away the sins of the world because the sins had become so apparent and so bound, like it was amassing so large. And Jesus fulfilled the Old Testament. He fulfilled the prophecy. That's why he said, I did not come to change the laws, I came to fulfill them.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jesus came, we are no longer under the old covenant. We're under the new covenant of Jesus' blood.
Yeah. I should probably. Yeah, you're making me want to like research this and get into this because it's like, like you said, like the men behind religion, it's kind of been pushing me away from it.
What
Like,
the best thing to do is to sit down and read a page of the Bible, read 2 pages of the Bible, and then take a break. And then the next day, read 2 pages of the Bible. If you sit down every day and read, like, I think it's 2 pages or 4 pages of the Bible, you'll read the entire Bible within a year. And it's always good to study the Bible. The Bible is the only book that takes place, like, it's written in the past, the present, and the future.
hmm yeah, I know Dave Ramsey. He uses the Bible all the time. He like follows it. Like when he's thinking about what to do, he looks in the Bible and says, the Bible says to do this.
Literally the Bible gives you a play by play of everything. Like it it is literally, if you're looking, like if you want to go and follow look for a book to how to live and stuff, the Bible laid it out for everybody. If you adhere to the Bible, your life will be much easier. Like even in the Bible, it talks about like the book the Bible's red pill, bro. Like it tells you like if you're a red pill, you should believe in the like you should read the Bible. Like it tells you how to take care of your family. It tells you what to do with your life. It tells you how to take care of your children. It tells you how to live. So like any person that is on on YouTube that says they're red pill and doesn't like the Bible or doesn't like religion or they're atheist or whatever, then they're not really red pill. Like the Bible tells you exactly what to do and how to live. Like
Mhm.
it's it gives you instructions. Like I don't know how you can make life any more easier than that. Like you like it's the oldest book that we have. Like it's the oldest book that we have. It is the best selling book of all time. Like and it tells you what to do. Like I'm sure there's plenty of people that buy courses from gurus and they want to find out from YouTubers how to live, but literally there's a book that was already written that you can get for free that tells you how to live. But anyone that's in the group chat, if you guys want to join or if you have any questions to ask, go ahead and ask them or go ahead and hit this link and you can come in and you can be part of this conversation. Anyone that just popped in, if you are joining me from my time over at Tommy Sotomayor today, if there's anything that you wanted to pressure test or ask my opinion on, or anything that you want to know about me personally, you're more than welcome to jump on here in the stream and have a conversation with me and Jordan.
What
But
did
yeah,
you talk about on there?
so the channel was about mixed breeds, and the channel was about like the show was about people being mixed, and black people need to quit accepting mixed people and need to do for themselves. And pretty much when I came in, there was a woman that was saying that like she was mixed and that black people should accept her as being black and blah 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 blah. And like the reason I jumped on there was because it was a lot of the well, white people don't want you, and white people are holding like a lot of the not Tommy wasn't saying that, but like the people on the board or people in the chat were saying like the white man or white people or systematic racism. So like me being a pale face. Uh, okay, so Jordan, I'm gonna need. There's two of you, so I'm gonna need one of you. I
Yeah,
know
my
both of you.
bad. My phone it kind of cut off,
Okay,
so you can kick the yeah, you can kick that one out.
I was about to say, I was about to say, my dude. Uh, I was about to say, you guys are gonna have to fight to the death. But it was mainly about like people talking about if mixed people should be black or white or if black people should be their own if black people should be like part of the black community or if black people should just do for themselves or whatnot. And I seen it and I was waiting and I heard a lot of people saying systematic racism and the white man stuff. So I jumped in there and gave my opinion and just came with logic and facts. That was all it was.
That's what we need. Because I mean, me being a black person, my whole life, all I hear is women are oppressed, black people are oppressed. Whites come up, and then it's like something what Joe Biden said. Like he said, black. He said he said something where he compared black people to poor people.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what the quote was, and it's like me being more red pill now. I'm like that's crazy, but I can't say that's too crazy because couple of years ago, that's something I kind of would think. subconsciously in your head, you see blacks as like some of that oppression is self inflicted. It's like you see a lot of people. They like me. I went to black schools. When he was talking about SATs, like the white teacher would be like, "Oh man, I mean, you guys are doing so good because of all the challenges you face. Because these white schools, they have a lot more resources than you, but despite your lack of resources, you guys are still able to, achieve." And then everybody's like, yeah, yeah, like they love to have excuses put out to them. But if like somebody just sat down and told me, you have to step up, it's on you.
Well,
It'd be a
this
lot
is
better.
most most people like free pats on the back. Okay, so like if you're a black woman, all right, and here's a perfect example. If you're a black woman and you become a lawyer, all right, so the fact that you became a lawyer was hard and you put some work in, but now that you're a lawyer, if you go, well, as a black woman, I had to overcome even more because I'm black and a woman. It was double as hard for me to become a lawyer. It's free pats on the back. Like, it's a free ego stroke. Just that simple.
Yeah, it's like what you said. It's not really as much of a race problem, it's more of a class problem.
Yeah, because if you want to do, yeah, like if you want to be, if you want to do stupid shit, you can do stupid shit. Like I don't know if you saw that video with Cardi B. Cardi B talked about her, like if you're gonna date her, it's like $3,000 to $5,000 a month just to keep her up, and men need to be able to do that with women these days. Lady, I don't give a fuck if my son's like if I'm with a woman and she was black, I ain't buying weave. I'm not buying nails. I ain't doing that. Like if I pay for your nails, it's because I wanted to. It's not because you expected me to do it. Once
Yeah,
you expect me to do it, I'm not doing it. Kiss my ass.
yeah. I mean, there's some parts of the victimhood that I agree with. Like, I feel like the past has affected black people today,
No.
but I feel like today we all do have the ability to uplift ourselves because we're at an equal playing field now.
Okay, so listen. You tell me one thing the past has done to affect you today.
So I kind of started looking into it. So I feel like the thing that affected black people today is the fact that because of the past, it was harder to generate wealth. A
No,
lot of why do you say that?
because with you, so with you doing that, you have a lot of background noise. If you could hit your mic for a second. Okay, so black people and wealth. Okay, so I'm gonna put this out here for you. So majority of wealth is gone within 3 generations. 70% of all wealth is lost within 3 generations. 80% of all wealth is lost within 4 generations. Okay, so you're going with the idea that other races or other groups get wealth from being passed. This is what it comes down to. Most white people don't have wealth passed to them. They don't. When my father died, I didn't get anything. I got a shirt and a watch. Like that's what I have from my dad. My sister didn't get nothing. Like most white people don't get wealth from their parents. And the ones that do are not your average white person. They're like like say like right now, like when my grandmother died, she had property in West Virginia that got split between 9 people. So if the house and the property was worth, let's say, $1 million and there's 9 kids, that's 100 grand. And the fact of the matter is the property in West Virginia isn't expensive. So if my family had sold the land and stuff, they probably all would have got maybe 10 grand each. And 10 grand isn't like it that's not generational wealth. Like the problem with the black community is that the money that they do have, they spend and don't invest on themselves. The difference between white people and black people is white people, for the most part, we don't like there are white people that live outside their means. Like don't get it twisted. But when it comes down to spending habits, black people spend 25% more money on clothes than white people do. The average car for a black person is like a Mercedes, which is like a $60,000 to $70,000 car. The average vehicle for a white person is a Ford F-150, which is like $40,000. So, like another common thing, like middle class people, at least have $500 invested in the stock market. White people have like they might have a 401k. So like at the end of the day, it's not a generational wealth problem because in the 50s, the middle class of the community was good. Like there was a high middle class in the 50s of blacks. Now, if you wanted to make the argument that that integration affects black people today, yes, blacks had more money and were better suited when they had their own stuff, and when they integrated, that decreased. I will let you have that argument. Also, when it comes down to the argument of welfare keeps the black community poor. I'll give you that. But when it comes down to wealth, black folks get money. If you were to take all the black folks in America, it's like the ninth biggest economy. It would be the ninth biggest economy, like the ninth biggest nation state in the world. Like the weave business is $1 billion a year. $1 billion. $1 billion, bro. A billion. And that's being spent every year on weave. How much money does Jordan make? Like the Jordan shoes. Like it comes down to priorities. That's what it comes down to. It's not
Like, here's the thing with that. I think causes that. You know, if you ever if you ever saw one of MTR's videos, it was about he actually did a video about why blacks spend so much, and he showed like a commercial from like the I think before the Civil Rights Act. It was like a white guy saying, you know, how to advertise to the Negro, and it was kind of like he was saying how the black person likes all the flashy stuff and all that. Is the guy said he feels like that's because the black person isn't as recognized, so they spend so much money to get that recognition.
yes, that's
Yes,
true.
that's
But
true.
that's called but Hitcher. So that's called marketing. As a black person, you're being marketed to. As a white person, I'm being marketed to. As women are being marketed to. Like everyone, everyone is marketed to. But the fact of it is you choose to spend that dollar. Like
The, th-
like
the,
that's
th- the thing is though, what made them? The thing is, I feel like the past with how blacks were treated as subservient, that kind of puts it in their head that they need to spend more to stand out.
no, because the Irish came here poor. The Italians came here poor. Any group of people that came to this country that this isn't their native land came here poor. The blacks had money after they were in 50 years of being freed from slavery. You had black millionaires. You had Black Wall Street. And I know you're going to make the argument, well, what happened to Black Wall Street? Regardless if it got destroyed, the fact of it is the mentality with blacks changed. The idea with blacks used to be that we'll build our own and we'll take care of our own. Now they don't do that. Like the fact of the matter is that during the 70s and during the 80s and during the 90s, the black culture put up the drug dealer and they put them up as being flashy, and that was what was a priority. Like white, like white dads wear like fucking Walmart shoes and mow the grass and like wear comfortable shorts. Like a lot of white people are considered to be lame because they're not flashy. Like it just comes down to a priority, regardless. Like you were never a slave. You've never met a slave. I've never met a slave. To take it back to fucking 150 years ago to slavery is why people go and spend $400 on a Nike tracksuit, but don't have a car. Like that's crazy. That's a crazy argument because if you're going to use slavery as a vehicle for why people spend their money a certain way, then I'm black. Then I'm just as black as you because my great 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 grandmother was half black and half Cherokee Indian, and she was black at that time and she's still black now. So because of then I means I'm still black because she's been black this whole time and slavery was back then. So now because of slavery, you act this way because of back then. It's the same logic. Even though I'm not black, I just have a black great 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 grandmother. Like at some point you have to let it go.
See, like two things of what you said, right? You brought up like Black Wall Street. I agree with you. You know, it was possible back then, but you know that was just like a small town. You know, I don't know how average that was for Black people to be that successful, or at least hit the national average. But I do know there was at the time tipping started in America because when it came over from the British, business owners here saw tipping as a way to tell the workers, hey, you don't, if you want to be paid today, you have to work hard and ask the guy that's paying for the meal to give you extra. And a lot of those workers were black. So they were not getting a salary and they were working hard just for tips. So
Yes.
I don't know how you know how widespread that whole Black Wall Street thing was, but I do know a lot of people, a lot of black people were in that situation.
Yes, but yeah, that was a city, but there were multiple cities. Rosewood was one of those cities. The fact of the matter is after slavery, all the people in the South that built stuff were slaves. All the tradesmen were slaves. All the people that had any sort of skills were slaves. So when they were freed, they used those same skills to invest in themselves. So now you don't have those same ideas being brought up in the black community. You have play sports, be a drug dealer, or be a rapper. Those are the three biggest things that are pushed in the media and on black people. Like if you go to school and you talk right, they say that you're trying to be white. If you do your homework and get good grades, they make fun of you for being a nerd. Like the things that build people up and get people out the hood are those things, and people are shunned for those things. Like during the civil rights movement, they wanted their children to get educations. They wanted their children to be able to compete with white children. But that attitude has changed. Like it's changed. You can't tell me that you've never heard someone call another person trying to be white or uppity or an Oreo or like make fun of somebody for being a nerd in school. Like you can't tell me that.
In my experience, see, I don't really get what you mean. I know I've seen that on TV, but in my experience, it's like you could be the cool guy in school, but also do work, you know, get good grades. That might have been something back then with you, but you know, nowadays, that hasn't really been my experience.
That's that's even now. Where are you from?
I'm from Brooklyn. Like, I grew up in Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Is that gentrified now?
Yeah, it's gentrified, but back when I was going to school, it wasn't like that. It changed like right around the time I hit high school.
Okay. Did you go through college?
Yeah, I just finished my second year and I'm in my third year right now.
What are you going to school for?
Bio. I want to be a doctor. Well, I wanted to be a doctor. Now, I'm changing my mind about that.
Okay, so how many doctors do you have in your family?
I have one doctor. He's my uncle.
Okay. How many criminals do you have in your family?
Criminals. Honestly, I don't know. Cause here's the thing: my immediate family. Well, I know some of my cousins went to jail, but I don't think it was an extended period of time. I think it was they did something stupid and they went to jail for a day or a couple of days. But they told me
Are your
about
parent
jail. My
are your parents
huh?
are your parents still together?
No,
No. So you do you live with your mom and your dad?
my mother.
You live with your mother? All right. Do you have any brothers and sisters that are bad?
What you mean by bad?
Like, are your brothers and sisters also going to college? Are they also doctors? Are they also being lawyers?
My older brother, he went to college, but he dropped out, and now he's like in the trades.
Okay.
And my other siblings are younger than me. The next one is youngest. He's like just getting into middle school, so who knows what he's gonna do?
Well, you are a unicorn.
I'm a unicorn. What you mean?
You're an outlier because most single parent families have high crime rate in that like you're 5 times more likely to be in poverty if you come from a single parent home. You're 9 times more likely to drop out of school if you come from a single parent home, and you are 20 times more likely to go to jail if you come from a single parent home.
Yeah. Here's like my kind of my story with that, right? So this is something I didn't know until my cousin. My cousin's actually she's kind of a little bit successful. She's a black woman and she's an entrepreneur. So she kind of did like a TED talk where she talked about her history. How I think she said we're four generations. Like we're in four generations of teen moms. She was a fourth generation teen mom. Like her mother was four in a row teen mom. But and we all grew up in Brooklyn. But we she's saying how she kind of defied the odds. But I kind of think something that kind of tipped in favor for us. Our grandfather, he was very hardworking. He he didn't have anything, but he worked hard, and now he has like a lot of money from like real estate and
So
everything. So I think that might have made us an outlier in a way.
yeah, what you just explained is exactly what everything I've been saying. So your grandfather didn't have shit, and he worked hard, and he accumulated something, and that 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 example shined down into the rest of your family. Now, had your grandfather not worked hard and not did that, you guys won't have an example to do that. And like that's my point. Like a lot of the problem comes down to choice. Even though there was 4 generations of teen moms, they didn't stop. They didn't make excuses. They worked hard, and now you have a family that is successful and good. Like that's exactly what I'm saying. Like your 4 generations of teen moms could have just stopped there and thought life was over or life sucked, or they could have stopped, and boom, you wouldn't been on the path that you're on. Like, so the thing that I'm saying that the problem is in the black community is the fact that most of the people in the black community don't look at life like that. But your family did, and your family's doing well. So I'm happy for you. But exactly what I was saying is the exact same thing with you. Your grandfather wasn't born with wealth, but your grandfather was able to obtain wealth, correct?
Yeah. He as soon as he got out of high school, he went to I think he became a factory worker. And I don't know what got him to here, but eventually, he made money.
And there you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like he was poor and he worked hard and he made it. If that tells you that racism isn't a problem, then like I don't know what to tell you. Your grandpa's a perfect example that if you hard work, you can't beat hard work. You can't.
No, like I never said it was racism. I feel like it's the past had a mental effect. And here's the thing with my grandfather. He was I'm not sure. I think either he was an immigrant or he came from immigrant parents. And the statistics show immigrants, like black immigrants, when they come here, they do way better than the blacks that were raised here. So I think
Yes. You know what it is?
my theory is I feel like they had a different culture, they had a different upbringing. So mentally that changed them, but the culture and stuff here that
Yes,
kind
but no, you're right, but no. The blacks in America have entitlement. They have an entitled mindset. When you have immigrants that come from other countries, they understand how much it sucks to work hard in a country where you're not going to benefit. So when they come to America, when there's less restrictions and less things holding you back, they prosper. Like right now, Black Lives Matter is doing riots and they are begging. They're begging is what they're doing. They're begging for change instead of them raising their children to be cops and or raising their kids to be politicians and getting into the system and changing it that way. They are destroying stuff and asking for a handout. They're asking they're like you're going to give me what I want or I'm going to keep burning shit down. Is what's going on right now. Your grandfather worked hard and he didn't ask for anything. Like that's the difference. The mindset here in America is like of entitlement. Like, you also have to understand that a lot of the reason why there's so many single moms is because women don't have to take accountability for being a single mom. The government will pay them. So they have absolutely no reason to change their behavior. So like that's an entitlement. If you get free shit for being black or free shit for being a woman or free shit for being a mom, that's an entitlement. It's literally called an entitlement program. So if you feel that you feel that you deserve something, you're not going to work for it. Your grandpa didn't feel that he deserved anything. He was happy to be in America, so he busted his ass, and now he's got shit. Like it's a mindset. It's really a mindset. Like you can't make people care more than you care. Like I can care all I want for a person. Like I can love like my brother, for example. My brother's on drugs. I've been sober for years. I can't want him to be sober more than he wants to be sober. It doesn't matter how much treatment I send him to. It doesn't matter how much money I give him. It doesn't matter if I give him a free place to live, if I give him a job. It doesn't matter what I do. Because if he don't care, it's not going to matter. If he doesn't want it, he doesn't want it. It really comes down to responsibility and it comes down to a mindset of the person. Your grandfather didn't have that problem. He knew what it was like. Either he knew what it was like coming from another country or he knew what it was like, what his parents went through or what they told him. Like he saw an opportunity and he took advantage of that opportunity. A lot of people don't want to take advantage of an opportunity. They want to complain. They don't want to do the work for it. That goes for white or black. Look at feminism. Feminism does the same thing. They beg for special shit. They don't want to do the work. They just cry for it. It's the same idea. The amount of entitlement in the West is a problem because even if you make 16,000, if you make less than $16,000 a year in America, which is poverty in America, you are still on a global scale not considered to be impoverished if you go by a world standard. I believe it's like five. Like I'll look it up right now.
No, I know what you mean. Like a person in poverty can have some nice sneakers, a refrigerator, good food. Especially like here in New York, we have a lot of these people.
Okay, so I'm gonna share this real quick, and I want you to see this. Okay, so the international poverty line, currently set at $1.98 a day, is the universal standard for measuring global poverty. This line helps measure the number of people living in extreme poverty and helps compare poverty levels between countries. $1.90 a day. So a person of population living under $2 a day. East Asia, the Middle East, Europe.
Oh, Janice, you said I should be a physician assistant. That's exactly what I changed my mind to. Like I was saying, I want to be a doctor, but I changed my mind to PA because I felt like the doctor was worth it. But Kyle, honestly,
What's that?
I was saying like I have to agree with you, because I was literally just talking about what you were saying today. How you can give somebody knowledge, but they won't work for it. Like I was talking to this girl, and she was saying how she spends like she buys all this stuff from Amazon. And I was saying, you get that Amazon credit card and work on your credit right now. And for applying for the card, you get yourself a gift card and you get cash back because you're spending it. She's like, okay. But she's not interested in doing it.
Yeah, like some people just don't want help, man. And as you just saw, that the poverty level in the world is like $2 a day. Like poverty threshold.
Thing is, I feel like there's something mental with why black people spend so much because when you go to other countries like India, they spend a lot too, and they actually like a lot of the poorest countries, they spend so much, and I feel like it's something to do, like something mental, from like a psychological perspective. But I don't really know what it is.
Yeah, but think about this. If you're in America and you make $9 an hour and you work 8 hours, you're making $72 before taxes in America. All right. People are living, the global poverty line is $1.90 a day. So just the fact that you're making $9 an hour, you're not poor. Like you're only poor by an American standard. If you were making $9 an hour in Africa, you're actually pretty high on the hog. You're actually kind of like you're pretty rich. So the fact of the matter is even the poor in America have it better than they do anywhere else in the country, in the world.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
yeah, like it's a mindset. What it comes down to is people going, I don't have as much as that guy, and I want what that guy has. That guy went to school for 12 years. That's why he makes $350,000 a year, because he's he's a doctor that specializes in something. Like, yes, American currency is worth more over there, but with the way that they do the poverty line, it's based off $1.90 our money. Yeah, we're the only country with fat poor people. Like,
Yeah.
like the fact of the matter is it comes down to, like, not you're not going to be able to make everybody rich. You're not going to be able to make everyone want it. So at the end of the day, you have to take care of yourself. And if you can help someone, you help somebody, but you can't help everybody. It's just not possible. So yeah, like, so that standard is that that poverty line is based off of the dollar. So $1.90 is the premise of the other countries of being on the poverty line. So if you're making $9 an hour in America, you're fucking rich in Africa.
Yeah, I definitely know about that because I know people who live here and they send money back to their family in other countries.
Yeah,
And the
like,
dollar carries so much.
yeah, like, how many poor people do you know that have iPhones? How many people in Africa have iPhones?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
I mean, yeah, poor people here,
every,
the standards are
everyone has
not.
everyone has an iPhone in America. Like, it's ridiculously like how many iPhones there are. Like, it comes down to what you value and what you're willing to spend your money on. Like, the reason that I spend money at MTR is because I value the content that he does. So I'm willing to put my money towards his effort. But there's plenty of people that don't value the right stuff. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people that watch MTR that don't donate anything. The person that doesn't donate anything to him is a person that's once is going to spend money on stuff that they want, not stuff that they need. Like, you're not going to be able to make that person change or make that person save money. Like, the most people don't save money, bro.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah, actually changed my mind on this. I used to think it was kind of like a mental thing, but now I'm thinking about it just like it's a lack of guidance. Like our fathers are either not here or don't think it's valuable to be present.
Do you see that chart right there?
Yeah, it's Weibo. I'm on there too.
It's going up.
Mhm.
Like, that's one of my stocks that I bought today. That I bought, and then it's climbing. It's climbing.
Oh, what
It's
stock is
climbing
that?
good. It's called LLEX. It's a oil company.
Okay,
It,
okay.
it I bought it, like, I had it back in the day when it was like 16, 17 cents, and I sold it. I sold it and started putting money into this YouTube channel, and then I just looked today and it was at like 29 cents or 28 cents. So I bought it and it went up to 35 cents, and it's probably going to hit 50 cents within like the next couple weeks. So, just throw a little money in there, take a little money out. Like that's
Mm,
what it comes down to. Like, if you're not going to save money and you're not going to invest money and you're not going to invest money in yourself, you're just going to always spend, then that's how you're going to live. You're always going to be broke. Like, that's it. Like, the whole reason that of building a business is to take the risk and invest in the idea that you'll be able to grow your money. Same thing with investing. You're taking the chance to grow your money. If you don't do stuff like that, you're not ever going to get rich working for someone. You're just not.
yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just the thing that holds black people back in some financial literacy. Like, I mean, I had to go to YouTube to learn about this because my parents didn't teach about that. I had to learn about credit score, saving money, stock market, like being red pill. I had to learn about that. YouTube.
Yeah, like that's very common, my dude. Like that's not like that's not uncommon.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know if you know this, but this live, like I'm looking at my views and whatnot. This live has 88 views, and I currently have 6 viewers, and I've got 17 likes. That is pretty freaking good. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't see the views on the line. I only see like how many views are in right now.
Does anyone else want to get up here? Does anyone want to get up here on this live? Does anyone want to join us in the conversation? Don't worry. Don't be shy. You don't have to be on camera. You can hide your face. Like I'm not very pretty to look at, but I'm all right with just showing my face. So if you want to come up here and do a little chit chat with me and Jordan, well, if I can put my ugly mug on here, you have nothing to worry about. All you gotta do is come on here and talk. That's all you gotta do. It's not too hard. I'm sure you talk it up all the time when you're at home.
I agree on what Michelle was saying. She said the Ramsey company should be in public schools. I feel like they're not going to teach us financial literacy in schools because they
They
must spend.
they don't teach us literacy in schools because they like it's not about you getting poor. It's about keeping people poor. Like if you want to be rich, you're gonna figure out what to do.
Yeah.
Because when people start figuring out their money, then that's a lot of power.
And then
Michelle,
they make money off the people that's not financially literate.
Michelle, you should get up here. You should get up here.
Oh,
You'd be the
Jada's going to
first.
come on.
You would be the first lady on my channel. You would be the first lady. The first one. No other. Never had a woman on my streams. Not one time. You could be my first. But that's up to you. If you're not into it, I get it. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. Just, in case you changed your mind. But yeah, man, what it comes down to is like a lot of people just like you have to have tough love with people. The more that you give people an out or you give them a reason to complain or say that like the more excuses you give people, the worse you're doing for somebody.
Yeah.
Michelle, you would be known as the first lady forever. Forever and ever and ever.
She'll be the pip pip for this channel.
Yeah, you can be my official Pip Pip.
Does she watch MTR?
No, she doesn't. She came over from Tommy Sotomayor, but you know who Pip Pip is, so like it was an inside joke for us.
Mm.
Hey, I'm just saying, Michelle, if you got on here, then the other ladies might decide that it'd be a good idea to get on here, and it could really help me in the future with getting a more diverse audience than just a bunch of sausages around. Because there's plenty of sausages on my channel, whole gang of them. So anybody that's just coming in, I'm not sure who's here. Well, me and Jordan were just having a discussion about financial literacy and also victimhood mentality. And the problem with people is it's a mindset. People need to change their mindset before they can improve upon their lives. And I'm gonna put the StreamYard link down here. All you gotta do is click it. You can come join us on the live stream, and you can talk to me and Jordan. A lot of this, yeah, but man, I want more for my kids. Like no one's gonna take care of my kids better than I'm gonna take care of my kids. So I have to invest the time, and I have to do things to level up my life to get myself in a better position to be able to give my kids whatever I want to give them. And too many people are not willing to take that time, and that's the whole point of this. Soon as I start talking about this, like I can watch the news as soon as I start talking about that stuff, people just dip. But it is what it is. My back is killing me in this chair. It's killing me.
Yeah, I don't know how you can do these lives for so long. Yeah, I remember one time I saw you and Lawrence. You were on a live to like 4 in the morning. I go to sleep. I wake up at 11 o'clock. You know,
Yeah, well, like I'm under quarantine right now, so like I don't got shit to do. But
true.
I really, I would really like to get Michelle on here because a woman on here, a feminine voice. Like I'm gonna put in the description, my first female, and then like other females are gonna see that and they'll be like, oh shit, there's another female. I'm gonna go over there because you know how ladies are. Ladies like to be around other ladies. So like, you know, if Michelle gets on here, she'll be like the catapult into a broader audience.
It's true. You got to hear those different viewpoints.
Patriot didn't want to jump on here earlier because I'm assuming she was shy as well. I'm still waiting on Kane to get over here. Kane, quit playing with me. Quit playing with me and get on here. Michelle, quit playing with me. Show me some love. Get on the live stream. Let's have a conversation. So me and Jordan aren't just just bantering back and forth with each other. Bring some new energy into this. Oh my back. Oh God, that hurt. It's okay. You can giggle. There's nothing wrong with you giggling. I'm not gonna judge you. Look at me. I got face tats. I got a female's name on my collarbone that I'm not even dating, not even with. It was a horrible mistake. I got 2 baby moms. Who am I to judge?
What is your girl? You said you got a girlfriend now, right?
What's it?
You said you got a girlfriend now, right?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend. I got this name, Madison, on my collarbone, and then I got my son's mom's name right here.
Okay. What does she think about that? Like having another girl to name?
What's my girlfriend think?
Yeah, did she get over it?
She's not happy with it. No woman's happy with it. They're never happy
Yeah.
with it. They just they get they don't like. I don't want to look at that. Well, it's on my body. I'm sorry, it happened. So I see that there's 2 more people down in the chat. Welcome to Savage Red Recovery. We're doing a live stream. I was on Tommy Sotomayor's show earlier today, and we are just talking a little bit about the stuff that was talked about on that. If you are following me from his channel, if there's anything that you want to ask me, or if there's any points that you didn't get to address with me when I was on the show, go ahead and just tell me in the comment section, or you can jump down into the live stream if you'd like, and you can ask me on the show, or you can talk to Jordan because Jordan's going to be a doctor one day.
No, I'm trying to be PA now.
You should be a doctor so you can be my personal physician because I don't have a personal physician.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but I don't go to the doctor very much.
You know, I wanted to be a doctor because of people like you, people that are like scared to go to the hospital and stuff.
No, it's not that I'm scared to go to the hospital. I'm not scared to go to the doctor. I was an IV user. I have no problem with the doctor. I just don't go to the doctor. Like, if I'm not dying, I don't need to go.
That's what's killing men. That's why women live longer because we don't go as much.
No, we die more because we have more stress in our life and we do harder and dangerous jobs.
And the
Like,
doctor will warn you about that. With dangerous jobs, the doctor can't do nothing about that. But stress, he'll be like, listen, this is called like your stress. This is happening because of stress. You gotta do something to kind of chill out.
my back is killing me, man, killing me. I need a chiropractor is what I really need. I need a masseuse and a chiropractor in my life.
What's the name? Masaji? She cut your part.
Yeah, did you see the episode where the live
I
stream
saw it. I saw it.
she was calling me daddy? You know why she was calling me daddy, right? It was because I put her in her place the week before.
What did you say?
It was the live stream where MTR brought her. He had her on, and then like I came on after her, and he left her on the channel, and she was talking about how she was with some dude, and he didn't think he couldn't have kids because it's been 7 years or something, and he ended up having sex with some other girl and getting her pregnant. And I was like, that has nothing to do with me. Just because you date dumb dudes has nothing to do with me. I don't care. Like, but is there anything that you guys in the chat would like us to talk about, or is there anything that you guys would like to know? Because at this point, I am starting to run out of stuff, and because I was on. That is a very good. That is a very good suggestion. I will definitely look into it. But yeah, I've been on stream for 13 hours right or 11 hours right now, so I'm running out of information and stuff to say.
Sheesh.
So if there's anything that anyone wants to talk about, I'm more than willing to listen. This stream itself has been going on for almost 5 hours, and I was on Tommy Sotomayor's show for like 4 or 5 hours. Maybe 6 hours. No, I was on there for way longer than that. I was on there for like 6 hours or something.
He just had you like on the call.
Yeah, I was backstage waiting from like 12 o'clock until like 4 o'clock before I got on, and then I got on at 4 and got off at like 8:30.
Oh, the crowd must have just loved you.
I don't know if they loved me, but
You were
I was
interesting.
at least interested enough to be around. Hey Kane, did you get your phone figured out? Oh man, my back is killing me.
So you just talked like 4 hours ago, like.
Well, there was other people. There was other people on the panel, so it was like I didn't talk that much.
Okay.
What's up, Kane?
What's up, King?
No, I don't really live stream like that. Like the only reason I live streamed after this was because a lot of people joined the channel after I was on Tommy Sotomayor, so I figured I would do a live stream. Like I might start doing a set time once I get a bigger following. I only, I don't even have 100 people, so like at any given time, like setting up live streams isn't gonna really do anything. It might help. I'll give it a go, but I don't have like a set time for anything. Usually I work every day. Like I usually work all the time, so like I get in when I can fit in. But like I said, I'm under quarantine right now, so I've been doing that. What's going on, Kane?
Nothing much.
So, Kane, where did you come over from Tommy Sotomayor's channel?
Yeah, I came over. Actually, I think I joined right after whatever that whoever that woman was left.
Okay, and so you decided to come over here. You decided to come over here after seeing me on there. Was there anything that you wanted to anything that you wanted to talk about, or any points that you wanted to ask me about, or
Not really. I just think you have a pretty interesting, I guess, perspective, um, being someone that's gone through the prison system. I can't say that I've had that experience before, so it's definitely what you have to say.
yeah, like a lot of people don't want to do the reflection of the work that needs to be done. A lot of people want to blame someone else because it's easier, and at the end of the day, it comes down to once you're willing to take accountability for your actions, you can move forward. Like the first step in AA is admitting that you have a problem. Like if you don't recognize that you're a drug addict, how are you going to fix being a drug addict?
Yeah, true.
Hey, Kane, you told me to be a PA. So what do you do? And what are you interested in?
Sorry, what did you say?
You like recommended to me being a PA, so I'm interested. What are you trying to do?
Something about being a PA.
I was saying, what are you interested in doing in the future?
He said, "What are you interested in doing in your future?"
What am I interested in?
Yeah, he said, "What are you interested in doing in your future?"
I'm going into biochem right now. I mean, I don't know exactly what I want to do with it, but I had a lot of friends that are going into the PA program right now, and so it seemed like a pretty relevant thing.
So you don't sell cocaine?
No.
Are you sure? Because if your name is Kane, then you like that's perfect branding. I'm just saying.
No. I don't sell anything.
I'm joking. So, what exactly brought you to Tommy Sotomayor's channel? What got you to watch him?
Well, I've just been watching all of the videos from the protests and the riots over the past few weeks, and I've just been hopping around between different live channels, and I really liked his kind of comedic take on some of the stuff that's been happening. I like his sense of humor.
Yeah, he is a pretty funny guy. I'm not gonna lie. Jordan,
Can you guys hear me?
like are you at work or something? Because it sounds like there's like semi trucks driving past you or something. Oh, Jordan dipped. Michelle, guess what? There's room up here for you still. There's still room up here for you, Michelle. But so how long have you been watching Tommy?
Just 2 days, I think. It's been pretty quick.
Yeah. Like the main reason that I took a break from Tommy was because like a lot of the times when I was watching him, it was just like ratchet females that were on there, and like I can only take so much ratchet females. Like that's not like when I was younger, I was all about ratchet females, but now that I'm old,
Yeah.
like yeah, now that I'm older. What's up, Jordan?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you guys.
So I know that there are 3 people in this chat. I know of 3 of them. I see 6 watching. I want to know who the other 3 are, because they're not. Jordan, what is that? Are you doing leaf blowing? Are you blowing leaves right now?
Oh, it's my computer.
That's your.
Yeah, it's kind of old, so when it overheats, the fan gets loud.
Jesus, bro. That
Um,
thing is that thing is fierce.
thought it was like one of those floor cleaners you see in schools,
I thought
Zambonis.
I honestly thought you were working at like the on the highway, like you were on the fucking turnpike, and that was like a semi truck driving past you. Yeah, it's cool if the people in the channel in the chat are watching. If you guys would like to say something or not just be creepily watching me like through my window, that'd be make me feel a little bit better. I'm just playing, but yeah. So, do you watch any other? Do you watch any other like red? Do you watch red pill channels or like what's the main thing that you end up watching on YouTube, Kane?
Let's see. I think iHypocrite is a pretty good channel. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Mm.
I can put the name in the chat. So I watch him. Um, most of the YouTube stuff I look at is more just keeping up with things. It isn't like looking for opinions. I kind of just form those on my own.
So on YouTube, I watch X22 Report. I watch Slightly Offensive. I watch uh, Black Conservative Patriot. I watch The Patriot Hour. I watch In Pursuit of Truth. I watch ABL. Um, I watch Officer Tatum. Um, I watch mediocre tutorials and reviews. Um, here, let me just pull up my history instead of scrolling through my.
You like Officer Tatum? I can't. Like, I think he tells the truth, but I think he's a little biased when it comes to the police.
I don't think so. And I'm an ex-criminal, so just
So,
saying.
what do you think when he says that most police are good people? Because I kind of believe in what people are saying with when they say there is a bad cop that does bad things, but the people around him that allows him to do bad things are also bad cops.
So that's true, but here's the issue with that. The issue with that is that the issue with that is a lot of these people have pensions. A lot of these people have families. Like, um, like if you don't put yourself in a bad position, the likelihood of you getting messed with the police is very low. So like I'm not gonna get mad like this is my take on it. I would always run from a scene of a crime. Once I got caught, I didn't run. I didn't fight. I never fought the cops. I didn't fight the cops. I didn't flee. Like yeah, yeah, Michelle. I'm just saying when you get home, you could always get on the live stream, just grace us with your voice for a moment. But like, this is the way I look at life. My job was to, as a criminal, was to get away with crime. Their job was to catch me. Once they caught me, they had me. Until they caught me, I was running. So like, I'm not like, my second case. I got my second case. They manufactured evidence on my tampering with evidence case and testified that I had admitted to my crime, which I didn't. But the fact that it matters is like, they thought what they were doing was for the better good. Like, I'm not going to get mad about it, because if I got charged for all the stuff that I actually did do, the 3 years that I would have got for the tampering with evidence charge that I was facing, plus the time from my previous case, wasn't nothing. Like, at the end of the day, their job is to catch you, and your job's not to get caught. So if you don't put yourself in the position to where you have to be caught, the likelihood of bad stuff happening to you is very low. You're more likely to get hit with lightning.
The thing is, though, everybody like ends up breaking laws. Like most people will end up breaking some kind of law eventually. Like even if you're a good Samaritan, you're gonna speed or something. You're gonna speed or whatever.
Your car has cruise
There,
control. You shouldn't speed. They have cars now that
I
drive
mean,
themselves. You don't have to.
you're not supposed to, but I mean, people are gonna do it.
Okay, so then if you get fucked up by the police, then you got fucked up by the police for speeding. Like, that's on you. That's a choice you made. Like, I don't speed. I have the whole time I've been sober, I haven't been pulled over. And I look at me. Look at me. Do I look like a guy that's not up to no good? Like, when you see me doing something, I just look like I'm doing some fuck shit.
I just think it's kind
I
of
mean,
extreme to be like to say, well, if you didn't do something in the first place, and the cop wouldn't have to have done it. If you have the power as an officer, you should be using that power.
Yeah, but you have to understand, they're police officers. They're people, bro. Like, they make mistakes too. They have bad days. People are like, I'm not perfect. I can't expect other people to be perfect. Like, you can't expect everyone to act the way they're supposed to. How many times that I've acted in a way that I shouldn't have acted? Like, I'm sure that I'm sure that there's some time that you've snapped on somebody, or you were out of pocket and overreacted to a situation over nothing. And you probably didn't even mean to. You were just in a bad mood or something. Like, everyone does bad shit. Like you can't save everybody's life. You can't prevent everyone from dying. Like, the amount of people that die every year by the police is so small that like, I think it's like 1,000 people or something. Here, I'll Google it right now and find out.
Okay, you wanted to say something earlier?
sorry. Um, yeah, I was gonna say that I've been pulled over before for eating. It was just like um, 10 miles over the speed limit, but it wasn't. I mean, the officer came up to the car, asked me um, for my license and stuff. Um, and I mean, I was just compliant with it. It wasn't. I mean, I guess just do what they tell you to do.
Okay, so in 2016, so the only study that I'm looking up is from the only thing I'm looking from is 2000. Nope, that's from this year. So this is from April. So I'll go with this. It says that 1,000 people. News at Northeastern. It says 1,000 people a year die every year in the police shootings. Yeah, 1,000 people. 1,000 people. I don't know if you know this, but 250,000 people die every year for medical malpractice. Like the amount of police officers there are and the amount of interactions they have with people, and only 1,000 a year die from the police, bro. That is so insignificant that like I'm not gonna get. Like I said, you can't get mad over everything in life. You can't. Like the virus killed, according to the numbers, it killed 100,000 people. 100,000 people. 100,000 people, according to the numbers, died. I don't believe those numbers, but if you do believe those numbers, I believe it's much lower. But even if it's, say that 100,000 is true, 100,000 people died from the virus. It would take 100 years of police killing people to get what died from COVID. In Chicago, 3,000 to 6,000 people are killed from gang violence in Chicago every year. That's one city. Like the amount of the like unsuccessful or failure rate of the police is so low, bro. It really is. It is. I'm not gonna get mad about it. Like, if you don't want to get pulled over, make sure your tags are good. Make sure you have insurance. Make sure you're not speeding. Like, the likelihood of you getting in a fucked up situation with the police is very low.
I don't think like the baseline of whether or not a cop is doing a bad job should be whether or not you killed somebody. Because I mean, it could also just be like how the guy's acting. That, yeah, I get what you're saying there. Depending on the day, the guy could be having a bad day. But when a death actually happens, you're kind of looking at it. It's like, can you blame you killing somebody on a bad day, and then the guy accidentally kills somebody, and then they get off?
Give me an example.
So like Eric Garner, the guy.
Okay, so
He used a chokehold.
Yeah, so guess what? Eric Gardner resisted arrest. Eric Gardner had been arrested multiple times. Eric Galt he knew that it was a crime to sell cigarettes. He was selling cigarettes. He's done it multiple times. He's been arrested multiple times.
Not that time.
What's that?
That time when the police came up to him, he was not selling cigarettes. He didn't have cigarettes. What happened was, I think they said the store called and the police and thought he was selling cigarettes, but he was just kind of outside. Like, who knows?
Yeah, so regardless, he had been known for selling cigarettes, okay? He was standing
What he was doing.
He was standing in front of a store, and then he resisted arrest. All these actions he made a choice to do. He's a big guy. Right? He was a big guy.
Yeah.
So if you're going to resist arrest, it takes more force to put that person down, correct?
The thing is, though, when he was resisting arrest, it wasn't like he was pushing, he wasn't being violent. He was just kind of upset after he was getting arrested, and he was moving his hands.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But here's the thing, Kyle. How can you say it's understandable for a police officer to have a bad day, but then not give the civilian that same leeway? He could have been having a bad day and just be like, now I got to deal with this.
But this is what you have to understand. When they came up to him and he would have turned around and put his hands behind his back and they threw handcuffs on him and he got in the car, everything would have been kosher. Kosher. But as soon as he decided to resist, That meant they had to escalate with force. And this is how this works. If you are 300 pounds and 6'5", I don't know how big he was or how much he weighed, and you have a bunch of 5', 125 or 150-pound guys, they don't know how many dudes it's going to take to put you down, but they're going to use every guy that they need to make sure you go down. That's the problem. He made it to where they had to escalate force. So you can then not say, oh, well, you used too much. Well, no, I didn't need to use force. You didn't need to resist arrest. I'm going to tell you, as a person who's been arrested many times, I never resisted arrest. It doesn't benefit you because I don't know how many ass whippings they're going to give me, but it's going to be more than I want. I've had my ass beat by the police. I've had my ass beat handcuffed from being a smartass. Like, that happens. But you can't. You like, it's when you're playing a prank with your friend. Your friend puts fucking itching powder in your body wash, and then he set the stage. So you go shit in his blanket, or you go shit in his pillow, or you go shit in his dryer. Like, you can't. You cannot do something and then tell the other person how they can respond. If I bitch slap the shit out of you, I then can't turn around and say, you can't hit me. You can't do that. Because when you resist, they don't know what you're about to do. Because if you don't know this, the most dangerous thing for a cop, like, Gardner wasn't, obviously, he wasn't in a car, he wasn't a traffic stop. But the most dangerous thing for a police officer is a traffic stop. A traffic stop, you are stopping anybody. They could have anything, and they could be wanted for anything. So at that point in time is the most dangerous. So when you have a dude that has a record that resists arrest and he's bigger than you, all he has to do is get your gun from you. That's all he's got to do. He's got to take your gun. That's it. So if you don't want to die from stupid shit, don't do stupid shit.
Cause here's the thing. Like, again, it's like when you're a cop, you have a responsibility. You have the ability to use force, but I feel like you also have the responsibility of knowing when to not use too much force, because the
Okay,
thing
so
is, he had a history of selling cigarettes. I don't think that warrants violence, and that's kind of why he got fired, because
no,
his actions went against what was required.
he got fired because he used a rear naked chokehold that is not what you're supposed to use. That's why he got fired. But the problem that you're trying to say is, well, it was because of cigarettes. No, he didn't get killed because of cigarettes. He got killed because he resisted arrest. When I get pulled over,
No, I'm not saying he got killed because of cigarettes.
listen, you can't minimize a crime. You can't. When you have police contact, all right? When you have police contact for a taillight, if a cop pulls you over for a taillight, all right, and he goes to arrest you and you resist him, you are now getting your ass beat for resisting. You could have just taken, he wanted to give you a ticket, he wanted to write you whatever he wanted to do. When you resist their orders or you act belligerent, you are opening up the can of worms for them to use all the laws that they want to use on you. Like, I'm never, like, listen, bro, I've been a criminal. I've been arrested. I've been on the run. I've had my door kicked in. I've had motherfuckers come in the morning masked up with fucking automatic, like I've had motherfuckers come in with M4s, like, just kicking my door with masks, like I was getting robbed by Jack Boys, bro. And you're like, just don't do stupid shit. Like,
So,
like if you're a pedophile, you can't be if you're a pedophile, you can't be at school. You can't go to a playground. If you're a drug dealer and you're not being a drug dealer, and you used to sell drugs in front of a store, you shouldn't be standing in front of the store doing nothing. Like,
So even if the crime, like it's stated, like the crime does not warrant that kind. No, there's also the thing too. I forgot. Uh, Selling cigarettes. I believe that one of the arguments, it didn't warrant an arrest. It's a fine.
correct.
So why did he even try to escalate it towards an arrest?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but a police officer, when they detain you, they're able to arrest you. And you don't know if his arrest record, he had something violent. He's a big guy. They might have wanted to put him in handcuffs and get his information and release him. Like, you don't, like, we don't know. Do you know what his whole crime history was? Like, I don't.
I don't think that was brought up for like a reason as for arrest. I think the only thing they brought up was he was known for selling cigarettes, and based off that, and the charge was selling cigarettes. That's what the guy called the police for. So they were saying, why were you
But
trying to arrest him if you can't do that?
because a cop has the right to detain you. A detainment, like, so a detainment, you can be handcuffed and standing there. Like, uh, when you when you're detained, you're under arrest. It's the same shit. The only difference is when you're being detained, they're holding you for a short period of time to release you. So the fact of the matter is that I don't know the specifics of the situation. I don't know every detail of it. But the cops easily could have he could have just put the handcuffs on, bro. He could have just put the handcuffs on. That's all he had to do. It's not that hard. I've been arrested many times. Many times.
So I get what you're saying, but do you honestly believe that even if it's a small crime that does not get you an arrest, that just because you get frustrated and move your hands a little bit, it, you're responsible for death? You're responsible for your death.
No, that's not what I said. If I get frustrated and call another grown man a bitch, is that grown man gonna forgive me because I was frustrated and said called him a
No,
bitch?
no, no, no. I'm talking about like with cops.
It's the same thing. If I call a man a bitch, he's not gonna respond to me and think of me because I'm like, you have to understand, you're a fucking man. I don't give a fuck how frustrated he is. If I'm a cop and I'm there detaining you or arresting you and you resist me, I'm going to use force on you. It's that simple. Gardner was a grown man, bro. He was a grown man. He wasn't a small dude. It's unfortunate that he died. It's unfortunate. But you can't tell me that that cop set out to kill him.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah. It was an accident. If I remember correctly, the dude could have been pinned or I don't remember the specifics, but the fact of the matter is the dude resisted arrest and then he died. The cops didn't have to put their hands on him in any sort of way if he didn't resist. It's that simple, bro.
So let me tell you like specifics. So when he was started to get arrested, he raised his hands and he moved them around. Like they were like right like around his shoulder, and he moved them around. And that's after that, that's when they started grabbing, and they took him to the ground. And one guy did like the rear naked choke, and at some point there was another officer like sitting on his chest, kind of like with his knees on his chest. And if you knew about the protests, when they protest, they said I can't breathe 13 times because he said I can't breathe 13 times before he died. So I feel like there was some responsibility in the officer.
Okay, so here, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do right here. Okay, so you see where he didn't. He resisted and resisted and resisted and resisted and resisted. You see that?
Yeah, but he didn't push. He didn't try to move. He kind of just
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro.
complained.
It doesn't.
Just are you gonna tell me him complaining and having his hand up allows you to somebody to come behind you and put you in a chokehold?
He resisted, bro. When the cops put their hands on him, he knocked their hands off him and said, "Don't touch me." When the guy choked him, he tried to stand back up. When he went to the ground, he tried to get back up. If he hadn't resisted, he wouldn't have got none of that would have happened, bro. The reason force was used was because he resisted arrest. I'm telling you, as a person that's been arrested multiple times, it doesn't go that way if you don't resist. It's that simple. If you make a cop chase you or you resist a cop, you're gonna get fucked up. Like as you can see how big he was, how hard it was for them to get him down. That guy shouldn't have used that chokehold. He shouldn't have. But you can tell that them trying to take him down was not easy. He was a big guy and he was resisting. You can't tell me that had he put those handcuffs on and been arrested, it would have went any different. It would have went the same way. You can't tell me that. That's being disingenuous. Those cops were completely cool until they checked her, until he resisted arrest.
I'm not trying to say that he should not have resisted. What I'm trying to say is when you're a cop and you have the ability to do that to somebody, you have the ability to use force rules. There's a procedure, and I don't think
The
that
procedure was
him raising his
to
hands.
arrest. He didn't just raise his hands. You're
No,
being
there's a
disingenuous.
procedure for arrest.
There is a procedure for arrest, but as soon as force is required, you're supposed to put you're supposed to, like, once you resist, you become a threat. Until you are no longer a threat, force is used. He did not come to a threshold of deadly force because he was unarmed. If you noticed, they didn't pull a gun on him. They didn't tase him. They physically used force to gain control of the situation to arrest him. It is unfortunate that dude did the rear naked choke, and between him fighting and the guy's body weight, he probably crushed his throat. But it's bad on both people, the cop and him. But you can't take blame off of Gardner. The cop got fired. If he would have put the fucking cuffs on, force wouldn't have been used. Like, that's like,
Yeah, I got disconnected.
that's fine. But that's the fact, my dude. Like, they both fucked up. But it would have never got to that point. Like, if you notice how angry and belligerent he was, you don't argue with cops right there on the street. You take your battle to the court. That's what you do. Like, had he gone to court, he would have beat the case because there was absolutely no evidence of him doing anything. You're not going to win your court argument on the sidewalk with the cop. If any time that you ever talk to a cop and while they're arresting you and tell them that you didn't do it, they'll tell you that's what the judge is for. It's not their job to decide if you're guilty or not. It's their job to decide if you committed offense that's arrestable or what they perceive to be arrestable. Like, if you take your battle to the court, you live. If you want to fight it out with the cops in the street, you can die. That's your choice. Do you got another person that you wanna bring up? Another example?
I'm still kind of on this. I'm rewatching the video right now because it didn't look like he was. You say you pushed his hands off.
No,
I'm trying to look at the video.
they went to arrest him, and he moved his arms up like this when the cop's arms were on his body, and he went off like this and don't touch me. And then when the cop grabbed him from behind around the neck, he kept trying to stand up. Like,
I think that's a natural reaction though. If somebody's knocking you off balance, it's your natural reaction to try to stay up.
Yes, bro. But had he not done that, had he just been arrested, there wouldn't have been any of this.
Here's the thing, I definitely agree with you on that. Like you bring that up, I agree with you that he should not have resisted arrest. He should have just said, okay, talk to him. That would have saved his life. But if you're a police officer, you go through training, you have rules.
But bro, they're humans. Just like you're not supposed to text and drive. I'm sure you text and drive from time to time. It could cost you your life. You're not supposed to drink and drive. People still drink and they think they're good enough to drive and they drive. Like, we're all humans. Like, the fact of the matter is he got fired. What else do you want?
Here's the thing about that too. With him getting fired, he was on leave for like a year. I think the only reason he actually got fired, he got so much pressure from social media because
Yeah,
he was on leave. They I don't think they wanted to fire him.
yeah, like because at the end of the day, honestly, bro, I really don't think that he. Hey, Christopher, you're more than welcome to come on the stream. It's right here. You're more than welcome to jump in. This if you click the link that I posted, the StreamYard link, that will bring you into the stage, and I'll bring you up here, and you can say whatever it is that you want. But the fact of the matter is, my dude, like when you like this is the problem. When you put yourself in that predicament, things can happen. Mistakes are made. Like that's what you need to understand. Just like when you're driving and you get a text message from somebody, it's not your intention to wreck, but it can happen because you're taking your eyes off the road. Like at the end of the day, the cop shouldn't use that chokehold. And I honestly think the reason that chokehold went south was because he resisted and he kept trying to stand up, and the dude put his weight on him to take him down. And it was the mixture of the chokehold and his weight is what ended up killing him.
No, he when he was down, he held it, and he kept saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." He kept holding the chokehold. It wasn't like a quick and then he let go.
You can clearly see that he tucked his arms off his arm when he was down, saying that when he was down and was saying that he couldn't breathe, that his arm wasn't on the chokehold.
Can you like share the screen again and show me which video you're looking at?
What? Every time you grab it before, nothing. Have you seen me?
So as you can see with the big motion of his arms, he's really upset. Okay?
I'm minding my business, officer. I'm minding my business. Please just leave me alone. Hold on. Don't touch me, please.
So right there, they try to put his arms behind his back, and he intentionally pulled his arms down, and he kept trying to get off him. As you can see, the cop uses his hand. He's using only his hand here. So he's got it on. He's got the chokehold. He's got the chokehold. He's got the chokehold. He's got the chokehold. No chokehold. There's no chokehold there. There's no chokehold there. No chokehold. He let go of it.
Once again,
Wait, can you back it up a little bit and full screen it?
Yeah,
There's the chokehold. There's the chokehold. He lets go of the chokehold and puts his arms on his head. There's no arm around his neck right there. He's not in a chokehold. He was only in a. He was only in that chokehold for a minute. He wasn't in that chokehold the whole time. That's not like that. That didn't happen. As soon as they went to the ground and he got control of the arm, he let go of it and put his hands on dude's head. Like he wasn't super malice. He didn't hold that dude. He didn't choke that dude the whole time that they were arresting him. He wasn't being held down like that for that long. Now, when they were struggling, could he have crushed his larynx or crushed his throat? That's possible. That is possible. But he didn't hold that dude to death. That did not happen. He used it to take him down and let it go once they had control of him. Like he shouldn't have used that move, but he wasn't malice. Like he didn't. It wasn't a Floyd thing. Like he didn't make sure he died. He used enough force to take him down, and then he let go of it. You can see clearly in the video.
Mm.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like all that could have been avoided if he just been arrested. And the cop made a mistake. Like he used a chokehold that he couldn't. Like you can see how hard they were struggling to take him down. He was a big guy. The cop was behind him, so he grabbed him by the neck, because if you know anything about wrestling or taking people down, when you grab people by their neck, that's a good way to take someone down.
But
And
he's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, but like the thing of it is there's all sorts of stuff. Like any job that you're in, there's stuff you're not supposed to do, and people cut corners. Like he ended up getting fired over it. But as you can see, that cop wasn't being malicious. Like that's what you need to understand. He made a mistake. He used a hold that he shouldn't have used, and it ended up killing somebody.
So you think if somebody kills you by, like, not you, but if somebody gets killed by another person by accident with no malicious intent, but they are the person that caused that death because of their irresponsibility, they should walk away scot-free?
Well, this is the thing. So a normal person, like I'll give you a perfect example. A buddy of mine that I worked with, his wife was driving their daughter to school early in the morning, and it was dark. A man stepped off the sidewalk and stepped right in front of her car, and she killed him. She hit him and killed him. All right. The family wanted her to be prosecuted for manslaughter.
That's kind of different because
No,
she wasn't irresponsible because the guy just jumped onto the road. I mean, you're being irresponsible, but you did not want death to happen.
But this is the point. They didn't want his death to happen. They didn't want to wrestle him. Those cops have the authority to use force on you. Anytime that you use force, there's a potential for someone to die. Even when you go into the UFC and you're a paid boxer, you can die by getting struck in the head or getting knocked out. That's a risk that you cannot get rid of. Anytime that force is used, like me and you could be in a bar and someone talks shit and I turn around and crack them, and the way they fall, they die. Like
that's what I'm talking about.
And when I'm a person and you're a person and you hit me and I hit you back and I kill you, I still get manslaughter. But that's different than a cop and a person and a man resisting the police and them having to use force on him. Like I honestly I think he should have had a mark in his jacket. I think he should have been reprimanded. I don't think he necessarily should have been fired, because I don't think he was being malicious.
But here's the thing. With the thing you said, with a fight, you did not want to kill the person. But you being irresponsible and getting into a fight at the bar, that caused someone's death. That's manslaughter. Why is it a civilian has more responsibility there than a cop who's trained?
Do you know why? Because cops are sovereign citizens, so they have the authority to do things that you and I don't. Because I can't arrest people, I can't kidnap people, I can't use force against people because I'm violating their rights. It's a crime for me to do it. But we give them immunity from those laws to enforce the law. Okay, so there's a difference there. Two, if I'm in a bar and I get in a fight, is that illegal?
That is illegal, and the chokehold is illegal too. That's my point.
It's against policy. Against policy and illegal are two different things. So the difference between me and a bar fight. Here's how this works. If me and you go rob a liquor store, all right, we rob a liquor store. I shoot the clerk during the robbery. Do you know what that means?
That's different. You had malicious intent.
No, it's not different. What it means is you're guilty for murder.
Yeah, murder. That means
Yes.
if you shoot somebody, you were pointing the gun at them and you intended to
Yeah.
shoot them.
Yes, but you did not shoot them, but you're guilty of murder.
Would that
What are you
be
talking about? If I didn't
accomplice?
shoot them,
If me and you go rob a liquor store together and I shoot the clerk, you're guilty of murder.
aren't you guilty of a accessory, like something like you're an accomplice?
You're guilty of murder. It'll probably get pled down to accessory or if you testify. But the way that the law works is if you commit a crime, you're any crime thereafter, you're guilty of. So if I get into a fight with a person in a bar, I broke the law. If he dies because of the illegal action that I did, then I'm still guilty under the law, even though it wasn't my intention. Just like if me and you plan to go rob a convenience store, you set out with the intention to break the law, just like I did with the fight. You did not intend for me to shoot the clerk, but I did. And because you signed up for the first crime, you are therefore guilty of the second crime. That is why it is different between a bar fight and someone dying and the police using force on somebody, because the police have to use force to enforce the law. It's a
So,
different situation.
so what you're saying is, if a cop goes against policy and him breaking the rules that he's supposed to follow, he should still be protected by the law, even though he broke the rules with his actions.
But again, him breaking policy, like, so here's your issue. Okay, this is the issue. Either you want to accept that the dude fucked up and made a mistake and unfortunately someone died, or you don't want to accept that reality and you want him to elevate force. So that means he either would have tased the fuck out of him, which could have caused him to die because being shocked by a taser can give you a heart attack, or he would have pulled a gun out on him. The only way for him to have done that, the only way for him to control the situation was with force. The dude was big. Even with him having him in the chokehold, the dude did not go down easily, correct? So either you have to accept that unfortunately when people have to use force, sometimes people die, mistakes happen, things go wrong, okay? Or you have to accept that all the times that the cops pull a gun on a motherfucker and they're unarmed, or they pull a gun on a person and they weren't doing nothing. You can't have it both ways. Either he's going to use more force than that's needed by tasing him or shooting him with rubber bullets or pulling a gun on him or macing the fuck out of him, or he was going to try to take him down physically without a weapon and taser. And either way, if you use the taser, the dude has a chance of dying. If he tries to take him down, there's a chance of him dying. You're not going to be able to use force. And policy states that you can't escalate force to a weapon first. So even if he would have tased him, he would have broke policy. Like, that's what you don't get. Like,
No, if he tased him, I mean, I don't know the rules with that, if he was allowed to tase him, but if he was allowed to tase him in that situation and he used a taser, he followed the rule book and that was an accidental killing. You know,
but
I'd more side with him there. But
he wouldn't be following the rule book.
He broke the rule book. Why would he be following the rule book?
Because you can only use a taser or pepper spray at a certain level of resistance. So in order for them to use deadly force, they have to be a fear of their life. He couldn't have pulled his gun out and just shot him. That would have been that would have not been following policy. He can't just pull his taser out and tase him because that's not following policy. They have to get to a certain level before they're able to use certain forces. So he had to use physical force was the first thing that he qualified to use. In that he was okay to use physical force. The dude being so big, it would be hard to take him down. He tried to get him from behind with a chokehold. The chokehold, the way he did it, is against policy. There was not a situation in that where the guy would have gone down and him also not break policy, is what I'm telling you. If he would have pulled his gun out and shot that dude in the leg and then arrested him, you guys would be complaining that he shot an unarmed black man. If he would have tased
Why
the
does it have
fuck
to
out
be
of
that
him,
extreme though?
because anytime that you use force, you have to use a certain amount of force. You cannot go from 0 to 10. Shooting him is the highest amount of force. Tasing and mace go farther down. The guy did not hit them. The guy just resisted arrest. So he did not qualify to use the other forms of non-lethal force, is what I'm telling you. Either way, he would have done that. If he would have tased him, he would have been breaking policy. If he would have pulled a gun on him, he would have been breaking policy. If he would have maced him, he would have been breaking policy.
I understand what you said. That you saying that. I didn't know it was against policy, so now I'm saying okay, so he can't do that. So
Yeah.
you're saying he was allowed to use force. So what I'm saying here is,
Yes.
if he was allowed to use force, he should have used force in a way that went with the rules. I'm
Yes. But what would
saying the
he?
second he used a chokehold that was against the rules.
Yes. But tell me what
Set
policy would.
himself.
But you have to understand something. That dude was big, and even with him having a chokehold on his windpipe, the guy still was able to resist. So tell me a more effective way of him taking him down to arrest him without the chokehold. What would he have done?
All right. I'm not a cop. I don't know the
Exactly.
tactics,
Like that's my like
but
that's my but that's my
but the thing is though, there has to be other ways to take people down. Like I know in the UFC,
yeah.
there's a lot of different ways to take people down.
Yes, but when you watch the UFC, they're fighting the same people in the same weight class. You're not seeing a guy that's a foot shorter and 100 pounds less fight a dude that's a foot taller and 100 pounds more and seeing him do fucking wrestling moves on them. You don't see that. The cop had to make a decision. He made a decision. It was the wrong decision. The guy died. Like like that's like, have you been in a fight before in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Did things work out the way that you thought they were going to work out in that fight? Like, did it go planned? Did you have to make rash decisions in the moment? Yeah, bro. Like that happens. Like, both people are at fault. Like, that's it. Gardner is just as much a victim as he wanted to be. He didn't have to resist arrest. And after he resisted, he kept resisting, bro. Like, if you would have tased him, he could have fallen and hit in his head. He could have had a heart attack. Like, if they tackled him, he could have hit his head on the curb. Like, at any point, the guy could have died. The only issue is the dude decided to use a chokehold, which the dude wasn't even. He didn't choke the life out of that man. He choked him and got him down and let him go. He was at least responsible with it. He didn't try to kill that man. Bad shit happens, man. Like, that's just how it works. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So you agree that the chokehold was wrong?
What I'm saying is I honestly, the way he used it, I don't think it was. Like if that dude was as big as him, and I was a littler guy trying to take him down, I would have tried to do the chokehold too.
You just said like a minute ago that it was wrong of him to use a chokehold.
It was wrong of him to use the chokehold because the guy died. But had the guy not died, we wouldn't have had this argument. That's the hindsight of it. In the moment, I would have used the chokehold, regardless if it was the policy or not, because the best way to take someone down is with their head. Like that's the fact.
The thing is, it wasn't like a one-on-one. It was multiple police officers in the area.
Yeah, and there was multiple police officers trying to take him down, and they still had trouble. Like that's what you're failing to see. Like even with there being multiple cops
They didn't
trying
have
to take him
trouble.
down,
He never got back up.
bro, he got halfway back
They
up.
all had him pinned down.
Bro,
He just got on his knee.
bro, when you go from the ground and you put your body up and you're on your arms, he's halfway up, my dude. They were having trouble. They were struggling to get him down. They were. And if you don't think they were, then you're being disingenuous.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at it right now. He fell and he landed on his side and he flipped over. He didn't like rise back up. He like fell, he landed on his side with a guy on top of him and he flipped over.
Bro, he flipped over with a grown man on his back with a guy around his neck. If you're going to tell me that they were not having trouble with him, then you're being disingenuous.
No, because if a person's on top of you, it's not hard to tilt your weight. To tilt somebody.
Okay, well then we're just gonna have to disagree, bro, because like we watched the video multiple times. In the very beginning, you said that he choked him to death. He didn't choke him to death. He let him go as soon as he got him to the ground. Now I'm telling you that
Yeah, I agree with that. I misremembered it.
and now that you can see that they struggled trying to get him down, and now you're gonna say that they didn't. Like the video's there. Like had he not died, this would have never made the news. It would have never been a problem. There were like he took him down and he used a chokehold for a minute to get him down. I can't like bro, I can't be mad about it. Like I can't be mad about it. Floyd, I'm pissed. He should have never done that. He intentionally killed that man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in
Riots got
case,
small chicks in this.
What's that, Kane?
I think in Gardner's case, it's just the results of the decisions people make adding up.
Yeah, bro.
I don't think
like that cop was not trying to kill him. That cop wasn't trying to be a dick. He was even respectful and he let go of it. Like it's completely different than if you look up Tony Tempa or if you look up Floyd. Those cops deliberately held them down and killed them. Like that's the facts. Like like name another one. Like name another person that you think the cops were unjust in, because as you can tell, that cop wasn't trying to be a dick. He was trying to do his job and take the dude down, and he was even respectful as he was doing it. The guy that killed Floyd was absolutely disrespectful. He didn't give no fucks. Like,
so with what I was saying earlier, how you're not a good cop if you witnessed that, do you think the people around there that watched it didn't stop it? Or one guy that even I'm hearing that apparently one guy was on his back or something.
but bro,
Do you think
it's not against policy to be like cops will put their knee in your stomach while you're on your stomach flat, they'll put their knee in your back because it's uncomfortable so that you'll move your hands and get arrested. All those cops being on him, like they didn't crush his chest. Like I'm not
no,
exactly
saying
sure.
against policy. I'm saying, like, are they bad? Do you think they're bad cops for being there and watching that happen to Floyd?
Well, the one cop was only on the job for 4 days, so he really didn't know what was going on. When you're a new cop, you follow the lead of the cop you're with. So I can't really say he was a bad cop. There was a cop that kept trying to get him. One of the cops kept trying to get him off, and the guy, like, if you're outranked, bro. Like, another thing of it is if I'm the cop at his feet, I can't necessarily see between the other cop. I have to assume that that cop's doing the right thing. So, like, I can't really say that the other cops were necessarily bad because I can't tell what they saw. I don't know what they were able to see from when they were. We saw from a far away position. So from where we saw, it was clearly bad. But I can't say what these people saw or didn't see. I don't know. Like, I don't have enough evidence or anything to be able to prove one way or the other. A lot of people
So here's the thing with that.
a lot of people like to go off their feelings and like to go off of hindsight. Just like I told you, Gardner was the reason that Gardner was a problem was because he died. Had he not died, it wouldn't have been an issue.
I think the thing you said with the officer at his feet, he was on the guy's neck for several minutes. I mean, is he gonna not know what's going on? Just standing there for minutes and have no one.
Yeah,
The guy where you said he's new, you know what? I kind of get that.
yeah. The one dude was for 4 days. It was his fourth day. I don't know which cop that was. I couldn't tell you, and I don't know which cop was at his feet. But what I'm telling you is if there's three cops on one guy and you're up against a car and I'm putting my weight on his legs to keep them down, and I have a cop in between me and the guy at his neck, you don't know what he could have seen. Is what I'm saying. Like, you don't know. Now the cop that was right next to him, he could have seen. Like, he's guilty. Like, I know he could see what that cop was doing because he was right next to him. But the guy at his feet, I don't know what he saw. You don't know what he saw. None of us know what he saw. The cop that was on his neck, yes, completely at fault. The other cop that was standing around, I didn't see the video and watch him and what he did, so I can't tell you if he saw it or didn't see it or what. But depending on which cop was the cop there for 4 days, I don't find him guilty. If he wasn't the cop that was at his feet, I can't really say the cop at the feet was guilty. And the guy was standing, I don't know if he was the cop for 4 days or not, but I don't know what he saw. I didn't watch him. But I don't think that every single cop in there was trying to kill that dude. I do think the cop that killed him was trying to kill him. But again, here's the thing. This is what people don't understand. It's come out that Floyd and that cop knew each other. Floyd was a porn star. Floyd was a porn star. He could have fucked that cop's wife. That cop might have owed him money. You know, maybe the cop didn't want to pay him. Like, we don't know specifically what, like, they knew each other. So that could have been a personal thing. It might not have even been a racial thing. Like, we don't know. We won't know that until
I'm not trying to say that.
there's more of an investigation. So, like, I honestly think that cop was trying to kill him. He used his badge to kill him because of, I think, probably a personal beef. There was probably a problem between the two of them. But again, that's just my thoughts because it does, like, why would you treat someone that you know like that? Like, but but that's just me, man. Like, that's just me. I'm one of those guys that doesn't put race into every situation. And like, we didn't know that when that video popped out that they knew each other, but now we do know that they know each other. So like I can only assume that's what it was. There was something more that we don't know yet. Just
Like I think it's like, sure, you don't know. I'm not saying automatically the other guys are guilty. They should go to trial and face a fair trial. So like, sure, you can say you don't know. You don't know. Okay, yeah, you can say you don't know if it's racist, but you also don't know if it wasn't racist, and you don't know if the guy didn't see anything, but you also don't know if he did. So that's why I feel like they should go to trial for that, which they are.
Yeah, but the only reason they're going to trial is because of outcry and pressure from these rioters, and these rioters have an emotional problem. So like the fact of the matter is they're trying to get they were trying to get the cop for first degree. They wanted him charged with first degree murder. He would never get convicted of first degree murder. It doesn't fit the criteria of first degree murder. It doesn't even fit third or second degree murder.
So you don't think it's a problem that the only thing that got a lot of these charges started is because of social media outcry? If the
No,
cops
because
are just, the system is just, it should have been, as soon as that happened, they should have started
bro,
investigations.
that cop got charged within three. He got charged within 3 days. How much faster do you
That's
want?
it's lightning
I'm
speed.
talking about the other cops. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about the other cops who just stood by. They should have had an investigation.
But you don't know if they were having an investigation. Like that's the thing. You don't know.
How, how long did it take for them to get charged?
7 days, I think. I'm not sure. Like, bro, I don't know if you know this, but being charged with a crime is not quick. I made a drug buy April 18th or April something or April 20th or something to a snitch with on a wire with a camera, and I didn't get indicted till October. Like the justice system and indictments don't work like that. It's not instant. The fact that they charged that cop in 3 days is actually pretty astonishing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Um,
the court system, like being arrested and all that stuff, the court system doesn't, like, even if you get arrested today, you have to see a judge within like 72 hours. So even when you get arrested and you go in front of a judge for bail, you still haven't been indicted yet. You still have, like, you're still not going to go in front of a judge for another month or two. Like the court system doesn't work that fast, and investigations definitely don't go that fast. If you want that cop to be charged and convicted, you can't have a quick investigation. It just doesn't work that way. And if you're going to say, well, it was on camera, yeah, but if you're going to charge him with first degree murder, you have to be able to prove first degree murder. If you're going to charge him with second degree murder, you have to be able to prove second degree murder. So just because you see it on camera, there's still other things that you have to take into account to get the right charge.
yeah, no, I'm not. It's like, look, I feel like you're kind of lumping me in with a lot of the outraged people. I'm not
I'm
saying
not,
just because something happened, automatically they're guilty. I'm saying investigation.
I'm not lumping you in, but you said, well, how long did it take for them to get charged? They should have been, like, if it's only because of the outcry. It more than likely is because of the outcry, but at the same time, you don't know what if they were being investigated or not. So like we're all talking on hypotheticals. Like we don't know. Like the
Yeah, I just
FBI,
looked it up. They all got charged on Wednesday.
yeah. So it was like 8 days or 9 days or something.
Yeah.
Like you don't know. Like the feds are looking into it. Like you don't. you don't know what was going on. Like they could have not like they could have been looking into it and found evidence that those cops were negligent, or it could just be the fact that they really don't have a case on those people, and they're only indicting them because of the outcry. Like at the end of the day, if they don't have grounds to charge those three cops, they don't have grounds to charge those three cops. Like I don't want three cops to lose their jobs and get arrested, even if they don't fit the criteria to be convicted of something. Like that's not justice. It's not like that's not justice.
That's mob rule.
Like I'd rather 10 guilty people get away than one innocent person. Like that's the point of the justice system. The system is set up so that it's to limit people that haven't committed crimes to not go to prison for a crime they didn't commit. And if people want to make the court system with zealous, then that zealous can be used against them. Just like there's plenty of stuff that I don't like, plenty of stuff that's said, but I don't want no one else's speech to be censored, because if I'm okay with your speech being censored, there's going to come a time when someone wants to censor my speech. Like,
So here's the thing with that too. Because you brought that up, I'm curious. What do you think about Kaepernick then?
in what way?
Do you think, like, I'm not going to argue with the NFL. You know, they have the right to fire him or say he can't do that. But do you think it's hypocritical for conservative speakers to say it's wrong for Kaepernick to kneel in free speech?
No, I don't think it. I don't think it's hypocritical.
Why not?
Okay, you're in college right now, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Were you in high school? Did you go to high school?
Yeah.
Do you have the same rights in high school that you did outside of high school? Like when you're out and about? Did you have a dress code?
No.
Did you have to wear certain clothes? Were you not allowed to say certain
Mhm.
words in school? Well, that's your First Amendment.
Mhm.
Why couldn't you wear the clothes that you wanted to wear? That's expression. It's under the First Amendment. Why'd they have a dress code that you had to follow?
See, the school complains about that. But what does that have to do with people outside the school?
Because when you're in school, there are certain rules that you have to follow to be in the school. When you get a contract by the NFL and they're paying you money, you're not you sign a contract, you forego those rights. So the reason that Kaepernick has to wear Nike shoes is because he signed a contract with the team that says that he will not wear any other shoes but Nikes. The reason that he doesn't show up in clothes that are not his uniform is because he has to wear his uniform because he signed a deal. The reason that he doesn't have free speech when he's playing on the field is because he's on the clock. When you're getting paid to do something, a company doesn't have to allow you to do your First Amendment rights. When I go to my job, I can't. What's that?
No, sorry, go ahead.
When I go to my job, I can't, instead of working, protest. I can't protest Black Lives Matter for Justice of Floyd in the middle of my job and not work. I can't go to work
So,
and be on the clock and then pay me to hold a sign all day screaming Black Lives Matter.
so you think that
Well, I mean,
so
people
you
are
agree that
accountable even when they're off the clock.
What's that?
so you agree that if you are working for a company, you have to apply by that company's guidelines.
Correct. And he signed a contract, a legal contract, so he has to abide by the contract.
All right. So what about when I know Steven Crowder does this. What about when he and other conservatives complain about getting shadow banned on YouTube or when they get banned on Twitter?
Okay, so here's the problem with.
They're using a company.
So here's the problem. Here's the fallacy in your argument. Okay, so one, the platform that's a private company gets subsidized and gets money from the government because it's considered to be, it gets utility money. It gets tax breaks and all sorts of stuff because it's a platform. Also, Twitter and YouTube are considered to be platforms, so they are not liable for the stuff that they publish because it's a third party. So, for example, if you're at the Wall Street Journal, anything the Wall Street Journal prints, they are liable for. Okay, so if there is a print that goes into the Wall Street Journal that says that Lil Wayne does things with kids, Lil Wayne can sue them for libel laws and they will have to pay him. The reason that Twitter and YouTube and all these social media platforms don't do that is because if they are an open platform for everybody and they don't censor content, then they are immune to libel laws. Okay. The problem is when you start censoring or deleting people's posts, you become a publisher. All right. The New York Times is a publisher, so they are liable. A platform is not. So the issue with this business is not only do they get government subsidies for being a utility, they also are granted immunity of libel laws for being a platform, but they work as a publisher. So conservatives are complaining because their tax money and tax breaks go to these businesses and they're censoring people, but they're able to have immunity of what's on their, like, they have immunity so people can say whatever they want about anybody. Like there's plenty of stuff on YouTube about there's plenty of stuff on like Twitter and YouTube about like Steven Crowder, and he can't sue them even though they edit stuff. So that's the problem. People have a problem with they are skirting. They're using both rules. They're using the one rule to benefit them, and they're using another rule to hurt conservatives. Again, that's a different situation. Like the argument with the argument that's with Kaepernick. If Kaepernick wanted to protest, Kaepernick could have waited till the game was over, and he could have went and left, and he could have gone to a park, or he could have gone on a stage, and he could have protested. He could have protested anything he wanted to. But the fact of the matter is, he protested while he was being paid, and people did not want to support that if they didn't want to support it. So the company had the ability to tell him that he was fired because his protest was costing the business money. So they got to act because people voted with their dollar. And I was told, well, if you have a platform, the whole reason of kneeling during the NFL was so that people could see it because you want to get the most eyes on your protest. Okay, so the company that's paying you millions of dollars, you're getting paid millions of dollars to play 14 games in a year. Like you're the amount of training and playing and the amount of money you make is astronomical. You're using their platform that they paid for. Like they spent money to get the teams there. They spent money to get the people there, the vendors there, the building there. They spent all this money to get it on television. And you're going to decide to use the money that they're paying you and they spent to hurt their brand. The company has every right to get rid of you. When I made the argument that no one cared that he protest, they cared that he protest while he was on the clock. They said, "Oh, well, the whole point of protesting is so people could see it." Well, you shouldn't then use your own platform. Do it on your Instagram. Start a YouTube channel. You can't you can't use the NFL's platform and it hurt the business that's paying you. That's the fact. That's the problem. If the NFL isn't making money, then these teams aren't making money. Then they can't pay you $12 million to play for 3 years. Like, they can't do it.
So here's the thing: what you said, right? A couple things. One, you said tax dollars, right?
Correct.
NFL stadiums, they get funded with tax dollars too. That's how they help. They get built with tax dollars.
Correct.
And you said, secondly, the kneeling was costing them money, and because YouTube's a platform, it shouldn't matter. But the reason why they do some of these bans, I don't know what Twitter's case. I don't know exactly why. I think it's more that's their personal rules. But I know with YouTube, with a lot of these bans, is because advertisers were complaining to YouTube saying they don't like their ads going on these kinds of videos. So YouTube demonetize certain content and words. And what was your last point?
Yeah. So again, regardless, like, this is the problem. So if they're going to say that they're using their shadow banning and deleting of shit because of advertisers, okay, then they're a publisher. So then they can be sued for what is on their site. You can't have it both ways. Either you're a open platform for everybody, or you're a publisher. That's the way the law is written. In order for you not to be a publisher, then third parties have to be able to openly conversate on your platform, and you are not liable for what they post. But as soon as you start changing what people post and deleting and banning people, you don't get the same protection. So if it's about ad dollars, then okay, fine. Then you can be sued for what's on your channel, or what people post. Or you can just, like this is the thing. I can go on Hulu and I can watch shows where they curse like crazy. You can't say any curse words on YouTube, even on adult content. Like, television where people put ads, curses. Like, it's a disingenuous argument. It's because, like, why is it they only target conservatives? Explain that. Why is conservatives the ones that are being shadow banned? Why are conservatives the ones that are being demonetized?
It's not just conservatives, it's also sometimes people on the left, depending on the topics they talk about.
Sometimes it's majority of conservatives. Majority. Stephen Crowder had a "Don't be a fig" shirt. It said "Don't be a fig," and he wasn't allowed to sell that on YouTube because of how someone felt.
Because I believe it was wrong, but he complained he had a big following and YouTube feared it hurting their brand. How is that different to Kaepernick?
Because Kaepernick signed a contract and YouTube is getting legal protections from the government. Like you can't get protections from the government for being a platform, but you're also censoring people's First Amendment rights. That's the difference between a platform and a publisher. A publisher is allowed to censor people's First Amendment rights. A platform is not. You can't have an open platform for everybody, but you only shadow ban and ban one group. Like, that's just the truth.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
What do you think about the problem of platforms banning people for actions that they do off platform?
Well, Like that's like they're doing that. The left is doing that. They're trying to financially take out people they don't like. That's why that's happening. Like it's just control. That's all it is. Like they shouldn't be doing it. Like when I use my cell phone, when I call Sprint and I cuss you out, Sprint doesn't block my call. It doesn't stop in the middle of the call and tell you to push 5 to proceed with my explicit vulgar talk. It doesn't do that. But YouTube decides what is okay, and 99 times out of 10, listen, the coronavirus, if you went against what the WHO said, they would delete your channel. Even after they would delete your video, even after the mainstream media was saying that, even the WHO came out and all this other stuff. If you didn't go with the narrative, they censored your videos. There's the whistleblower, the quote unquote whistleblower that allegedly heard Trump, that got the whole impeachment thing going. You still can't say his name. If you say his name, they delete your video. Like, that's a problem. That's a problem. They control, like, the Google company itself controls the majority of knowledge of data in the world. Just like Elon Musk was complaining about fucking Amazon banning books. Like, if they don't like you, they won't sell your book. That's a monopoly. We've busted up monopolies forever. We've always busted up monopolies. There's laws about being a monopoly. Google and YouTube are a monopoly. They have a stranglehold. Google uses your, like, will take information from other, like, from the news. Like, it will literally take the news from like other sites and post it on theirs. Like, they do all sorts of shit that hurts other businesses. So when they start censoring fucking people's speech on channels and shit, like that's fine if that's what you want to do, but you're going to be a publisher. People can sue you. Like, if you want the protection of not being sued, then you need to just let people talk. Just that simple. You can't have it both ways.
All right, one more thing with that. You watch Stephen Crowder?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember when. I think it was Ben Shapiro actually. He speaks at colleges, and he was gonna. I think it's happening. He was gonna speak at a college, but it got canceled because there was so much outrage by the students.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's right? That the students, canceled, they shunned him because he had different ideas.
Nope. I think if that happens, the federal government should come in and take all their federal funds. No more federal funds for those colleges.
What if it's a private school?
If it's a private school, there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm not saying if it's legally, if it's right or wrong. I'm saying, is it right or wrong morally? Because if you have the freedom of speech, huh?
It's not right.
So morally, it's not right for students to censor conservatives.
It's not morally right to censor anybody. If you were asked to come to a talk, then you were asked to come to a talk. Don't
So
ask.
are you saying it's not morally right to censor Kaepernick?
No, you're trying to compare apples and oranges.
But how is that apples and oranges? It's one person trying to profess his ideas, and Kaepernick's trying to give his ideas. He's protesting, and he's telling you why he's protesting.
Yes, the difference of it is Kaepernick was under a contract. He has to adhere to what the NFL wants him to do during his time on the field. Even those contracts even show their life outside. You can't have dudes out here doing crazy stupid shit in the spotlight. Like look at look at look at that football player for the Browns that kept getting caught with drugs and drinking and shit. He kept getting caught and they let him go. They just ended his contract because you're under contract. You're an ambassador of that brand. You have to act in a certain way. That's part of your contract. The difference between Kaepernick decided to sign that contract, all right? And then when he was in the contract, he wanted to whine about it. The difference between him and Ben Shapiro was someone invited him to speak. Like he didn't just show up. He didn't just show up on a Friday and be like, "I'm going to come give a talk here." You have to be invited onto a campus to talk like that. And someone at the college wanted him to come. He agreed. He set it up. He did all the things that he needed to do that. He changed his schedule. Like he booked it. He made sure he was free. He paid for travel. And then he gets there and it's canceled. That's different. You're stopping him from doing something that he was invited to do. If it was a feminist or a KKK member or a black supremacist, or if it was any other group that was invited to go there, they should have the right to speak because they were invited. It doesn't matter the ideology. With Kaepernick, even if it wasn't Kaepernick, if it was someone else and they were talking about feminism or anything else, I'd feel the exact same way. It's not about the person. It's not about the subject. It's legitly about he's on the clock. He signed a contract. Like, I don't feel bad for Megan Thee Stallion. She signed a contract with the label she's in, and she's trying to get out of it now because she's not happy with it. Well, you signed it. I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry that you can't protest on the world stage because you signed the contract. Like, have you ever heard the term "sign away your life"?
So you think the outrage? So do you really think the outrage over what he did was over him breaking a contract, not what he did?
Okay, so listen. This is how this works. When you sell a good, all right, people buy the good. The people that were watching it did not want to see his protest at football. One of the last things in society that has not become over political is football and sports. At this time, like, the NBA, stuff like that, that stuff has become. Listen, there were football players that wore pink shoes for breast cancer that got fined. The NFL fined them because they went against what they were supposed to wear. So with that being said, if people don't want to tune in, you can't make me want to see you protest. You can't. I pay money to watch a game. I pay money to support the team. I pay money for the product. You can't force protesting down my throat. So when I stop spending my money and I stop watching your show, and the NFL comes in and goes, "Okay, you gotta stop doing this because you're hurting the business." That's what it comes down to. They told him to stop. He had to stop. You can't make the people in the audience want to watch that. You can't. You can't. That's disingenuous.
No, I definitely agree with you. You shouldn't force people to do it, but I'm saying it's like you're saying you're thinking it from the NFL perspective, and I'm saying I agree with you on that. The NFL had the right to fire him and everything, and pretty much ban him from the league. But I'm saying from the perspective of the conservative viewer who has no ties in the NFL, he's not making any money from it. He's not losing any money from it. Him being annoyed
He's
at
spending
it.
money.
But here's the thing, though. They kind of framed it like him kneeling is disrupting the game. He just kneeled during the the national anthem. He didn't make any kind of disturbance. And the camera didn't even have to look at him.
But the camera did. So the camera did. If listen, okay, so I'm gonna make this a point to you. If no one had to pay attention to him, then why did he do it? If he was protesting and he didn't want attention, the camera didn't need to be on him. Why did he just stand?
I didn't say he didn't want attention, but people did not have to pay attention to him. If you didn't agree with the message, you could just not pay attention to him.
When you're watching the TV and they put the camera on him and you start seeing other players doing the same thing, most of the people that are watching that have family that fought for that flag. Many of the people that are watching have family that died for that flag. Okay. 2, there are people that served for that flag that watched that game. And 3, they did not turn into sports to watch a protest. Like, do you know why I'm not down in Cleveland, down at the protest?
Why?
Because I don't want to be. But guess what? If football was on, like, I'm pissed off that the games I play put Black Lives Matter bullshit on there, because I don't want to play the game and be indoctrinated with fucking a political stance. I don't.
The
It's
thing
not
is,
why.
though, why does a Black Lives Matter message bother you? It's like I would not complain if they, I don't know, I'm on YouTube and, well, I mean, YouTube's a bad example, but if I'm on some type of thing and it promoted something that I did not agree with. All right, I went to the South and I'm seeing Confederate flags up. I don't really agree with people having Confederate flags, but I'm not going to say, hey, you know what? I did not walk down this neighborhood to be seeing Confederate flags, so that's not fair to me. They have the right to do that, and if I don't like it, then I just won't pay attention to it. But I believe in freedom of speech.
Okay, so here's the issue. I'm not saying that they don't have the right to do it. I'm saying that I don't want to see it, because I don't want to go to play a game that I paid for. I paid money for this game. This wasn't when I purchased it. You understand? Okay. So
Yeah.
I paid money, and then all this bullshit happened, and they inserted politics. They haven't put any other politics into the game. The only politics they put in was Black Lives Matter. Okay. So I think politics is too important in our lives. I don't think it needs to be in every fucking thing. Like, I don't need to bust open a pack of condoms and boom, I get the company's fucking political stance on life. Like, when I buy a game, I don't give a fuck about the company's politics. That's not, I'm not looking for my games for their political stance. That's not the purpose of it. If I want a political stance, I'll go look at a political incumbent. I'll search the information. Here's a perfect example. Do you remember the Gillette commercial?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that I need a fucking razor company to tell me that I need to be a better man?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean with that.
Exactly. Like, I don't play the game because I wanted their political fucking. I don't care what they have to say about the political. Like, this isn't political. I'm shooting people. Like, I'm throwing grenades and shooting people. That's what I'm doing. I don't give a fuck about your political. And the thing of it is the black community is only 13% of the population. So the fact that you're willing to put you're willing to put this movement in there means that you are literally just pandering. Like, you don't even give a fuck. Like, you don't care. Like, you don't care. And if you're willing to put in Black Lives Matter, what's the end of it? Am I going to log in one day and they're going to start telling me their opinion on pedophilia? Are they going to start telling me their opinion on same-sex marriage? Are we going to start talking about feminism? Are we going to start talking about the glass ceiling for women? Am I going to start seeing shit about the wage gap? Like, when's it stop? Like, that's the issue. Like, it doesn't matter that it's Black Lives Matter. It matters that I didn't buy a political I didn't buy your political stance. Just like this YouTube channel, you didn't come into my live stream to see me jerk off, did you?
No.
You would probably be kind of upset if in the middle of this thing I just start jerking off, right?
Oh gosh, no. You see the comment?
You see what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like, and you're not spending money. You're spending your time talking to me, but you didn't give me any dollars. Nothing. If you were giving me money, all right, if you were part of my Patreon and you were giving me $60 a month every month because you supported my content and my content was about balloons, okay, and you really liked balloons, okay, but 6 months in I decided, you know what, I'm going to change my platform from balloons to furries, but you still have to give me your $60 a month. It's bullshit. It's fucked up if you disagree with me. You support me, and I decide furries were the new thing, not balloons. Fuck you. Like that's what the game's doing. It took my money, it got me in, and now it's like, guess what? We're gonna go political. You're literally, everything that you talk about is political. Everything you see is political, political, political. The one thing in your life right now that you're able to do that has nothing to do with politics, I'm gonna take that from you. That's right, because I'm woke. Like, dude, it's bullshit. Like if if you went to every restaurant in your life and all they had, like, tomorrow you go to a restaurant and all they serve is bologna sandwiches, and then the next day you go somewhere and guess what? All you can eat is bologna for fucking days. Just days and days of fucking bologna sandwiches. And you find one restaurant that's got a fucking cheeseburger. One restaurant. You're going to go eat that cheeseburger and you're going to be fucking happy. And then you're like, you know what? Next week, I'm going to go get 2 cheeseburgers and I'm going to treat myself. And you go in there to get your fucking cheeseburgers, and guess what they tell you? Oh, sorry, bro. We don't have any cheeseburgers. We don't agree with killing cows. We're just going to take scraps and make fucking bologna sandwiches. You're going to be pissed. That's just what it is. Like, I literally watch YouTube. There's political, like, in my feed, the news, political. I listen to the fucking radio. It's political. I can't listen. I can't do anything. I can't take a shit without it being political, bro. The one thing I have is I get to go home. I get to get in my room. I get to sit on my king size bed. I get to turn my big screen TV on. I get to put my headset on and I get to shoot people. And it's not about politics. All right. In Call of Duty, they didn't just like throw a little a little tag like, hey, just so you know, we support Black Lives Matter. They made it the fucking loading screen. So every game that I go into, I have to see their political stance on every fucking game. And the more I suck, the more I see it. That's
All
my
right,
issue.
I get you there. You know, that could be annoying.
Yeah, bro. Like that's my issue. Because if they're willing to pander to the black community with the Black Lives Matter, who are they not going to pander for? in 6 months, if some person attacks a transsexual or a transgender in the street, are they gonna fucking make the loading screen about transgenders? Like where? Like they've opened the door, bro. Once you open the door, you can't close it. Can't close it. It's open.
All
That's
right.
my issue.
So the other things, I get what you mean, and then even you talk about it, I thought about when feminists started appearing in more feminist ideas started appearing in movies. I thought about that too. But how is him just kneeling? How is that like a big thing?
It's not a big thing. The reason it became a big, this is the thing. The reason it became a big thing is because people got mad that people didn't want to support it. And that's why when I said, if you give me $60 a month and after 6 months I change my platform from fucking balloons to fucking furries, and I get mad at you for not wanting to support me when my content changed, that is the epitome of there being people complain about there being a problem with Kaepernick. The problem with Kaepernick was the people tuned into a game. They did not tune in for his protest. So as soon as as soon as he started protesting, and that was the only thing that they wanted to fucking talk about, people started tuning out. Like, you can't make me care about something more than I care about something.
So you mean like when the reporters, like the ESPN guys, started talking about it, like during the game, that annoyed you?
I don't watch football. I don't watch football. So they didn't annoy me. But you're asking me, why was there a problem with other people? And I'm telling you, the people spend money on these games. They want to watch these games. These games are not political. As soon as he started kneeling, not only did some people feel disrespected, that they were disrespecting the flag because they have family that have fought or lost for that flag. And that's what, like, football is an American thing. It's American. Like in Texas, football's huge. All right. In the South, football's huge. A lot of people didn't tune in to watch your protest. If I come to your house, all right, if I come to your house, you're not going to want me to watch whatever the fuck I want on your TV all day. If I'm in the car with you, you don't want to necessarily listen to the bullshit music I want to listen to. So when I tune into a game, I want to watch the game. But everything became about his protest and about politics. And that's not why they tuned in to the football game. So they stopped supporting the NFL because it wasn't what they were tuning. That's not what they wanted to tune in for. Like, there's nothing wrong with people not wanting to watch him protest or hear about him protest. Like, that's the problem. And the reason that there's an issue is because people are mad that people didn't want to watch it. That's the whole thing. The whole black community is like, well, you didn't like it when Kaepernick. Yeah, but we didn't bitch. We didn't complain. We stopped tuning in, and then the NFL got rid of him. Like,
I think there was a lot of complaining. I'm talking about with conservative speakers. A lot of them made videos talking about how it was wrong and how Kaepernick had no business protesting.
yes, but are you talking about your normal conservative, or are you talking about YouTubers and influencers?
I'm talking about influencers. I was saying my original question was, do you think it's hypocritical for them to complain about that, but then when they get censored?
No, because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. And you can't say that there's something wrong with influencers making videos about it, because every influencer makes a video about every fucking topic. Like, that's how you get views and that's how you make money on YouTube.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying you can do whatever you want. I'm saying for you to take a stance against somebody speaking their mind, and then you speak your mind, and then when somebody tells you you can't speak your mind, and you have a
because
problem.
because this is the problem. This is what you have to understand. The reason, this is the problem. when earlier when we were watching Tommy Sotomayor, a chick got on his platform and started being disrespectful to him, and he got mad about it. Why did he get mad about it?
I wasn't there, but I'm assuming he didn't like it.
It's his platform.
No, I'm not talking from the NFL perspective. I'm talking from the people who have no ties with the NFL.
But it's the same perspective because the people that are paying and the people that are watching the NFL, they're a part of that platform. That's why it is a platform. The reason the NFL is as big as it is because those people watch. So I'm not, those people didn't want to watch because that's not what they signed up for.
No, I'm not saying that it was wrong for them to stop watching. More so the conservative speakers trying to censor him. So like here's another example, right?
They
What
gave their
about huh?
the influencers gave their opinion because most people are asked what their opinion was, just like you asked me what my opinion was. The problem that you don't understand is Kaepernick doesn't have freedom of speech when he's on the clock. That's what's false. I have I have freedom of speech, but I don't have freedom of speech on the clock. I don't.
All right, so what about when a celebrity it comes out the celebrity is conservative or supports Trump and she starts getting a lot of hate? Do you think that's right?
You got to be a little bit more descriptive of what you mean because it's kind of a broad brush. There's a lot of open area for me to answer.
All right, so let me give you an example. You started watching those YouTube videos with the real and how with the stuff the girls be saying, right?
Yes.
So one of the people in there, the black chick, the skinnier black chick, Tamara, her
Yeah.
husband works on Fox News, so he's right wing, and people were saying, "Oh, her husband's a conservative. You know, he's racist. He's probably a Trump supporter, and all this stuff." And they started getting a bunch of hate.
Okay.
Would you then say, you know, all right, that's perfectly fair. That's a person's opinion, and they have their right to be ignorant. So I have no problem with that.
Correct.
So you would defend them being ignorant and giving hate.
They have an opinion. Like I'm not the one that started cancel culture. That's a left wing thing. Cancel culture is a left wing thing. So if you're a left winger and you want to promote cancel culture and the cancel culture comes for you, then that like the chickens are coming home to roost. Like I don't care. I don't feel
They're not left wingers, they're right wingers.
I guarantee you that right wingers were not writing into the View giving them hate about her right winger husband being a racist. I guarantee it was coming from the left. That makes
No, I
no
mean she's there. She and her husband are conservative.
okay. And they can do what they want. Like they're not doing anything wrong. Like what do you want me to say that they should be censored? Like do you want me to say that they should be put in jail?
No, I was I was saying that you know I kind of felt like the NFL had the right to fire Kaepernick. The viewers had the right to not watch, but you know I kind of felt like the conservative speakers who promoting free speech should promote free speech in all areas.
But that's the same. It's not the same. Just like when I'm in school, I have a First Amendment right. I have a First Amendment right as a human, but when I'm in school, I can't say fuck. I can't. I can't cuss a teacher out. I can still get in trouble because you don't have those First Amendment rights in school. Like you're like you don't.
Well, and it's same for teachers too. I mean, if you want to teach Sunday school in a public school, you're going to face some problems too. I mean, it isn't just corporations.
Yeah, like your First Amendment rights only work with the government. They don't work with me and you, and they don't work with like if you're on my platform and you start saying some shit that I don't agree with, I can kick you off of it. Like you don't have a First Amendment protection from me. You don't have a First Amendment protection from a business. You have a First Amendment protection from the government. That's how the amendments work.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean. I mean,
Like,
I think it's just a personal opinion.
well, no, it's logical or not logical. Like the fact of the matter of it is you have to understand the NFL built that platform. So if they don't want other people tarnishing their platform, they have that right. Their viewers who helped build that platform have a right not to not to pertain in that. And because here's the difference. The NFL, they have people that are in charge of all the things that go out. Like they have people that are for media that put out all their media press. Like they have editors, they have all these things. They have all these things that go through editing and all this shit. The reason it's different for a social media thing is because they're not a publisher; they're a platform. You cannot get immunity under the government from the law because that's what happened in the 90s. They came out with a law for the internet businesses for them to not be liable for the things that are posted because as a publisher you are liable for whatever is said. So they changed the law and gave the internet a platform status. Okay, certain things in the internet got platform status, which meant that if you were allowing a third party to comment on your stuff, you are no longer liable for their actions. But the issue that people have with the censoring is the fact that there's a stranglehold on the platforms because there's no like if you want social media presence, you have to be on Instagram. You have to be on Facebook. You have to be on Twitter. You have to be on YouTube. There isn't big platforms. They have a monopoly, and the idea is that because they have they have the majority share and everyone uses it, that is a it's a public platform. Like even YouTube and Facebook and these places have said that they are an open platform for discussion. So by that statement, everyone's welcome and everyone can speak. And because of that, they are not a publisher. But as soon as you start censoring what people can hear, and especially when it's one sided, you no longer are under the the protection of the liability law of being a platform. The problem is they want the ability of immunity from being liable, but they also want to act as a publisher, and that's the problem. Like that's the problem that conservatives have. Like conservatives, literally, if you want to be a publisher, be a publisher. That's completely fine, but just say that's what you are. Don't say that you're a platform, but then only censor us. Like if you want to just say that you're a publisher and it's not an open platform and you're liable for what's on your platform, then that's perfectly fine. But this back and forth of lying to us, like you have to also understand, people are making businesses on these things. People are investing money and investing time and investing their careers on these platforms, and they keep changing the rules, and they keep trying to do shit that only hurts certain type of people's income, and they're doing so under the protection of the law that they're not actually qualifying for. Just like if I told you right now that, like, if you went to the government and found out that every single scholarship for black students went to a white kid, people would be pissed, because that wasn't what that was for. It was for minorities. But because the government is not giving it to minorities and giving it to white people, that's a problem. Like, do you understand the logic that I'm trying to come here with? Like,
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. How from the company's perspective, I'm saying from a personal perspective with the conservative speakers. Like again, you decide not to watch it, your choice. The businesses saying I don't want that shit on my show, perfectly fine, and I defend them on that. I'm just saying, for a person who has no financial investment to it, the only thing is they're speaking from their opinion. For you to be a speaker and say defend free speech, and then say a person, I don't like how this person is protesting because he's protesting something I don't like on a platform, and then you're just being like, well, he doesn't have the right to. I mean, he doesn't have the right to do it because of the TV show. Like they pushed it, they kept pushing that and kept complaining about that. But I don't think they're complaining about a contract, because why would they care about a contract? They're complaining because his ideas are different, and they're seeing it.
no, the reason that contract, like, you can keep trying to sugarcoat this bullshit for Kaepernick. This is the problem. It's not his platform. It's not. Everything that the NFL does is their platform. He didn't sign on to, like, he didn't sign the contract stating that he was going to be part of the platform and he was going to be a contributing factor to any sort of statement. When you go to YouTube, the agreement is that you're allowed to speak. It's an open platform. When he signed his contract and he joined the NFL, he didn't join it under the guise that he was going to be able to make his own show, that he was going to be able to do his own thing. So comparing the platform and the NFL they're two totally different things. If he wants to protest, that's fine. But you can't get mad if people don't want to hear your protest, and you can't get mad if the business that you're protesting on doesn't want you protesting, because they built a platform that isn't yours. If he wants to protest, then go protest on his own shit. Like, that's completely fine. No one cares. If he would have been protesting on Instagram or protesting at a rally or doing something other than on the NFL, it wouldn't have been a big deal. It really wouldn't have been. No one would have had anything to say.
Well, to clarify, wouldn't it be more accurate to call the NFL a publisher in this case?
Yeah, like that's what they would be. There would be a publisher, and they're responsible for anything that's on their on their publishing. And the fact of the matter is, people didn't want, like, listen, if the fucking okay, so simply put, if you were going to a website, if you had a subscription to the New York Times and they started putting porn, like, it wasn't articles, it was just porn. People are going to stop buying it, because they were buying that paper because it was a paper. They weren't buying it because it was porn. So NFL, they put out sports. They don't put out protests. So people didn't want to tune in. Because people didn't want to tune in, and the NFL is a publisher, they did an editorial and they took him out. They said, "Oh, no." Like, it's the same idea.
So you think that arguing? So you think when these conservative influencers are complaining about Kaepernick, they're saying it's messed up that you went against contract, and that's the only thing to complain about. Like they're only complaining from a legal perspective.
No, wait, no. This is what you have to understand. The, you you're conflating things into two different things, okay? The reason that influencers came out and spoke was because they're influencers. Just like Tommy Sotomayor sees something in the news and he speaks on it. Just like if you go on YouTube, everyone has come out and had something to say about Floyd's death. Like, you cannot hold the influencers making comments on it on anything other than is a topic that had to be discussed. Like everyone that's on YouTube or an influencer, they're going to be asked about it. Like they all these big issues need to be addressed by influencers. That's why if you go to fucking any influencer, they're going to have a video about it. Like I can type in fucking George Floyd right now on YouTube. You're going to see everybody's talking about it. Like you're inflating people and influencers. Influencers speak on shit. They speak on current events. Like
No, I'm saying like I agree. They are influenced and they made videos about it. If they just made a video saying Colin Kaepernick knelt during the protest during the NFL and I don't agree with what he's protesting, that's fine. But to argue that he shouldn't be protesting, they're not just saying, well, the NFL doesn't allow it. It's like they're arguing that he shouldn't be protesting because they don't want to see it.
Yeah, because they think it's disrespectful.
they think it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
They had a problem with it. That's why they're arguing against it.
yes, no. They're giving a video because it's a topic. They're giving their opinion on it because that's their opinion. And again, how is it the people that tune in to watch the football game stopped watching because they didn't want to see it? And is that different than an influencer saying that I don't want to see it? How is it any different? It's the exact same fucking argument.
I'm saying I'm not, but they didn't say I don't want to see it. They're like he should not be doing it at all because he's protesting against something I don't like. He's protesting against the flag. He should not be doing that. That's what they did.
But by them saying that's disrespectful is the same thing the person was saying that stopped watching. That's why they stopped watching. They felt it was disrespectful and they didn't want to watch it. The only difference is the guy that was watching the NFL, he didn't make a fucking YouTube video about it. He didn't make an Instagram post about it. He didn't go on Fox News or go on fucking NBC or CNN and say, I don't want to see it. He stopped watching. His action told you what he thought.
Yeah, you have the right to stop watching. You can stop watching because you don't want to see it. But if you're a person and you know you have a controversial opinion and you know people want to shut you down,
Bro,
that's kind of what I said before. It's an opinion on this because I don't feel like they should have been talking about it, but you do. So I'm saying we're not really going to agree on this.
Yeah, we're not because they're an influencer. Like so should Tommy Sotomayor not talk about George Floyd's death?
No, that's not what I was saying.
But why not? It's the same thing.
No, I'm not saying he should not talk about the death. I'm saying you should not tell people that they can't protest. If you are speaking, you're a speaker. You should not tell people they can't protest. Huh?
Again, bro. But again, they're an influencer. Okay. Again, they're an influencer. They're giving their opinion. And at the same time, if you think that these influencers don't realize that you don't think that they know that the NFL, like he's under contract, that he's not allowed to protest. Like you don't think that any person outside the NFL has any sort of idea that you're not supposed to be protesting on the clock for the NFL under contract. Like they're retarded. They don't know this. Anyway, there's no way they would have known this. None of them have signed a contract with a news company or any of these things. Do you see any Fox News anchors on Fox protesting while they're working? Do you see any newscasters on any network on the clock protesting?
All right, here's the thing. Why would they care about a person breaking a contract? If they had, let's assume that he was over here talking about conservative ideas. You think they're gonna do the same thing, go on and be like, he should not be talking about it, even though I agree with it. He should not be talking about it because he broke a contract.
I don't work in what ifs. I don't work in hypotheticals. I don't know. I don't know what they would say or what they would think. It would just be an assumption. So like my assumption is not in anywhere in any sort of fact. It would just me be talking out of my ass. And again, when you try to paint a narrative or a motive on someone without any sort of facts, you're just talking out of your ass.
All right, I got an example. I saw Officer Tatum video. An officer spoke about the police about the police brutality, and he got fired for it. Officer Tatum said, "You know what? I agree. I agree with what you were saying, but you should not have been saying that during the thing, so you got fired." But he gave his opinion about, oh, I don't think they should have fired him.
That's his opinion. Like everyone has an opinion. Like you're trying to nail me to someone's opinion. Like I can't argue someone's opinion if they feel that way or they don't feel that way. Like
I'm saying right there in that situation, because he liked it, he defended the guy's free speech. He was like, he said, yeah, okay, the police have the right to do what they want to do, but I don't think they should have fired him. He defended that guy's free speech there, right?
But again, but that was it. He gave his opinion. Like it's the same thing that any conservative said about Kaepernick. They gave their opinion. They didn't fucking petition the fucking NFL. They didn't fucking try to bring charges against him. Like they gave their opinion. Like I don't understand like what you're trying to get at. Like there might have been other people that have a different opinion than him that's conservative. Like we all don't think the exact same thing. And at the end of the day, if the guy was on duty and he was doing his free speech on the clock and he got fired, then like that's pretty much what Tantum said. He said he doesn't think they should have fired him. That's his opinion. Like I don't think Kaepernick should have got fired if he would have stopped protesting, but he didn't stop. Like what do you want me to do? Like didn't they try to didn't they try to stop him from protesting? You don't think that was a thing? Like they didn't say, hey, just stop. And he was like, no, I'm gonna keep protesting. Like you don't know, bro. Like I don't know. Like you just have a problem with someone not liking Kaepernick or whatever problem with Kaepernick. Like Kaepernick is fucking God or something. Like talking about oppression with his white family and shit. Like I don't know what you want me to say to you. Like he doesn't feel that they should have fired him, but he understood that why they did. Like I don't know what you want from me.
Bro, you're not understanding. I kept saying I'm perfectly fine with the NFL firing him because they had the right to. Like you agree with me with that, right? I've been saying that. I'm the only I'm saying as a viewer, they have the right to not watch. I'm only been speaking on you're gonna I'm saying how Tatum, he's gonna have one stance when it suits him, and then when it doesn't suit him, his stance flips. And I was just saying that's hypocritical.
But you're not proving a fucking point of when he was hypocritical. And again, you're asking me to have an opinion on someone else's opinion. Like that's it. Like there's only so much I can meet you here with, bro. Like that's it. You're not giving me apples to compare. You're giving me apples and fucking fruit, another fruit. Like I don't agree with Kaepernick. I don't agree with him protesting on their platform. I have no problem with him protesting. I don't. Just like I don't have a problem with the cop protesting, but I don't like I don't really care either way if he got fired or he didn't get fired. Like that's none of my business. And even if I felt that they should have fired him or shouldn't have fired him, it doesn't mean anything because it's my opinion. My opinion is just that. It's an opinion. Like name a point in time where Officer Tatum was he was hypocritical. Point me to someone and show me 2 examples where they're hypocritical. Like saying conservatives and Kaepernick and Officer Tatum with the cop, that you're not making an argument of where someone was hypocritical.
I guess I can answer your earlier hypothetical question regarding the whether a conservative with a opinion went on the NFL and did the same thing that Kaepernick did. If it had the same impact on viewership, I wouldn't. I'd treat it just the same as with Kaepernick.
Yeah, like I don't like, dude, like like when it comes to the platform censorship, great, censor all the fuck you want, but don't want the protection of being a platform. If you want to censor, that's fine. I don't care either way. Just pick one. That's it. 2, if the NFL doesn't want him on the team because he keeps protesting on the stage that they built, then great. I don't really want to see it and I don't really want to support it, but I don't watch the NFL anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me because I don't watch it. So I don't even have a dog in the fight. Like I'm not being unreasonable and I'm not being hypocritical, and I've been logical the whole time. Like I've been on the same exact logic the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't think we're gonna agree on this.
We're not. We're not gonna like I don't know what part. I'm not sure what part you're trying to get me to agree on. Like you haven't pointed to a fact of it being hypocritical. Like you keep trying to say conservatives are being hypocritical of freedom of speech, but the only evidence you've given me of any sort of kind of is the platform and the NFL. That's it. It's the only 2 things you said that is hypocritical.
And I
And
said
I
the
don't.
thing about them coming to a school.
What about coming to a school? Yeah, and I told you it's different because he was asked. If you ask someone to come there, then you ask them to come there. Like what? Like, tell me what is hypocritical about that. If you invite me to a school and then you cancel it because the students don't want to hear it, well, someone did. Someone invited me, right?
The administrators would invite you.
So if the administrators invited me, then that means they have free speech, right? And their free speech wanted me to come. And the
All
students,
right. So what if the students, the ones who are paying for it, are saying they don't want that on my campus?
but the administrators invited them. Like you shouldn't use you can't use your free speech to shut down someone else's free speech. Just I forget there's a famous time that a Ku Klux Klan member I remember there was a Ku Klux Klan that wanted to have a meet, and there was a point in time where the ACLU or whatever that law firm is for civil rights, they fought for him to get his right for them to have their meeting. Like, you shouldn't, like, bad ideas are bad ideas. People will see them for what they are. But as soon as you start shutting people's free speech down, all you're doing is intensifying the people's interest because of, well, what's the reason they don't want to see this? Like, what's going, like, you make it more intriguing. Like,
I agree with that. I'm saying the same thing. NFL, people who watch NFL, you said they paid for it. They paid to watch it. They paid their cable bill for the sports package. They pay to watch it, and they don't like it. People start tuning out. So they tell
yeah,
people,
but again, college was supposed, like, the whole idea of college was to have different ideas on it. Like, that was the whole premise of it.
that's the thing. I don't sign up for that stuff. What do you say, King?
They're public universities too, so they're pretty much in the public domain. If it were a private school and students started leaving because they didn't want a speaker to show up,
Yeah,
then
it's private.
Yeah,
it's a private. You can't do nothing. It's private. They can do whatever they want. But the fact of the matter of it is that if you, like, here's the other thing. If he goes to speak, don't go. Like, just don't go. Like, you're not being, like, those students aren't being forced to watch it. Like, that's not the same argument as the NFL. When I turn the NFL on, everything that's on the fucking NFL, I have to see. If there's a protest, I have to see it. If there's a fight, I have to see it. If a lady runs out there with her tits out, I'm going to see it. Like, there's not going to a university and having the administrators asking someone to speak. You don't have to listen to it.
Can't you say they don't have to watch that team's games? They can just watch a different team. Can't you just say that?
They can, but it's still the NFL. The NFL is still allowing it.
No, they weren't allowing it. They were finding him. I'm saying relating that to the school. Huh?
Viewership is dropping.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, relating that to the school. If a person's at the school and a group of students says, I don't like this a part of my school, and they get somebody kicked out, I think that's wrong. And I also think that they don't like one player doing something in the NFL, and now these people who are defending free speech for them are then saying free speech is wrong for that guy. And then the argument is, and you just said, if it was a school, they could just not watch it. So I'm saying, why can't you say the same thing to the people who view? Because there's a bunch of different teams.
Because most of the schools, every single fucking school that the people talked about were public schools that they were asked to come to. Kaepernick was not asked to fucking protest. He was not. Okay? One is private, one is public. They're two different. They're in two different spheres. Like, did the fucking CEO ask Kaepernick to kneel? If he did, then fine, great, perfect. Kaepernick can fucking protest every goddamn day for all I give a fuck, but he didn't. So it's already apples to oranges. The business is private. Most of those schools that these conservatives went to and talked about were public. Apples to oranges again. The whole premise of college was to have different ideas and to be exposed to different things. That was the whole purpose of college. The reason that professors get tenured where they can't get fired is because they can push the envelope and make you think in a different way. That's the reason that professors get tenure, and you can't just fire them for them teaching like unfavorable things. So if that's the reason that they gave that to to the people, and that when they set up a fucking college, then it was to push people's ideas. Unless you're going to go with the idea that language is violence, then we're so far off. But the fact of the matter is if you don't want any sort of Republicans, or you completely want to eliminate one side of a point of view on a college campus and it's public, then the government shouldn't give you any fucking federal money. Not one bit. Not a single goddamn cent. Not a penny. Like, if you want the students to be able to push people out, then the students have to be able to pay every fucking dollar for that school. I'll meet you in the middle. Like, if you want to say it's okay for the students to be able to dictate who comes and who goes, okay, then good. The federal government then doesn't need to fund it, and those students can pay the tuition that runs that college, and they can have whatever they want.
No, I'm saying it's not okay. Everybody should have free speech. That's what I'm saying.
The only person that doesn't have free speech is someone that signed a deal where you can't have free speech. That's the only person. That's it. If you sign a Nike deal, can you wear Adidas?
No, I'm saying with that, if you sign a contract, yeah, you can't protest on the clock.
Okay, so then what is the fucking issue? Like, I don't understand what your issue is.
Like, look, it's because you kept bringing up the NFL companies in the contract. I was saying I'm not talking about that. I was saying just how the speakers who are complaining about free speech, the conservatives who like influence or complain about free speech for them, but then with somebody else, they didn't like their free speech. That's the only thing I'm talking
They're
about.
two different situations.
I'm gonna shoot my shot. Like, this is gonna be the first suicide on YouTube. The people that were speaking about him not being able to do the free speech understand that the fucking NFL is a private business, and he isn't allowed. He isn't fucking allowed to protest.
All right, I'm saying, why would they care about that? Why would they care about the NFL's rules if they have no ties to the NFL?
Because they're a fucking influencer, and they were asked about the goddamn situation, and everyone else was posting videos in their influence on on that topic. Like, that's why they spoke on it, because it was in the news, and that's what people do that are in the public eye, that are influencers. They speak on the topics at hand. Like, you asked me what I felt about Ben Shapiro not being able to go to campus. Like, I'm on YouTube. I have a channel. You wanted my opinion, so you asked me, and I gave it to you. Did I bring it up? Did I mention it prior to this? No, I didn't mention it at all. Those people are in the public eye, and people want to know what their opinion is. True?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, these people didn't try to get fucking the NFL canceled. They didn't try to say that whatever team that Kaepernick was on needed to not be a team anymore. They gave their opinion on a subject that they were either asked about or was trending in the news. Like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're wrong for having an opinion. I'm just saying their opinion changes based on the situation.
Because every situation is different.
If your opinion is going to change, if it's the same thing, pretty much it's the same topic, and your opinion changes from one to another, that's being a hypocrite.
No, because the business has.
Think about this. They're conservative YouTubers, right?
They're influencers. They're on
Yeah.
YouTube, Instagram. They're on other stuff.
They're conservative, so they're probably going to highly value American values. So that seems like a reasonable opinion for them to hold. And yeah.
Like,
so this is the thing I want you to, this is the thing. Are they arguing about it because of the contract, or are they arguing about it because of their values?
regardless, they could be arguing for both.
Why would they care about a different company that has no ties to them? Why are they argue? Why, if they're a political YouTuber, why are they arguing about a company? I'm saying that they want to care.
They're arguing because they're an influencer and they're asked about it and they're giving their input on topics that are in the news, just like every other person. And the fact that the reason that their opinion of it's different is because there's a difference between a public, like there's a difference between public property and private property. Like that, like those are just facts. So like I can believe that everyone has free speech, but a conservative is not going to say that my free speech means that I can freely speak on your private property. They're going to say, no, you have to go to the public property to do free speech. It's not a hypocritical stance. It's the fact that the private property has its own rights. The business has its own rights. No one argued that Kaepernick should not be protesting on his, like, not on the clock. Like, you're literally comparing apples to oranges. It's not apples to apples. I'm sure every conservative said that they totally agreed with his right to speak, but not at the NFL because it's a business. Like, he doesn't have the right to free speech while he's on the clock. Like, you don't. That's the truth. You don't have a right to free speech. Like, you can speak freely, but there are consequences. Like, the fact of the matter is the right to free speech means that I can say anything in a public space and I can't be prosecuted or have repercussions from it. If the NFL fires him, that's because he doesn't have First Amendment immunity. They're not depriving him of his First Amendment right by him speaking on the clock and then firing him. Like, it's not the same situation. I'm sure if you go and look up any of these videos of these YouTubers, they totally said that he has a right to do it, just not there. Just like Ben Shapiro, when they canceled him, he didn't force his way in. He went there, he asked, if I take one more step, are you going to arrest me? They said, yep, and he left. Like that is not a hypocritical or an unfair point of view.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, I don't know for sure. Like, I can't prove for sure whether or not what their intentions was. So it means like I can't argue it.
Yeah, because you're
I
using,
don't think it's,
Huh?
you know,
you're using your feelings if you're trying to say it's because of this or because of that without any facts.
I'm not using feelings. I'm more using reasoning. But it's not. But the thing is,
No,
if it was a case, I can't like use it as evidence.
your reasoning is your feelings, because if you're going to say, well, they would do this in this situation, that's how you feel. No one knows if that's true. It would be your feelings. It would not be facts or logic in either sense. If you have a hypothetical thing that you're saying that someone would do, it's a feeling.
I mean, I get them being influencers and them making a video about the topic. I'm saying the video would not be arguing about the contract. They're arguing about, when they make the videos, they're talking about the flag and what it represents. That's what the video is about.
Okay, so the point being is if they say that he shouldn't be doing something because they feel disrespected, that's their opinion, and he can't do that is the contract. They like that just because like it doesn't that doesn't mean that both answers aren't correct. It doesn't make one answer right or the one answer wrong. It can be both. Them feeling like he disrespected the fag is their feelings and their opinion. Him not doing it is the contract. It can be both. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
No, like again, I'm saying the contract is there. I agree with that, but what I'm trying to say is they would not care about the contract. That's what I'm saying. They have the contract does not affect them at all. They're just using the contract to justify their reasoning.
Uh-huh.
So I'm saying is
So like are you talking about Tommy Lauren?
who?
Tommy Lauren? Is that one of the influencers you're talking about?
I remember. I know. I heard. I'm just talking about like Tatum, and I heard Crowder. I don't know
Okay.
who Tommy Lauren is.
Okay, so do you think Crowder has ever signed a contract?
I don't know.
Do you think Tatum has ever signed a contract?
I don't know.
Is it possible they have?
Probably.
Is it possible they know how contracts work?
Uh huh.
Could still be both.
What do you mean? Could this be both? Again, I said I agree with the NFL. Like the contract stands. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing on that.
Yeah, but couldn't it be that they're saying that he can't do it because there's a contract? And could it also be that they feel disrespected?
So you're saying that they would care about the contract. That's what you're trying to say.
What I'm saying is they could also be offended, and they could also state that he can't do that because of the contract. It could literally be both things. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
That's what I'm saying. I said they're using the contract to justify their reasoning, but I'm saying, why would they care about the contract?
Because he can't do it. The question is, well, how do you feel about what Kaepernick's doing? He can't do it, and he's disrespecting the flag. They can be both.
You're stating a fact.
Yeah, like if you're telling me what do I think about Kaepernick, I don't think he should be doing the flag. On top of that, he cannot do it. I'm not like by me saying that he can't do it doesn't mean that I'm justifying anything. Either he can or he can't. That's a fact. Either he can or he can't. I don't need to justify shit. Either he can do it or he can't. But my opinion is that he's disrespecting the flag. It can be both things. Is my point. And I'm going to tell you that I'm sure Steven Crowder signed a deal with Blaze TV. He has signed deals for sponsorships with brands. Tatum, I'm assuming, has signed deals. I'm assuming these people know how these deals work. Like, I know for a fact, I've never signed a deal, but if I sign a deal with Nike, I know that I can't be wearing Adidas. Like, if they sign me to be on YouTube wearing Nike clothes, then I can't be wearing Adidas clothes on YouTube. So, like, I'm assuming that these people have a better grasp of what is going on with the contract than I do. So when they say that he can't do it, comma, and he's disrespecting the flag, they're stating a fact and an opinion. They don't have it. They're not being hypocritical. They could be, but they could also just not. They could be stating the fact. That's it.
So relating this to the law, right? You don't like how in some states they don't want felons to vote.
No, pretty much every state you can vote. You're a felon. Not when you're not when you're in prison.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that was a universal thing. I thought that was by state. So every state has that. Like, if you're a felon, you can vote.
Yeah, I haven't looked at every 50 states, but I'm assuming on some level that's what it breaks down to. Like some you might have to wait 2 years, or you can't vote while you're on probation, or like I'm sure that there's some differences between states, but most states it's the same thing. Like you get your right back to vote.
All right. So I mean, I guess a different law. So I don't know. Say one person thought that smoking weed it should not be illegal. Like you should not be thrown in jail for smoking weed.
Okay.
If a person smoked weed in New York, I mean, in New York, and they got arrested, person would say, okay, you got arrested, you broke the law. But and they can also say they do not feel like it's right to you to arrest somebody because they smoked weed, right?
Okay, so is it legal in New York?
Huh?
Is it legal or illegal in New York?
Well, right now you can't get arrested for it, but a couple months ago it was illegal. Like you would get arrested for carrying.
Okay.
So
So what is that question?
So my point is nobody just agrees with a law just because it's a law. Like you don't agree with taxes and you don't say, well, the government says we're supposed to do that, so that's what's right. Right? People have their opinions.
I don't agree. This is the thing. I don't agree with paying more taxes. I don't agree with paying taxes. But do you know what I do?
I'm not gonna say you don't do it, but I'm saying you don't say it's right to do because the government says you're supposed to. That's what I'm saying.
No. So your argument is legal or moral. Okay. Legally, I pay taxes. Morally, I disagree. There's
All
nothing
right,
wrong.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Legally and morally is different. That's my point is.
Correct.
Okay, actually, um, I know you can't, but if another person carried, they carry because they believe it is right to carry, right?
Yeah.
They don't just do it because government told them to, right?
Get to where you're trying to walk this quick trap, this sneak attack for this Kaepernick thing.
I mean, I'm trying to say people think the way they do because that's their beliefs. They don't think the way they do because it's the law.
Okay, so two things here. Two things here. Here's the problem. Kaepernick is a black dude that's talking about oppression when guess what? His family is white. Okay, so he's not the poster boy of morals here. Like, I'm sorry, but when you're gonna sit there and tell me about systematic racism and everyone in your family is white, I kind of don't take you seriously. But the problem of it is, no one is arguing that he doesn't have a right to free speech. No one has a right to free speech when you work. It's everybody. So like you can't maneuver this into a way to where you can make me agree that what was done to whenever people say that the riots are not worth it, and they say, well, when Kaepernick peacefully protested, you didn't want to hear it, so now you get riots. That's a disingenuous argument. No one cared if Kaepernick wanted wanted to fucking talk. He could have used his celebrity with his football game to build up a following on Instagram, and he could have protested live on anywhere, doing anything. The only thing it was is people don't want him protesting on the clock. That was it. Just like when you go to Starbucks, the person that's fucking behind the counter, you don't want them protesting while they're trying to serve you a coffee. Like it's not a crazy stance. It's not rocket science. It's not hard. When you go to Walmart to buy your fucking food, you don't want all the cashiers to be protesting and you can't get served.
But that's not what happened. Is he didn't stop his job to protest. He still worked.
Oh, you're
No,
missing the point.
he was on the fucking clock. When I walk to Walmart, all right. So when you like when okay, so in the union we have to picket. Okay, we have to go picket jobs. We're not allowed to picket on the clock. We have to go picket on our time off. Any job where you're going to make a political stance with a First Amendment right, you cannot do on your on the clock because while you're on the clock, you're associated with that company. And when you make a First Amendment speech or a stance on a political ideology, that company does also get associated with that. Just as much as you have a right to have free speech, the company has a right to their free speech and what they want to portray for their brand. And while you're on the clock, you're a
I kept
representative.
saying the NFL had the right to do that.
Yes, and everyone that did not want to hear him protest did not want to hear him protest on the NFL. No one cares if he protests anywhere else. Anywhere else. No one said that he shouldn't be protesting anywhere else. The only issue was that he was doing it on the clock. That's it. It's not hypocritical. Like,
That wasn't really the only issue. The the main issue was the flag. That's the main thing that was talked about.
but you can't get mad at someone's opinion. They have
I'm,
they they have a they literally can feel however they want. When you protest, you are putting your like right now. I'm on here for 7 hours and 46 minutes and seven seconds with you, and I could have said any single thing out here that offends somebody. I cannot get mad how they feel about something I said, regardless of how I said it or what I meant or any of those things. As soon as it leaves my mouth, they can take it however they want. So someone being offended by him protesting on the flag, they can. They can think he shouldn't do it. They can think that he's an evil man. But it doesn't take the fact that they don't want to see it at the NFL while he's on the clock. Like you can't tell someone that's wrong.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have the right to your own opinion.
So then what is the issue? Because you're yet to give me an issue where the people were hypocritical.
I'm not saying the people. I'm saying people. If you're defending your free speech, or you have a problem with other people expressing free speech, that's the only thing I'm saying.
But dude, you don't have free, like, you're not comparing apples to oranges. Like, conservatives don't believe in cancel culture. The left does. The conservatives don't call for people to get canceled when they say fucked up shit. The left does. Like, the right is able to have their own opinion, and the right is able to say, listen, you know, you you shouldn't protest the flag at the NFL. You shouldn't do that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's not. like you don't see conservatives protesting, like picketing fences or rioting or doing anything destructive because they get canceled at a fucking event, or because they're getting censored. Like you don't see it. Like they're not being hypocritical, bro. Like there's no way that you can like there's no way that you can make this to where they're being hypocritical or they're changing their point of view. It's a fact that you cannot protest anything at the NFL. And if you think that these people can't have that opinion, then there's no argument, because you're just talking. That's all that's going on, because they're not changing their view and they're not being disingenuous. Like you don't hear any conservatives talking about canceling somebody. You don't. It wasn't conservatives that was on Twitter talking about canceling Jimmy Fallon when they brought up that skit he did 20 years ago of an impression of Chris Rock. It wasn't.
What sketch of Chris Rock? What happened with that?
20 years ago, 20 years ago, Chris Rock wore blackface, or Jimmy Fallon wore blackface, and he did an impression of Chris Rock, and there was no problems with it. But like last week or the week before, it was trending on Twitter, cancel Jimmy Fallon, because the left came for him. It wasn't.
That wouldn't be a conservative issue, though.
Censoring and canceling people is a left issue.
I'm talking about the thing with Jimmy Fallon. Conservatives don't really fight for, blackface. They don't fight for that kind of stuff. They fight for, more government rights. Individual rights.
Yes, and what I'm telling you is, by them not jumping on the bandwagon condemning him, was supporting free speech.
Well, but this is the thing. You're saying they did not jump on that, but that was not an issue they would have wanted to jump on. It would have been different if you said, like, here's an example. Kathy Griffin held up a Trump's head with blood on it, and a lot of conservatives were complaining about it because they disagreed with that.
Yeah, they disagreed. They didn't cancel. There's a difference between disagreeing with somebody and trying to ruin somebody because of their free speech. Like, that's a different thing.
I didn't even know there's people still in the comments.
18 people dead in 24 hours in Chicago. It's not good. But what I'm telling you is they didn't have a problem. They didn't have a problem with him speaking. They had a problem with him doing it on the NFL. That was the problem. They didn't agree with it, but his free speech wasn't the issue. It was the fact that he was doing it on the NFL. That's it. That's the whole issue.
I think what we're kind of disagreeing over here is that we think that it's possible for people to hold a principle in mind at the same time as having an opinion that's different.
Yeah, it's exactly like they didn't agree, but at the end of the day, he doesn't have a right to free speech, and the people don't want to see it. People are upset about it, so they said that he shouldn't be doing it because he wasn't allowed. Like, that's it. Like, they weren't trying to get him fired. If he would have not protested on the reason he protested on the NFL because he wanted to get a bunch of eyes on it. He wanted the attention. That's why he didn't protest it somewhere else. He protested there because he wanted the attention. And they said he shouldn't have that attention because he's working. That's simple. If he would have not done that and he would have protested somewhere else, I guarantee you that no one would have said from the right that he can't do that. I guarantee it. Like, that's just facts. But guys, it's been 8 hours of me being on this stream. I am tired. My legs are cramping. My lower back is killing me. It is killing me, guys. So I'm gonna get off here and I'm gonna go put my white ass into bed. And when I tell you my white ass, I mean my pasty moon white ass is about to lay down. I'll see you guys next time. I'll probably have some new content tomorrow. And again, thank you everyone that subscribed. Thanks everyone for the support. I appreciate it very much. If you haven't got a chance, go check out some of my videos. Tell me what you think. You know, hit the like button, share it if you could, share it with somebody. Help me beat the algorithm. All right, guys. Peace out.
All right, see you, pal.
Good luck with your PA.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and good luck with school, man.
Yeah, same to you, King.
Yeah, thanks.